when the cycle of reincarnation invades. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 101. Who would complain about having too many guns? Zhu Yuan said in embarrassment, but this is all that my Yinji Ui sect can offer. It's not that I don't want to give you more, but the Yinji Ui sect has no shortage of gold, silver and jewelry, but I think you won't care about those mundane things. But it can't be too different. Linbin said, this sword is just a B-level weapon, and B-level weapons are just transitional weapons for reincarnationists when they start. As I said, this plane is just a very ordinary adventure level plane. The strength of the reincarnationists who enter here will not be too strong, and naturally there will not be too high-end weapons. You think this weapon is very strong, that's because you have a narrow vision. What is talking nonsense with your eyes open? Even Linbin himself was puzzled. The double dragon demon shadow sword is also a rare lightsaber in the DNF plane. In terms of value, it is probably much higher than the money sword. You know, the money sword is a weapon that exploded in the killing level secret realm, and it is Uncle Jiu's special weapon. Even if the value is not the highest in that plane, it is definitely ranked in the top few. But this adventure level secret realm, Linbin was not interested in studying who the little mushroom called K-girl was. Anyway, the person was dead. The thing was now in his hands. But now he was the only person who knew about it. Whether it was precious or not was just a matter of his lips. My Yingui sect has paid a well-trained disciple, plus a weapon, that I paid a lot of money, to get from the hands of a celestial being. If you want anything else, you might as well take the initiative to ask for it. If my Yingui sect has it, I will never be stingy. Zhu Yuan knew that Linbin was asking for too much. But why has the Yingui sect been suppressed by Sehongjing's He for so many years? To put it bluntly, isn't it because Sehongjing's He first occupied the reputation of morality and righteousness? Having suffered a loss once, Zhu Yuan now feels that this information is extremely important, and the opportunity to turn defeat into victory lies in this move. She said seriously, Yuan is very sincere in cooperating. Otherwise, if my Yingui sect really wants to kill you at all costs, there is a chance of success. Moreover, Yuan has a gift for you. Do you know why your identity as a celestial being has not been revealed until now? Master Fixuan will naturally not reveal it easily. As for Master Buju of Jingdian Zen Temple, he escaped from you. He originally wanted to publicize the matter, but he was killed by Yuan before he could open his mouth. This can also prove our sincerity, right? Linbin suddenly realized, no wonder my identity as a celestial being has not been exposed until now. Although I don't care too much about this, you are really attentive. Okay, I'll tell you the truth. You can't show me the sincerity that will satisfy me at the moment, unless you are willing to bleed heavily in the future. I wish Yuan will understand my intentions when she hears the music. He frowned and said, sir, you not only want Kinga to be submissive, but you also want the entire Yingui sect to submit to you? Isn't this asking too much? We just want to cooperate with you, but you want to exploit us directly. I don't have any ambitions. No matter how the Yingui sect develops in the real world in the future, I think Sect Master Zhu will not give up here, right? In other words, the Yingui sect will be divided into two sects. No matter how it develops in the future, I just want the Yingui sect in the real world to work for me. I don't care what you do at ordinary times, but when I give an order, you must put my needs first. Linbin said, this point should be different from Sect Master Zhu's previous proposal. In fact, it is exactly the same in practical meaning. Bakinga is the future sect master of the Yingui sect in the real world. She is my servant, and the Yingui sect should naturally submit to me. I just made a detailed note. Zhu Yuan thought about it and found that there was indeed no difference. She nodded and said, okay. Linbin nodded with satisfaction and said, then I need more than just the restraint of the Kanu Dafa. I also need the complete cultivation system of the Shinemo Dafa. In this way, if you break your promise in the future and dare to betray me, I will directly copy thousands of copies of the Shinemo Dafa and spread them directly to the martial arts world. By then, everyone will be a disciple of the Yunji sect. Wouldn't everyone be happy? Impossible. Zhu Yuan said firmly, if I give you the skills, I'm afraid that the Yunji sect will really respect you in the future. By then, let alone Kinga, I'm afraid that even Kyan can't escape your clutches. Yuan is very sincere, but she is not without a bottom line. I'm sorry that Yuan cannot agree with your sky-high asking price. She was anxious. She was anxious. It seemed that this was her bottom line. Linben smiled slightly and said, what if I give you a chance for you to surpass Sehun Jingshei in this world? What do you mean? Sehun Jingshei intends to support Li Shimin, the second son of the Li family, to seize the world, but now, Li Shimin has completely sided with me. Of course, Shi Fixun doesn't know about this. Linben smiled and said, if you are willing, I can act as a go-between and let you two cooperate. I'm afraid Sehun Jingshei would never have thought that the wise monarch they supported in the White Way had actually already colluded with the Yingui sect. Kankan coughed lightly. Zhu Yuan groaned and said dissatisfiedly, you make it sound like the people of the Yingui sect are all bad people. Linben ignored the dissatisfaction of Xiangxin and said, I can recommend that your Yingui sect and Li Shimin start a closer cooperation than Sehun Jingshei. In this way, when Li Shimin ascends the throne and Sehun Jingshei intends to reap the fruits of victory, they will find that the fruits they have cultivated with great effort have already been picked by others. It's a deal. As long as you can help me thread the needle, Yuan is willing to give me the heavenly demonic art without any reservation. Zhu Yuan's breathing became heavy. She naturally knew who the partner chosen by Sehun Jingshei was. If this Linben really has the power in this area, it will be a great victory for both worlds, and the other party's meaning is very clear. He did not want to interfere with the Yingui sect, but when he needed to use the Yingui sect must put his demands first. In comparison, the heavenly demonic art can only be practiced by women. Even if Linben got it, it would have no effect, except threatening the Yingui sect. She heard that the private lives of men and women in the real world are extremely chaotic. This kind of martial arts that cannot lose virginity has too many restrictions. I'm afraid that not many people are willing to practice it. Linben smiled and said, very good, so we have reached an agreement? Zhu Yuan said, do we need to shake hands to show that we are happy to cooperate? I heard that this is popular in the real world. You have found out a lot of information. Linben raised his hand and shook Zhu Yuan's hand. Happy cooperation. Happy cooperation. Linben let go of her hand without leaving any trace, thinking that this woman is scratching me. In this case, Yuan will not disturb the young master to rest. Kinga, you stay and serve the young master. When you follow the young master to the real world in the future, you must obey his orders, understand? Kinga said timidly, yes, disciple obeys. Don't rush to leave. Right now, I have another piece of information I want to sell to you, Master Zhu, but I don't know if you are interested. Linben sat down leisurely, drank the water that Zhu Yuan poured for him, and signaled Zhu Yuan to pour water again. Even he himself did not expect that the development of things would be so unexpected. The Yingui sect that he offended at the beginning actually became his ally in the end. However, the Yingui sect has many means. If they can really form a scale in the real world, it will be beneficial to Linben without any harm. It can be regarded as giving him a group of talents to use. As for whether he can't control this problem, Linben is not worried. As long as he always maintains his strength and knows them well, there is no need to worry that they will not obey. Zhu Yuan thought that he wanted the heavenly demon method as a means of threatening them. Unfortunately, she didn't understand that the heavenly demon method has a strong benefit to the Changsheng True Key. If the fragment can be upgraded to a complete chapter, at that time, using the Changsheng True Key to simulate the heavenly demon method may play a different and unique role. Of course, this must not be said to her. Oh, young master, is there anything else you want to cooperate with Yuan? Zhu Yuan sat back down opposite Linben and complained. The three of us, master and apprentices, have been completely emptied out by the young master. What else can we give? If you can afford it, buy it. If you can't afford it, forget it. I was just mentioning it. Even if the deal fails, we are still friends. It won't affect our future cooperation anyway. It's just that the cooperation hasn't started yet, so I can't give you too much discount. Linbin asked. She's Ixo and shouldn't have shown up for many years, right? Isn't Sect Master Zhu curious where he has been hiding all these years? The charming look on Zhu Yuan's face froze, and a deep-rooted hatred emerged in her eyes. She asked, Mr. Lin, do you know where Shi Zixuan is? Do you want to know? If you can give me something that satisfies me, I can give you this information. I can know his whereabouts in advance, and then set up a dragnet and use all the strength of your Yingui sect. Maybe you can kill him in one fell swoop, right? Linbin smiled and said, do you want this information? Zhu Yuan smiled bitterly and said, Mr. Lin is so scheming. He stripped Yuan of all her secrets before proposing this condition. Linbin shook his head and said, the Yingui sect has no treasures hidden in the bottom of the box. I don't believe it. If you still have any reincarnation relics or something like that, take them out. This information is worth the price. It's not only for your personal grudge, but once Shi Zixuan dies, no one in the entire demon sect can fight with you. You can fight against the opponent, and you can use the situation to unify the entire demon sect in one fell swoop. Isn't such a good thing worth your sacrifice? Zhu Yuan's eyes showed a trace of determination when she heard it, and said, Kinga, take out the self-defense item that your master gave you. Bakinga said in a panic, Master, but you promised Kinga that you would give this item to Kinga for self-defense. Zhu Yuan said, the reason why your master sent you to become the young master's slave is for the better development of our Yingui sect. Now it is still the same to take back this weapon. Everything your master has done is for the Yingui sect. If you feel wronged, you might as well think about how much convenience you have gained from the Yingui sect over the years. The growth of the Yingui sect will also be of great benefit to you. Yes. Bakinga responded frustratedly, lifting up the hem of her skirt. On the inner side of her thigh, there was a holster with a rather large revolver inserted diagonally on it. I really don't know how Bakinga hid such a huge gun under her long skirt without revealing the gun head. Zhu Yuan took the revolver and handed it to Linbin, saying, although you already have a similar weapon. Linbin said, it doesn't matter. I don't mind having too many. I can sell the extra ones. Trading is allowed between reincarnations. Zhu Yuan paused for a moment. A forced smile appeared on her face, but soon turned into a graceful one, saying, in terms of power, this weapon may not be as powerful as the firearm in your hand, but if you sell it, it should be able to sell for a good price. Linbin smiled and said, I knew you had something to hide. He took the revolver. After a closer look, the attributes emerged. Azure Rose, B-level plot long-range weapon, a firearm modified by Nero, the son of the devil, in order to kill the devil. It has a huge recoil and its lethality has reached the limit of gun weapons. It can fire 2 bullets at the same time. Because the gun body is engraved with a unique inscription, it has an additional bonus against ghosts, demons and evil monsters. It can fire physical bullets or energy bullets through charging. The power depends on the charging strength and time. Note, hey, fairy, take my shot. Not as powerful as the Desert Eagle Shura. Linbin's heart thumped faster, then quickly calmed down. They were right to think it was not as powerful. After all, the bullets of the Desert Eagle Shura were actually special bullets made day and night by the technology fanatic Zukankan. But if the bullets of the same level were replaced, the Desert Eagle Shura would definitely be crushed to the point where nothing was left. One was a firearm obtained in an ordinary secret realm. Although it was powerful, it was only the pinnacle of ordinary firearms. The other was a fantasy type weapon, and it was charged with energy. Isn't this an alternative way to achieve the goal of unlimited bullets? Damn. Is this the Yingui sect? This is the fucking sending treasure virgin girl. She must have paid for her dowry. Moreover, the Azure Rose and the Double Dragon Demon Shadow Sword, one has a strong restraint on living creatures, and the other has great lethality to undead spirits. They are matching weapons. It's a bargain for me. That's good. This gun should be able to sell for a lot of reincarnation points. Oh, reincarnation points are the currency used by reincarnators to trade with each other. The reason why you can't use these props is because these props come from other planes. Without the reincarnation table, they naturally cannot be activated. Linben suppressed the ecstasy in his heart. He said, "Didn't I say it before? The real world has already integrated the essence of countless worlds. In comparison, your world can only be regarded as weak. Kinga, you don't have to regret leaving here, because you are welcoming a more vast world." Yes. Baking glared at Linben with resentment, thinking that you took away my last self-defense weapon. The more you say that the real world is terrible, the more afraid I am. I really don't know if I can survive there. Sir, if you are satisfied with the things, I wonder where the evil king is. Linben pretended to be indifferent and put away the blue rose. Of course, he knew that this disguise might not fool Zhu Yuan, but some things were tacitly understood. For example, whether dealing with Shizixun was really for the Yingui sect or for himself. I'm afraid even Zhu Yuan herself couldn't tell clearly. But didn't she still lie to herself that it was for the great cause of the Yingui sect? She just saw through it, but didn't say it. He said, he is hiding in Chang'an City now. The great Zen master of Wulao Temple is as proficient in Buddhism as the evil king Shizixun. His reputation has been circulating for more than 10 years. Master Zhu will know it if he asks about it. Zhu Yuan was surprised and said, "Really? You'll know after a try." Linben smiled and said, "But remember to call me when you try." "Of course, I won't delay your business, and maybe I can help you." He said this sincerely. After all, the evil king was hiding in the Wulao temple, and it was almost impossible for him to take the evil emperor's relics without alerting him. Because of this, Linben was originally worried about how to drive the evil king out. As a result, he was dozing off, and Zhu Yuan sent him a pillow. Oh, not only did she send him a pillow, but she also prepared a big gun for him. Although he already had a gun, who would complain about having too many guns? And this one is more powerful. Linben, who had already made a fortune, sighed with a look of regret. "Actually, I didn't want to tell you this clue, otherwise I would have told you when Zhu Zongsu just came in, but it's rare that everyone cooperates so happily, so I gave you a friendly price. Let's be friends." "Thank you, sir," Zhu Yuan said. "Then Yuan will take Kinga away for the time being. Bakinga, as her disciple, is strong enough to rank in the top 10 in the Yingui sect. If Shizixun is to be killed, she is also an indispensable helper. It is obviously not appropriate to leave her here as a turret." Bakinga also breathed a sigh of relief. The 3 masters and apprentices jumped out of the window one by one and left. Before leaving, Kyanqian took a deep look at Linben. Return to the Yingui sect station. Zhu Yuan no longer had any face for Linben's charm and elegance, and shouted coldly, "Immediately send someone to invite all the elders to come for a meeting, and tell them that I have matter of life and death related to the entire Yingui sect, and they need their help. I want everyone to arrive within 3 hours. If they fail to arrive, they will be punished according to the sect rules." Yes. The disciples left immediately. Bakinga said softly, "Master, I want to leave for a while and change my underwear." When she left, she thought she would stay with Linben. Bakinga specially changed into a seductive little dress. Now that the plan was stranded, she naturally felt uncomfortable all over. After all, her charm was only limited to verbal yearning. How could she have personally gone into battle shirtless? Go and come back soon. Yes. Bakinga left. Not long after Bakinga left, Canon's eyes turned around and said, "Master Zhu, I also want to prepare first. I don't have the heavenly demon dual blades with me yet." "Okay, go ahead." Zhu Yuan nodded. At this moment, she had no time to pay attention to anything else. All her attention was focused on one person, Shizixun. This time, she must kill him and then step on his bones to become the master of the demon sect. "Zixun, you betrayed me that year. Now, use your corpse to compensate." Zhu Yuan murmured. "There has been no fever in the past few days, and my son's fever has subsided. It seems that I'm lucky. It's just an ordinary illness, not positive. My son has already had winter vacation. From today on, I will concentrate on staying at home." Chapter 102. I believe what I should and should not believe. It seems that it is right to leave some reincarnation points for yourself in advance. Linben sighed sincerely. he couldn't help but start to worry whether the reincarnation points he earned in this secret realm are enough to bring his gains back to the real world. There is no way the Yingui sect really gave too much. Looking at the azure rose in his hand, which is almost one size larger than the Desert Eagle Shura, the thick double hole trajectory and the exquisite gun body that looks like a work of art, the Desert Eagle Shura can be regarded as a hero level weapon in an ordinary secret realm, but compared to the azure rose, both the shape and appearance are obviously inferior. After all, one is D level and the other is B level. The gap is still very obvious. Linban sighed with a little regret. It's a pity that the bullet model is different. In this way, wouldn't all the explosive bombs and freezing bombs made for the Desert Eagle Shura be wasted? It seems that in this world, you have to be a disaster. He put the azure rose away. He thought that the next step was to wait for Zhuan to drive Shizixuan away. Although Shizixuan was extremely powerful, unfortunately he was not in full condition now. If he encountered Zhuan who attacked with hatred, the possibility of him being able to escape unscathed was very small. And as long as he was driven away, even if he was seriously injured, the difficulty of obtaining the evil emperor's relic would suddenly decrease a lot. That's why I said before that this woman is really a good person. Linban sighed leisurely. Time passed quickly. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. During these 3 days, Chang'an City was calm. No one knew that during these 3 days, almost all the elite masters of the Yingui sect who could be caught had entered Chang'an City through various channels. Zhuan did not go to Wanwuluo Temple to inquire about the information. No one knew Shizixuan better than her. Any clues would probably make him feel alarmed. How could she tolerate wasting the God-given opportunity that he had finally obtained? In order not to alarm Shizixuan, Zhuan has been staying in her own residence for the past few days and has never stepped out of the door. She didn't know Shizixuan's whereabouts before. Although she didn't make a big fuss when she came, she didn't hide her whereabouts specifically, fearing that the other party already knew her existence. It has been a mistake once, and it must not be a second time. But although Zhuan did not leave the house, she directly issued one order after another to the most capable subordinates of the Yingui sect. Bi Shaoxun, Wen Kating, Elder Zaya, Dan Mei. All the masters have left their subordinates and entered Chang'an City in disguise alone, so as not to attract anyone's attention. Until this morning, in Wulao Temple, in a quiet and simple Zen room, a monk with a peaceful face was slowly knocking the wooden fish with a leisurely expression, muttering something in his mouth. His compassion for the world seems to want to use Buddhist scriptures to save the people who are suffering from chaos in the world. Great Zen Master. Since he registered in Wulao Temple, he has become the most profound Buddhist in Wulao Temple. Over the past 10 years, countless monks have come to ask him for Buddhist teachings. He even presided over several water and land grant ceremonies, all of which were extremely successful. Wulao Temple can be said to have achieved what it has today, and Master Dade has made an indelible contribution. However, such a great monk, today, even the most basic meditation of monks has become difficult to achieve. The sound of the wooden fish with a little bit of haste suddenly stopped. He slowly opened his eyes, and his deep eyes, which seemed to be mixed with countless wisdom, showed a bit of profound meaning. Looking at the wooden fish that he had knocked a crack on, Master Dade sighed and said, "Today's wind is particularly noisy." As the voice fell, outside the quiet courtyard, on the courtyard wall that was as high as 2 people, there was a slight sound of footsteps. A resentful voice sighed softly, "Zixun, you have such a cruel heart. You knew that Yuan had come to Chang'an City, but you didn't even have the heart to see Yuan. It's in vain that Yuan has been thinking about you day and night for many years, and she can't forget you. Shizixun, you have been exposed. Come out and die quickly." Ha 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 ha. "Shizixun, you are the last obstacle for our Yingui sect to dominate the Holy Gate. As long as you kill you, then our Yingui sect can directly unify the entire Holy Gate, and then punch Sehongjing's Hei, kick Jingdian Zen Temple, dominate the Central Plains, and only we are Yingui." Master Dade heard the shouting outside. The slightly impatient mood before calmed down. It turned out to be because of the Yingui sect. The most terrifying thing is the unknown. And as long as you know, there is nothing to be afraid of. He stood up and slowly took off his monk's robe, revealing the scholar's clothes that he had not worn for a long time. In just a short moment, the eminent monk with a peaceful and compassionate face had transformed into a handsome, elegant, and romantic middle-aged scholar. The evil king, Shizixun. He opened the door and walked out. With the appearance of Shizixun, the fierce atmosphere that was previously full of fear and terror suddenly stopped. As if with his appearance, the surroundings began to become full of bad song and flowers, and the scenery was beautiful. In the huge courtyard, the previous shouting and cursing stopped immediately. A person's reputation is like a tree's shadow. I didn't think so before I saw him, but now that I have seen him, I know that the evil King Shizixun is indeed not a person who has gained his reputation in vain. Even if he did nothing, and even did not show any madness, he has made everyone feel terrified. You are here indeed. Zhu Yuan stared at the familiar figure, her silver teeth almost shattered. She spoke softly. It is worth it that Yuan has planned so hard for you and set up such a killing situation. I really feel Yuan's intention. Shizixun looked up, glanced at Zhu Yuan, and turned to look at her side. Qianqian was holding the heavenly demon double blade, smiling, but her smile was full of murderous intent. On the other side, Beiqinger was too lazy to even pretend to smile, and looked at him with deep hatred. Shizixun thought for a long time, and couldn't figure out where he had offended this little girl. Could it be that she lost some treasure because of me? But I have never seen her. As for others like Wen Kating, many of them became famous even earlier than him, but they are just people who sell their heads. But Zhu Yuan is so difficult to deal with. But now, Shizixun sighed, you can gather almost all the elites of the Yunji Ui sect without me noticing at all. Yuan, it seems that this time, you are determined to kill me, and must take my life. How did the two of us come to this point today? You have to ask Zixun yourself. It's okay if you don't know. Yuan will explain everything to you at the last moment of your last breath. Zhu Yuan didn't want to say more. She looked at Shizixun with a look of revenge. She waved her hand and said, kill him. As soon as the voice fell, several grey shadows jumped up from the top of the wall and strangled Shizixun at the same time. All of these people are extremely powerful masters of the magic sect, and they are very familiar with Shizixun's specialty of the immortal seal method, which is good at group battles. Therefore, although they attacked at the same time, they attacked in different directions. What's more, some people never took the initiative to move forward, but the hidden weapons made a sharp sound and attacked the major vital points around Shizixun. Although this may not completely avoid Shizixun's immortal seal, it can weaken the strength of his immortal seal to the greatest extent. Zixun, die. Zhu Yuan let out a long roar, and the heavenly demon force field was fully activated. Her hair was flying, like a soul-stealing banshee coming from the netherworld to take souls. She rushed towards Shizixun first. Her palms were white and tender, but they were sharper than the heavenly demon blade of Qianqian. Wherever they passed, the air was rippling. Shizixun's eyes became more profound. Facing the joint attack of everyone, he twisted his body a few times, as if he was weak and boneless, and easily missed the first few fatal attacks. But the attacks of others were easy to dodge. But Zhu Yuan was now a powerful enemy that he had to concentrate on. He rushed out of the encirclement like lightning. But he was blocked by Zhu Yuan, and the two of them exchanged dozens of moves like lightning. The confrontation between the two masters, the energy scattered, the grass and trees were broken, and the walls collapsed. The quiet and elegant Zen temple was suddenly devastated, as if a battlefield had passed. The two sides knew each other thoroughly. Shizixun had once tricked Zhu Yuan into reading the heavenly demonic art when she was the most innocent. The power of the immortal seal was magical, and it was not impossible that the heavenly demonic art had contributed to it. Zhu Yuan is now the number one in the demon sect, so it is not difficult for her to find the remaining books of the Huajian sect and the Butian sect. This fight, Zhu Yuan felt a mixture of sadness and joy. Shizixun was even weaker than she had imagined. It seemed that the blow to him from Beziuxin's death was even greater than he had imagined. At this moment, he was still dominated by the Huajian sect's mentality. Thinking of this, He became even more angry and screamed, "Shizixun, it seems that you have not yet gotten rid of Beziuxin's influence on you. It's really sad. You couldn't protect your wife more than 10 years ago, and now you can't protect your daughter. No matter how romantic you are, if you can't even protect your own flesh and blood relatives, what's the point of you living in this world?" Seeing that Xiangxin was helping to attack, the two people's demon force fields were like two black holes, almost completely fused into one. It's even more difficult to figure out. Xiangxin, the demon double blades. Zhu Yuan snatched the demon double blades from the disciple's hand. When these two short blades were in her hands, their power was stronger than that of Xiangxin today. Now that they haven't touched them for several years, they are used again. Almost every blade of the two swords has a sword aura. Wherever they pass, the sound of breaking through the air is like the surging waves, which makes it difficult to resist. For a time, even Shizixun couldn't resist it, and was struggling under the double swords. If he wasn't careful, he would have been attacked by Dunmei behind him. But he reacted very quickly, and activated the immortal seal. The next moment, he had already led Dunmo's attack, and entangled with Bishaoxuan and others, and instantly led everyone into chaos. Although he was calm, Zhu Yuan's words still made him confused. There was a bit of coldness in his eyes. He dodged Zhu Yuan's knife net at the last moment and said angrily, "Zhu Yuan, what did you do to Kingxuan? She Kingxuan? Ha 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 ha. Although I, Zhu Yuan, hate you to the bone, I don't even bother to threaten you with your flesh and blood, but you only know Zhu Yuan, not Shi Fixuan? Or have you been here for too long, and have no idea about the outside world?" Zhu Yuan saw that Shizixuan really didn't know what was going on. She was immediately very happy. Although she didn't do it herself, she said it herself, and she felt like she was involved in it, and hit the man in front of her. She laughed and said, "Don't you know? Beziuxin actually gave birth to two daughters for you. One of them was taken away by Sehongjing's He to be trained without your knowledge, and was even accepted as a contemporary disciple, intending to make you two kill each other. Zixun, what do you think? Did Beziuxin never consider this possibility? Otherwise, why would she send your child to Sehongjing's He? Just because she feels guilty about the sect, she will ignore your position? What? Shizixun was shocked. Before he could react, his chest was directly hit by the knife. Zhu Yuan's knife was like a chain, merciless. In the blink of an eye, she had cut his chest 4 times, but there was no blood at all. The scholar's shirt was torn, revealing the black soft armor inside. Damn it. Zhu Yuan snorted angrily. If it weren't for the soft armor, these few knives would have directly taken Shizixuan's life. But she also understood that the reason why she could hit so easily with these knives was probably because Shizixuan was full of confidence in the soft armor. Although Shizixuan was injured, his expression gradually turned cold. With 2 backhand palms, he blasted Wenkating and Bishaoxuan away. He shouted sternly, "What did you say? I said that your daughter was kidnapped and was instilled with the idea of hating you since she was a child. She grew up like a tool, and you didn't know about it. Zixun, are you very grateful to Yuan? If Yuan hadn't told you the truth, after you killed your own Beziuxin's daughter with your own hands, would you still have the face to live in this world? Would you have the face to die and see Beziuxin?" Zhu Yuan laughed gloatingly. She laughed and said, "What a bullshit evil king. He can't even protect his own daughter, and he still claims to be romantic and suave. It turns out that he just put on pants and refused to admit it. Who cares about her bloodline? Shizixun, don't call me the evil king, call me the evil turtle. I don't believe it. You are talking nonsense." Nonsense. Shizixuan's eyes were a little bloody, and he screamed loudly. His figure suddenly became extremely agile compared to before, like a ghost. In this moment, the light skill he used had directly changed from the graceful light skill of the Huajian school to the light skill of the Butian pavilion. Like a ghost, he came and went without a trace. The speed was so fast that even Zhu Yuan's demon force field could not hold him back. "I don't believe it. I don't believe it. I don't believe it." Shizixuan rushed left and right angrily, as if he was crazy. Wherever he passed, Bishalxuan only had time to protect his true energy to his arms, and he was directly chopped by Shizixuan's palm. The true energy was as sharp as a sword, and it tore his true energy protection into pieces like a dead tree in rotten wood, and pierced his heart with a palm. Before he could even scream, he was directly pierced through by Shizixuan, and torn in half. There was murderous intent in his eyes. He shouted angrily, "I will never believe you, Zhuan. Don't think about disturbing my mind. His mind is in a mess. Everyone surround him. Don't let him escape. Let me deal with him." Zhuan cried out, knowing that Shizixuan's strength at this time has greatly improved compared to before, but his state of mind is also greatly confused. It is the perfect time to kill him. He ordered everyone to retreat. She had already jumped up, holding the heavenly demon double blade, and fought with Shizixuan. At this time, not far from the Wulao temple, Lin Bin was fighting quietly, seeing the battle clearly from beginning to end. Well, the evil king is really powerful. In terms of current strength, I'm afraid it is still above Zhuan. But Zhuan's move is really cruel. All the people come together, and it's directly stabbed in the heart. Lin Bin muttered, "I originally used it to fool Shifixun, but now why do I feel that, except Shifixun who still doesn't believe it, all the big guys from other parties believe it? This is really not Lin Bin's fault. There is no way. Who let Zhuan spread this rumor? The credibility is naturally higher." So now Shizixuan obviously took it seriously, and as a result, he went crazy and fought with Zhuan directly. "You are an assassin. Isn't it a shot and a place to escape? Stay here and fight hard, and still be surrounded by the enemy." Zhuan obviously has such a plan. She wants to kill Shizixuan alive. Even if he can't be killed, after learning the truth, the person Shizixuan hates the most will obviously no longer be Zhuan, but Sehongjing's He. He is really worthy of being the leader of a sect. Even if he wants revenge, he has to drag in the deadly enemy who is not at the scene. But the inner armor on Shizixuan looks a little familiar. Lin Bin stared at the inner armor with a look of absurdity on his face. It must be a bulletproof vest. Sure enough, Shizixuan may also have the life of reincarnation in his hands. If that's the case, I shouldn't get involved. Lin Bin thought to himself that I don't have any direct hatred with Shizixuan, and I even have a pretty good relationship with one of his two daughters. Wait. Strange. Why do I feel that I get along well with Shifixun? It's obvious that I was bullying her the whole time. Lin Bin muttered to himself, thinking that this time, there's no need to intervene, just sit on the mountain and watch the tigers fight. Sure enough, with Shizixuan's outburst, Zhuan can no longer gain the upper hand, but there are Elitian GUI sect members everywhere around, and there are people like Wan to block and cover. Although Shizixuan still has the upper hand, there are signs that he won't be able to last long. If nothing unexpected happens, I'm afraid he will die here. And at this moment, Lin Bin suddenly couldn't help but frown, and he was surprised to find that he actually met Shizixuan's crazy eyes. "He found me." Just when Lin Bin was shocked, he saw Shizixuan smile coldly at him. He took out a palm-sized stone from his sleeve and raised it high. Countless blow arcs of electricity were entwined on the stone. What thing? Just as Lin Bin was wondering, he suddenly felt a warning sign. He pushed hard with his right foot and retreated several steps. Just where he had just stood, a bolt of lightning fell from the sky and hit the ground, directly creating a half-meter deep pit. At the same time, the area around Shizixuan instantly turned into a world of lightning. The painting style suddenly changed. Zhuan and others were directly surrounded by endless thunder. Chapter 103, Interception. With Shizixuan as the center, almost everything within a radius of hundreds of meters was swept by the thunder. Zhuan and Qian Qian reacted very quickly, or they seemed to have already prepared for it, so they avoided the thunder in the first place. But when Kating and Danmei were unable to dodge, and were directly struck into charcoal by the thunder that fell from the sky. Even those with high martial arts skills like them were like this, let alone others. The thunder covered a wide range, almost covering the entire Wulao temple. Any living creature that could move, could not avoid it, and was blasted into ashes. In this short moment, the Yingui sect suffered heavy casualties. Wu Lao Temple was also destroyed. And if nothing unexpected happens, this incident will make the Jingdian Zen Temple even worse. Look, the Buddha couldn't stand it anymore and directly sent thunder from the sky to bombard your temple. It can be seen that the bold donkey deserves to die. And the evil King Shizixun disappeared as soon as the thunder burst out. The blow severely damaged the Yingui sect. He also retreated calmly, as if the injury he had just suffered was just an illusion. But Lin Bin had a different opinion. He remembered the look Shizixun had just given him. His injury was probably just a disguise. He was waiting for him. Zhu Yuan had set up a net to take his life. Shizixun might not have no chance to escape, but he had been actively exposing his flaws, trying to lure Lin Bin to attack and get him close. At that time, he could directly use this stone to take his life. Lift the stone high, and there will be arcs wrapped around the stone, and all the moving creatures around will be struck by thunder. It should be a prop of the Reincarnationist. Shizixun can actually use the prop of the Reincarnationist. It seems that he also has a reincarnation watch in his hand, and he has already worn it on his hand. In a sense, he has already become a reincarnationist. Lin Bin thought that it was so powerful, it should be just a one-time prop, or it has a great restriction. So, Zhu Yuan didn't gain nothing. At least she forced Shizixun to die. After cleaning up the battlefield, Zhu Yuan rushed over with Xiangxin. When the master and apprentice ran to them, Lin Bin asked, the evil king escaped, but sect master Zhu didn't seem to be disappointed at all. Could it be that you didn't intend to kill Shizixun from the beginning? Zhu Yuan had just fought a fierce battle with Shizixun. Neither side held back. She was still a little out of breath at this time, and looked like she had worked hard. She sighed. Yuan really wanted Shizixun to die, but why didn't she bring out the last bit of his value before he died? Value? Zhu Yuan said. Yes. Yuan deliberately drew out Shizixun's murderous thoughts about the Butian Pavilion, and then told him about the conspiracy of Sehong Jing's. If he learned of this news under normal circumstances, he might be able to suppress his anger, but now that the Butian Pavilion's murderous thoughts have been released, he absolutely can't bear it. This time he left, he must have gone to Sehong Jing's, and when the time comes, the two tigers will fight, and one of them will be injured. Lin Bin sighed. I thought you wanted him to die when you saw him. If possible, Yuan would naturally want to take his life, but he had already prepared for it. I don't know if Yuan can kill him, even if she sends out all the elites of the Yingui sect. It's better to injure him first and get some benefits, and then shift the disaster to the east. In this way, Yuan can reap the benefits. Zhu Yuan smiled softly and said, and the young master should also be looking forward to such a situation. According to Yuan's guess, as a reincarnation, the young master's mission should be to be hostile to Sehong Jing's. From this point of view, the two of us are actually natural allies. That's right, it's a pity that your Yingui sect is too mixed, otherwise it would really be my first partner, and you wouldn't have to pay so much to buy me off. Lin Bin looked at Zhu Yuan, who was confident in front of him. He thought that this was indeed the true Yin Queen, with deep calculations. Even when facing someone she once hated, if things were impossible, she would never fight rashly, but seek to maximize benefits. But Lin Bin didn't care about this. He cared more about Shizixun was driven away. Yanggong's treasure house, no longer guarded, let him take whatever he wants. Of course, this cannot be said to Zhu Yuan. Lin Bin said softly, Master Zhu fought with Shizixun. I'm afraid he is seriously injured. It's better to recover first. When you recover, I will arrange for you to meet with Li Shimin. Don't worry, with me in the middle, your cooperation will definitely go smoothly. Especially Li Shimin himself should not be satisfied with being reduced to a pawn of Sehong Jing's. He is in need of help. In this case, thank you, sir. Yuan can't wait to hand over the heavenly demon method to you, so that our cooperation can be more intimate. In fact, Zhu Yuan was in high spirits at this time. With her strength to this point, she rarely has the opportunity to exert her full strength. Now in the battle with Shizixun, Zhu Yuan did suffer a lot of internal injuries, but she was also very happy when she exerted her full strength and felt that she had benefited greatly. Of course, there is no need to say this to him. Goodbye. Lin Bin said goodbye to Zhu. Qian Qian's lively eyes turned and said, Master, I will ask him about the common sense of the world and see if I can get some information. Well, go ahead. Zhu nodded. Qian Qian followed Lin Bin all the way at a trot. During this period of time, Qian Qian was particularly interested in the world. She always pestered Lin Bin to ask questions, and Lin Bin also boasted to her. For example, he was from an organization called the World Administration Bureau, which was responsible for identifying the difficulty of the secret realm and the subsequent treatment policy as an important evaluation standard for evaluating whether the world needed to be destroyed or accepted. And he was the right-hand man of their director Raymond, the best man. Anyway, he was free, and there was a beautiful woman with a cute face listening to him with curiosity, showing a sigoi expression from time to time. No matter whether the expression was true or false, it really helped to relieve loneliness. Back to the inn. Sitting cross-legged with Kankan, he clasped his hands together and let the qi flow through their bodies. The Changsheng qi and the Cheyenne Mo qi complement each other, and the two of them practiced in this way, and their progress was rapid. The techniques they practiced were both very advanced, and they could all be operated on their own, so they didn't have to practice hard. Therefore, after practicing, they chatted for a long time. Seeing that it was getting dark, Lin Bin drove Kankan out directly on the grounds that he wanted to rest and asked if she would consider staying to sleep with him. After dinner, Lin Bin lay down on the bed and continued to silently circulate the Changsheng qi. With the blessing of the Cheyenne Mo qi just now, the Changsheng qi was still unstoppable at this time, and it ran like an F1 in the body. It was so fast. Until midnight, the moon was in the middle of the sky. The huge Chang'an city was completely silent, and only the clappers of the night watchman brought the last movement to this sleeping city. Lin Bin, who was lying on the bed, suddenly opened his eyes. He stood up and changed into a nightgown. He quietly opened the doors and windows, performed Qigong, and rushed towards Yuma Bridge. When he arrived at the bridge, Yuma Bridge, which was extremely lively during the day, was now quiet, as if it were a ghost town. Shizixuan is no longer here. Zhu suffered internal injuries, and the Yingui sect's strength was greatly damaged. I only want the evil emperor's relic, and I don't want to touch the weapons and jewelry inside. I can do it without alarming anyone. Lin Bin quietly pressed the mechanism under Yuma Bridge, listened to the sound of the mechanism turning inside, and immediately rushed towards the location of Ziji Garden. Today, Ziji Garden belongs to the Dugu clan. It is quite difficult to enter the well inside without alarming anyone, but Lin Bin has an optical camouflage cloak, which is quite simple for him. And just when Lin Bin began to plot the evil emperor's relic, the Yingui sect station, it was also peaceful. In the battle with Shizixuan, the Yingui sect suffered heavy casualties, especially the Huang Shigong in Shizixuan's hand. Zhu had also witnessed its power. At that time, this reincarnationist killed everyone in their world, and there was almost no resistance, and then he disappeared. Everyone thought he had returned. Unexpectedly, Shizixuan secretly assassinated him and got his inheritance. Therefore, the entire Yingui sect was extremely quiet that night. Zhu rested early, and the others went back to their temporary residences to treat their injuries. As for the heroes who had died, they were all struck by lightning and turned into ashes. There was no need to burn them, just collect them and bury them. In the Yingui sect, the dead have no value. And at this time in the dead of night, Wan gently knocked on Bakinga's door. Bakinga opened the door, and her face was still a little pale. Seeing Kankan, her delicate eyebrows immediately raised and she asked, Sister Kan, why do you have time to come to my place instead of recuperating in your room? Kankan sighed with a melancholy expression. It's nothing, I just think about it. We sisters grew up together. Although we compete with each other, we are together day and night. Now we are separated. I don't know how long it will take before we see each other again. So I'm reluctant to leave and came here specially to talk about our past friendship. Bakinga raised her eyebrows and said, Senior sister, are you here to laugh at me? No, I'm here to bully you. Kankan stretched out her hand as fast as lightning and pointed at Bakinga. Bakinga was furious and said, Xiangxan, don't go too far. Today you and Master are controlling the heavenly demon force field and facing Shizixuan directly. Your injuries are much more serious than mine. If we really fight, you may not be able to win me. He raised his hand to block Xiangxun's attack and was about to counterattack, but he felt that his raised arm suddenly lost balance. The opponent's heavenly demon force field was even stronger than before. Bakinger was shocked and screamed, "You are not injured. Are you pretending during the day? Master, save me." One was injured and the other was ready to go. In addition, Xiangxun's own strength was above Bakinger. Just one blow directly subdued Bakinger. Xiangxun carried Bakinger, who was stiff after being acupunctured, back to the house inside. "Junior Sister Kinger, why do you have to resist? I feel sorry for you. Don't you want to be the leader of the Yingui sect? Don't you want to go to that completely unfamiliar world? I feel sorry for you, so I came to you to ask for the reincarnation watch. I didn't expect you to be so uncooperative. There is no way. For your future, I have to rob it. By the way, you didn't wear the reincarnation watch on your hand. If you wear it, it will be bad. I will have to cut off your arm." Bakinger said angrily, "Master will not let you go. Leave here. The mountains are high and the emperor is far away, and Master can't blame me." Xiangxun smiled coquettishly, fumbled on her body for a while, and took out the reincarnation watch she carried close to her. The calm expression on her face turned into hesitation, and then became resolute. She buckled the reincarnation watch directly on her wrist. The slight stinging pain, is it drawing my own blood for binding? This time, it's confirmed. Qianqian chuckled and shook her wrist at Bakinger, saying with a smile, "Junior Sister Kinger, you should have a good rest. This Yingui sect is now handed over to you. I won't play with you anymore. Your acupuncture points will be released in 2 hours. Then you should have a good rest." After that, she put her hands behind her back and walked out with brisk steps. Bakinger was left with a ferocious face of anger, plus a lot of grievances. It's like this again. The entire Yingui sect is like this. As long as she wants it, she will never ask for her opinion. Even if it's hers, she has to snatch it away from her. On Qianqian's side, she had just walked halfway when she stopped and looked at Zhu Yuan standing in the distance. Her cheerfulness just now disappeared immediately, and she said in a panic, "Master Zhu. Master Zhu." Zhu Yuan glanced at the reincarnation watch on Qianqian's wrist and asked in a deep voice, "Why?" Qianqian was panicked at first, but she remembered that the matter was done. She quickly regained her composure and said, "There is nothing I can do. If I really let Junior Sister Kinger go to the mortal world, I will surely die. Given Junior Sister Kinger's personality, if she really gets stronger than you, Master Zhu, the first person she will kill will be me. I can't just sit there and wait to die." Zhu Yuan asked, "Do you believe Lin Bin's nonsense?" Kankan asked back, "Master Zhu, don't you believe it? Or, it's not entirely true, but it can't be disbelieved, right? But you should know that I sent Kinger there to let her feed the tiger and let him play with her. But you practice the heavenly demon method and can't lose your virginity at all. How are you going to gain his trust? Or do you want to follow in my old path?" Zhu Yuan's eyes showed a hint of disappointment and said, "You are willing to sacrifice your innocence to save your life. Kana, I didn't know you were like this. Cowardly fear of death." Disciple has been meeting Lin Bin in private almost every day these days. But Kankan was not angry, but explained in a brisk tone, "Master Zhu may not know that the technique practiced by Lin Bin is the eternal life secret that we have been seeking, but could not obtain before, and his technique just complements Disciple's heavenly demon technique, learning from each other's strengths and making up for each other's weaknesses. Disciple had a battle with Shizixuan before and was seriously injured, but now he has fully recovered, all thanks to the help of Lin Bin." Zhu Yuan said coldly, "Are you trying to say that you are willing to do the same stupid thing as your master? No, it's better to say the opposite. Disciple has found a way to break through to the 18th level," Kankan said, and Disciple has asked Lin Bin in detail. "In 3 to 5 years at most, and 2 to 3 years at least, the world we live in will be different from the real world. They have merged, which means that, after I left with Lin Bin, I will be able to return in just a few years." Zhuan asked, what basis does he have for making such a judgment? We almost tortured that reincarnationist to death, but he couldn't explain it. I don't know, but his tone was very firm, so he must have a basis for his judgment. Kankan said, I was connected with his true energy at that time, and we communicated with each other. I could tell that he was not lying. So I made up my mind at that time. Even if he was lying, as long as I had the help of his longevity true energy, I could take the opportunity to break through to the 18th level of the heavenly demon art. Master ZHU, you see, the minimum is the 18th level of the heavenly demon art. How could I not be tempted? If you leave, then the Yingui sect. Even if junior sister Kinga really becomes the sect master, what does it matter? If she stays in this world, her upper limit will be clear at a glance. The end is in sight. Canon said, when the disciple's 18 level heavenly demonic art is perfected, no matter if there are other opportunities or not, as long as the disciple returns and asks, will she dare not give up the position of the leader of the Yingui sect? Moreover, the disciple does not want to leave a way out for herself. Now that the reincarnation watch has been put on, the matter is done. If Master ZHU wants to take back the reincarnation watch, he must cut off one of the disciple's arms. It seems that you have thought it over carefully. The disciple just wants to see a wider world. Canon confessed, the disciple does not want to serve others with beauty, so I'll let junior sister Kinga go before. But now brother Ben doesn't think much of junior sister Kinga. In his words, junior sister Kinga practices the method of taking yang to replenish yin. It seems weak and simple, but it can't be hidden from a real hero. Only a quirky and bad little demon girl like Kana can do it. She said proudly. From what he said, there are actually quite a few people like us who enter the real world through the secret realm, and they also stick together for warmth. They have their own organizations in the real world. Those who can enter the real world with their personal abilities are naturally outstanding people. Junior sister Kinga is still not up to that level. She needs to be a disciple. I suddenly understand why Master Fixon was so happy for a long time, just because he praised her. I just heard 2 good words from him and felt like I was about to fly. It's up to you. The die is cast. I can't really chop off your arm, but you remember, you must not lose your virginity before the 18th level, otherwise, I will definitely settle accounts with that Linbin. Master, what nonsense are you talking about? I just covet his true energy, just like he covets his identity as a disciple. We are cooperating fairly. Well, since you are determined to leave, I will announce tomorrow that Bakinga will be the next leader of the Yingui sect. In the future, whether you can take it back depends on your own ability. ZHU Yuan said nothing more, and turned to leave, leaving Kankan alone. Her eyebrows and eyes suddenly lit up, her face was full of smiles, and she chuckled. It's just giving up one Yingui sect, but in the future, people will get back more than one Yingui sect, a wider world, and people have been drooling over it for a long time. My wife has been confirmed to be positive, and is now isolated in the secondary bedroom. If there is one person in a family who is infected, basically it's a matter of time for others. Alas, there is retribution for being too arrogant. Before, I was happy that I escaped a disaster, but now I can't escape it. I'm just waiting for the final blow. Chapter 104, Devil Girl, help me practice. Subscribe. In the plot, I remember that Xuanglong went through many twists and turns to obtain the evil emperor's relics, which were almost indescribable in several chapters. In the end, it was clearly a private exploration trip for the two of them, but the result was known to everyone. This can probably be regarded as the treatment of the protagonist. Wherever you go, there will be events, and you have to make some moths, even if there is nothing wrong. There are still 3-foot waves without wind, and the wind bears, to drag the water under the world. And Linbin naturally did not have such treatment in this world. There are already very clear details in memory, plus the handwritten drawings of Lumiosi, the designer of the mechanism. Moreover, the optical camouflage cloak is difficult to detect even in modern times, let alone in this ancient society. Linbin easily passed through Ziji Garden and entered Yanggong's treasure house. Along the way, there was no danger. Never touch what you shouldn't touch, and never accidentally kick something you shouldn't kick. Honestly, follow the map given by Lumiosi. When Lin Bin finally saw the legendary evil emperor's relics, he was still quite surprised. Is it really okay to go so smoothly? But looking at the yellow round crystal in front of him, even if it is placed in a copper box and wrapped in mercury, this round crystal ball still emits a faint mist. But compared to the Hashibi's forceful widening of the veins, which seems harmful, but is actually beneficial, the aura of the evil emperor's relic is much more mixed, and it is not as real as the Hashibi, but directly evokes the deepest dissatisfaction in people's hearts. Just looking at it, people can't help but have mixed thoughts in their hearts, and they can't help but think of the person they hate most in their lives, and then they are filled with murderous intent. Lin Bin murmured, "Hateful, rich and treacherous old thief. You should be glad that I have traveled through time now. Otherwise with this method now, I will definitely kill you." He suddenly came back to his senses. He hurriedly closed the copper box, but even so, the chaotic mood was still difficult to calm down. Obviously, just like the copper box could not completely isolate the Hashibi, the evil thoughts of the evil emperor's relic could only seal most of it. Lin Bin understood. If the evil emperor's relic was nearby, a small conflict would probably trigger the swords of those who were already evil-minded. Lin Bin took out the His Jade and reached out to open the first layer password box. The His Jade's strange power immediately overflowed, and because it had been suppressed for several days, the strange power was even stronger than usual. But at this time, Lin Bin was already very accustomed to the intrusion of this strange power. He whispered, "It seems that the His Jade's strange power and the essence of the evil emperor's relic do not belong to the same system, and will not cancel or neutralize each other, but one is virtual and the other is real, and they do not interfere with each other. Although both will be imprisoned by the copper box, the copper box is not powerful, and either one can only imprison most of it." And there was only one password box. Lin Bin stuffed the evil emperor's relic in without hesitation. Suddenly, the evil and strange mental power disappeared. Obviously, the double insurance could not withstand the His Jade, and the evil emperor's relic was the same. There is no way. The power of the Hashibi only affects warriors. But once the evil emperor's relic leaves Yangon's treasure house, it will be sensed by those people in the demon sect. By then, it will not only be the evil King Shizixun, but also the 4 begone disciples of the demon emperor Xiang Yushan, as well as the gods and monsters of the various demon sects such as Shai and Jinxiang. Although most of these people deserve to die, but they have nothing to do with Lin Bin's mission, and Lin Bin does not want to cause trouble. Wrap up the Hashibi. As for the gold, silver, jewels, rare jewelry, etc. around, Lin Bin did not even look at them. Go back the same way. It only took 2 hours for the whole journey. I'm afraid that even Shizixun could not have thought that the evil emperor's relic that he had guarded for more than 10 years was obtained by Lin Bin in just over an hour. Go back to the inn. Along the way, startled a flock of gulls and herons. Although the perception of the Hashibi's power is not strong, many people nearby may not even notice that they have passed by the Hashibi. Especially during this period of time, the plan of Sehongjing's to choose a wise ruler for the world had been completely messed up by Lin Bin. The attraction of the Hashibi had greatly decreased. Therefore, Lin Bin quickly rushed back to the inn. And soon after Lin Bin returned to the inn, the sky was about to brighten. Xiangxun came quickly. She still climbed in through the window as usual, but when she landed, she was hit by the strange force of the Hashibi. Her legs softened, and she almost knelt in front of Lin Bin's legs. She snorted, climbed up and patted the dust on her knees, then proudly raised her wrist to Lin Bin and smiled. "Look, does it look good?" On the slender wrist, the black strap is exquisite in texture and beautiful in shape, and it looks like an expensive watch worth hundreds of thousands. Wearing it on Xiangxun's hand, it adds a bit of nobility to her. Lin Bin exclaimed, "It's really beautiful." Qian Qian smiled and said, "Now I also have the identity of a reincarnationist." Lin Bin asked, "Didn't you activate it?" "No." "Come, I'll help you." Lin Bin pointed Qian Qian and helped her activate the reincarnation table and told her some common sense questions. Qian Qian quickly operated it, except that she was a little uncomfortable with the simplified Chinese characters, but they were of the same origin, and it was not difficult to recognize them. Oh, this reincarnation table actually has a detection function. It seems that all the skills I have learned over the years have been detected by it. There is also a number at the back. Does it refer to my level? This reincarnation table is really thoughtful. After a while, Kian was already screaming. After all, she was a girl, and the reincarnation table was something new to her that she had never experienced before. Naturally, she couldn't control herself for a while. Congratulations, you have also become a reincarnation. Linbin said, if nothing unexpected happens, when I return this time, as long as you are careful, you should be able to return to the real world with me. Kankan said pitifully, Brother Bin, I believe in your words without a doubt. Now I'm on the same boat with you. If you have lied to me before, can you please confess to me now? Linbin said, don't worry, I, Abin, have always treated people with sincerity. It's like when others give themselves reincarnation aliases, they will use some strange names to prevent others from finding their real identities through the names. But my real name is Linbin, and my reincarnation name is Abin. You can see how clear my conscience is. Then can you tell me, Brother Bin, why did you take out the his jade? Could it be that you had expected that she would come to you at this time, and you want this witch to use the his jade to help you practice? No, in fact, the reason why the power of the his jade was not leaked before was because I put 2 layers of insurance on it, but now I use the outermost layer of insurance to store other things. Linbin patted the copper box on the table and said, you'd better adapt to this power as soon as possible. The power in the his jade is of great benefit to people. If you can adapt as soon as possible, when you return to the real world in the future, I can share some of the power with you at that time. Won was surprised and said, really? Of course, fighting alone will not last long, and the real world is not absolutely safe. I need teammates I can trust. Since Won has already put on the reincarnation watch, and Linbin can also use her skills to improve the purity of his own demonic true energy. If the his jade is used in the process, the effect will obviously be better. Anyway, Linbin himself cannot digest the his jade, so it's not a big problem to share some of it. Thank you. I know that Brother Bin takes special care of your own people. Won smiled with satisfaction. Okay, since your injury is healed now, come with me to a place. Where to? Sehunjing's Hay. Kankan asked in surprise, what are you going there for? You should know a lot about the reincarnationists. You should know that after the reincarnationists enter a new secret realm, they will be issued some tasks. My task this time is to destroy Sehunjing's Hay. Destroy Sehunjing's Hay? Kankan widened her eyes and said in shock, how is it possible? Is the task of the reincarnationists so difficult? Our Yingui sect has been fighting wits and courage with Sehunjing's Hay for so many years, and we have not been able to destroy it at a peak. Where do you get the confidence to say such a thing? My confidence is here. Linbin patted the password box next to the copper box. What's in it? The evil emperor's relic. What? Kian couldn't help but jump up in shock and asked in surprise, holy relic? Where did you get it? I just went to Yanggong's treasury and took the evil emperor's relic by the way. Since Kian has become a reincarnation, Linbin's trust in her has naturally increased a lot. He asked, the evil emperor's relic contains the essence of the evil emperors of all generations who have practiced for many years. If you people in the demon sect practice the same system of exercises, will you sense it as long as the evil emperor's relic is exposed? This? I don't know, because I haven't sensed the holy relic. Kian looked at the password box with watery eyes. When she learned that it contained the Hashibi, she just felt gloating. After all, it was Shifixuan's treasure, and she couldn't be happier to be robbed. But now, she felt that her most precious treasure was also taken away by the bad guy in front of her. She is the future leader of the demon sect, and the holy relic is the most precious treasure of the demon sect. In a sense, it is hers. Nothing wrong with that. But she couldn't say a word now. The two sides have already started cooperation, and they have paid the deposit. How can they regret for a holy relic? Won licked her lips and said, can you share a little bit of the essence and the holy relic with me? That depends on whether you can cooperate. Linbin said, let's go. Won widened her eyes in shock, looking at Linbin with shock in her eyes, and said, do you want to? Linbin said, don't say that your Yingui sect has been fighting with Sehunjing's Hay for so many years, and you don't even know where the Emperor Tar Peak is. I know, but I'm a little surprised that you told me such important news so easily. One looked at Linbin with a much softer look in her eyes. Said, it should not only be because of my identity as a reincarnation, right? Linbin joked, it's also because of your noble personality charm. Kankan immediately smiled with satisfaction. I knew it must be like this. Let's go. I'll take you to find Emperor Tarpeak. I didn't expect that before leaving. I could witness the destruction of Sehunjing's hay. Linbin asked, don't you need to tell your master? Kankan said a little dejectedly, master can't control me anymore. Do you know why I came to you so early? Because the Yingui sect is holding an internal meeting now, and Bakinger will officially become the next leader of the Yingui sect. That's right, this time it's no longer me who is competing with Shifik-sun, but Bakinger. If I go there now, I will be scorned and laughed at by those fellow disciples. After all, in their opinion, I have failed in the competition. Don't worry, you have only lost the position of the leader of the Yingui sect. You will know how much you have gained in the future. Linbin smiled and patted the box, saying, after all, I don't ask you to be obedient. Let's cooperate fairly. If I have any problems in the future, you can help me solve them. Similarly, if you are in danger, I will save you, as long as I can, and I will never stand idly by. If we cooperate, the stage of the real world is much bigger than here. I feel relieved with your words. Let's go. Linbin packed up roughly. He rented a carriage at the Yahang, and then ran towards the direction of Sehunjing's hay. When leaving Chang'an City, Zhu Yuan was holding Kinga's hand, and introducing some secrets of the Yingui sect that only she, the sect leader, knew. Suddenly, she felt something in her heart, and turned to look outside. She had been entered into the body of Hishibi by Linbin twice, and she was very familiar with this breath. Just now, she clearly felt that the breath of Hishibi was getting weaker and weaker. It was not the kind of weakness that was completely closed and almost non-existent, but the weakness that gradually left. Was she saying goodbye to me in this way? Zhu Yuan sighed lightly. Bakinger is her disciple, but Kankan has always been treated as her own daughter. Now, even if she is reluctant, she can only let go. At this time, in the carriage, Linbin and Kankan are sitting opposite each other. Kankan is holding the evil emperor's relic in her arms, and she reaches out to caress it with love. Linbin lets her go. No matter how precious the evil emperor's relic is, it is just a secret prop. Facing his future partner, Linbin will naturally not be stingy, especially since it can't fit into the storage belt and can only be carried with him. It is only appropriate that she is willing to take it. Kankan asked, you plan to use the evil emperor's relic to destroy Sehunjing's hay, right? That's right. As long as I can find a way to sneak into Sehunjing's hay, open the evil emperor's relic inside, and let the evil energy spread in Tarpeak, then those people from the demon sect will naturally follow like dogs smelling a bone. Kankan hugged the evil emperor's relic and asked, what a trouble. Didn't you say that the reincarnationists are very powerful? Why do you have to use such a superfluous method? Don't you have a way to directly destroy Sehunjing's hay? Of course there is. I have two ways to destroy Sehunjing's hay. Linbin said, I have an iron-blooded alien monster in my belt. This monster will parasitize all the creatures it has seen. As long as I let it out, in at most 1 year, all the people in the world will be parasitized and then die, and the world will be completely destroyed. It sounds terrible. What about the second one? I have a miniature nuclear bomb hidden in my hand. The explosion range should be around hundreds of miles. Once it is released, no grass will grow within 100 miles, and all living things will go to the sky. You can think of it as an explosive with its power increased by hundreds of thousands times. Kankan's eyes lit up. That's good. The problem is that the range of this nuclear bomb is 300 meters range. It took Kankan a while before she understood what range meant. She looked at Linbin speechlessly and said, no wonder you are looking for the evil emperor's relic. A man should have a trump card. Linbin stretched out his hand to Kankan and said, come on, let's practice on the way and develop tacit understanding. When we arrive near the emperor's peak, we will try to absorb the essence in the evil emperor's relic. At the very least, you can know how strong the evil emperor's relic is to the people in the demon sect. Only by knowing yourself and the enemy can you win every battle. Kankan worriedly said, but how to enter the Emperor's Peak is a problem. It's okay, the hermit has his own tricks. Kankan looked at Lin Bin with a strange expression and said, you haven't already instigated Shifixuan to rebel, have you? Lin Bin said with a smile, why do you have such an idea? Because I feel that when Shifixuan faces you, she seems to have a kind of, humble? Not quite. Oh, a feeling of fear and trepidation? It's the kind of feeling that will make her happy for a long time if you praise her, and depressed for a long time if you scold her, but it doesn't seem like she has fallen in love with you. It's so strange. I don't know how to describe it. Don't think too much, demon girl, help me practice. Chapter 105 The Man Who Sneaks into Sehungjing's Hay. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. Lin Bin and Kankan had abandoned the carriage a day ago and used their Qingang skills to shuttle between the mountains and forests until they were close to Sehungjing's Hay. In the distance, through the dense trees, they could see the ancient temple buildings exposed from the gaps between the branches. Compared with the solemn and majestic Jingdian Zen temple, Sehungjing's Hay was much quieter and had a sense of seclusion. Kankan was obviously not the first time to come to this place. She skillfully led Lin Bin to a hidden corner. From here, they could see most of the square of Sehungjing's Hay, but if they looked up, they could only see a dense shade of trees. Lin Bin was not in a hurry to go in. He said, come, let's try the effect of the evil emperor's relic here first, and how your heavenly demonic art can sense the evil emperor's relic, and whether the people in Sehungjing's Hay can sense the existence of the evil emperor's relic. Okay. Won looked at Lin Bin eagerly as he took out the box. He opened the password box, and then opened the copper box. The yellow primary crystal stone in the mercury inside was revealed, and the inside was crystal clear and beautiful. Is this the holy relic? Won's breathing became rapid, and her small chest kept rising and falling. She was surprised and said, so fast. I feel that my heavenly demonic art is running much faster. Among the evil emperors of all generations, there must be at least one from our Yunji sect. I can feel that my skills are resonating with some of the essence inside. Lin Bin's evil thoughts suddenly rose in his heart. Damn it, this little girl is so excited that she doesn't even call herself someone else. Her coquettish way of speaking was really teasing me. She was so proactive, so why not just do it here, listening to the morning and evening bells of Sehungjing's Hay, while riding the little demon girl of the Yingui sect, with the blessing of Buddhism. It will definitely be more durable. Anyway, with my current strength, it is not difficult to defeat her. Since I'm a second life human being, I should naturally enjoy my life. Why should I have so many concerns? As soon as I raised my hand, Lin Bin's longevity true key circulated, dissolving the resentment in it. Lin Bin let out a long breath, thinking that the terrifying evil emperor's relic could actually change my sexual preferences. I obviously like the type of big sisters with all kinds of charm. He said, Zana, please work hard. From here, use your Qingang to the fullest and run to a distance. See how far away you can't sense the breath of the evil emperor's relic. This is very important. Understood. Xiangxan turned around and ran without hesitation. The figure was as light as an elf in the forest and soon disappeared. Lin Bin sat cross-legged, looking at the evil emperor's relic emitting yellow fluorescence, thinking of what Kankan had just said, and vaguely understood why the people in the demon sect could sense the evil emperor's relic, but he could not sense anything. The composition of the evil emperors of all generations should be quite complicated. People like the evil King Shizixun, although they are descendants of the Huajian sect and the Butian Pavilion, must have some understanding of the skills of other sects. Correspondingly, the evil emperors of all generations can reach such a status. Even if they have the reason of their extraordinary talent, they must have learned a lot from many schools. Therefore, they are probably involved in almost all the famous skills of the demon sect. When their essence is infused into it, these skills will resonate with the practitioners, but if they have not practiced it, they will only be aroused by the evil emperor's relic's to evil true essence, but they don't know where the evil comes from. So I would be tempted to have evil thoughts, and when Qian saw this thing, she was only salivating, wishing she could pounce on it and lick it. Seeing that there was still plenty of time, Lin Bin did not waste it, but sat down facing the evil emperor's relic, trying to put his hand on it, trying to absorb the essence inside. This is not a simple thing. The essence inside the evil emperor's relic is a beneficial thing, but the outside is wrapped in a large amount of miscellaneous ki and hostility. The miscellaneous ki is open, the essence is closed, and the way to communicate with the huge essence in the relic is through the exchange of true ki. It is not difficult to absorb the essence in the relic, but the problem is that it is impossible to control the dead air and evil air that are transported at the same time as the essence is absorbed. In the plot, it is actually equivalent to the effect of the spiral true ki developed by Xuanglang. It is the interaction of Zhu Xiling and Cao Zhang's true ki that forms a vortex, which absorbs the essence inside and discharges the miscellaneous ki to Xiangayu Mountain, which is lucky enough to escape. I have to absorb a wisp first. At the very least, I have to let my longevity ki be stained with the breath of the demon sect, and I can't be affected by the evil thoughts of the evil emperor's relic. Lin Bin imitated Xuanglang's method. He used the yin and yang ki to exchange what he had and what he didn't, forming a vortex. Then he tried to touch the evil emperor's relic. Sure enough, he easily absorbed the essence in the evil emperor's relic into his body, and also a large amount of evil ki and hostility entered his body. Enough. Lin Bin hurriedly gathered his power and forcibly cut off the yin and yang ki, and immediately cut off the true essence of the evil emperor's relic. Although he only intercepted a little bit, but Lin Bin's heart was already filled with boundless murderous thoughts. He sat cross-legged, listening to the melodious bell sounding from Sehongjing's hay, and his heart actually had some peaceful thoughts. Let this murderous thought calm down a little, and Lin Bin suddenly activated the longevity secret in his body, supplemented by the strange power of the Heshibi next to him, crushed the impure essence into pieces, and slowly absorbed it. As the mixed essence with mixed attributes was absorbed, the feeling of wanting to kill everything in the world gradually faded away. Even Lin Bin himself didn't know how long it had been, until he heard the voice of Qian Qian complaining with a little breathlessness, "You are too much. You ask me to run errands, but you are here alone to absorb the relics secretly. You are really abominable. I just complained, but you actually looked at me like this." Lin Bin opened his eyes were red, and his murderous intent was rampant, which scared Qian Qian. "Give me your hand," Lin Bin said, but his body was more honest, and he directly grabbed Qian Qian's right hand. The next moment, part of the remaining mixed essence in his body leaked out, and was directly injected from Lin Bin's body into Qian Qian's body. Qian Qian's delicate body trembled. She couldn't help but fall to the ground, and said in surprise, "What a strong skill." She also sat down on the ground, and began to practice silently. The two sat opposite each other. An hour later, Xiangxin glanced at Lin Bin quietly, and then secretly put her hand on the evil emperor's relic. "Do you want to die?" Lin Bin did not open his eyes, and said, "You can absorb the essence inside, but once you start, you can't stop, and you will be burst." Xiangxin was unconvinced and said, "Then how can you? My immortal true ki can be cut off at any time." Lin Bin briefly explained the principle of the absorption of the yin and yang fusion Teikai vortex. Xiangxin immediately looked at Lin Bin with dissatisfaction, begging, "Give me a little more. I have been running all day, running back and forth for 500 miles, and a 1,000-mile horse can only travel 1,000 miles a day. I have become your special horse. You are really annoying. I'm talking to you. What do you mean by being distracted?" Shi Fixen. "You are looking at her, right?" Xiangxin said halfway. She found that Lin Bin's eyes were not on her at all, and followed Lin Bin's gaze. In the distance, a girl in a green skirt was seen kneeling in the square of Sehongjing's hay. Wasn't that Shi Fixen? I don't know. When she returned to Sehongjing's hay, Kankan suddenly felt relieved, and a strange sourness in her heart. She had felt it before. She could feel that Lin Bin actually appreciated her more, but he was more tacit and familiar with Shi Fixen. "Don't make trouble. I'm not looking at her. Do you want essence? Okay, I'll give it to you." Lin Bin put his 10 fingers together with Kankan's, and pressed his other hand on the evil emperor's relic. Another essence overflowed from inside. But this time, Lin Bin was more careful. He kept all the essence in his body, and instead, the evil spirit that was harmful to him was transferred to Kankan's body. However, Kankan's eyes lit up again, and she said in surprise, "What a powerful true energy. Enough, enough. Don't inject it anymore, otherwise I'm going to burst. Stop it." I'm full. Lin Bin stopped as he said. He slowly collected the essence in his body. He closed his eyes for a moment and then opened them again, feeling refreshed. And Kankan's eyes were surprisingly bright in just such a short moment, and there was true energy emanating from her body during her movements. Lin Bin suddenly understood. This so-called evil energy and resentment are actually the power of the successive evil emperors, but compared with the essence they cultivated themselves, these magic powers are naturally poisonous. But for a little demon girl like Kankan, how can this be mixed energy and resentment? This is a masterless power that matches her power, and has no sequelae. If she absorbs more, she will work less in the future. So, the two of them got what they needed. Lin Bin was responsible for absorbing the essence. Xiangxin was responsible for absorbing the miscellaneous key. In just a short moment, Xiangxin's skill had made great progress, but Lin Bin's skill had not improved much, except that he was in good spirits, and had sharp ears and eyes. But Lin Bin knew that he was the one who really made a profit. Xiangxin only ate his residue. Of course, the evil emperor's relics, even the residue is extremely precious, but compared with the essence, it is just residue. Taoism has the so-called three element. In the sky, they are the three lights of the sun, moon, and stars. On the earth, they are the three element of water, fire, and earth. In people, they are the three things of essence, ki and spirit. And refining essence into ki, refining ki into spirit, and refining spirit into emptiness, is the whole process of Taoist practice. Among the three element of Yuanjing, Yuan Qi and Yuanshan, Yuanjing is the root of everything, and Yuan Qi and Yuanshan are obtained by refining Yuanjing. Yuan Qi and Yuanshan are different, because of the different encounters and methods of each practitioner, but Yuanjing has no differences. In other words, these essences will become the most solid foundation for Lin Bin's future cultivation. Even if he embarks on the path of cultivating immortals in the future, essences are still very important. It feels like I'm eating what you have left. After receiving the true energy, Kyankian immediately let go and practiced cross-legged, muttering to herself, so as to show that, although I have benefited from you, I have only eaten the bad things you excreted, and I don't owe you a big favor. Lin Bin felt guilty and said softly, you can digest it slowly, don't rush, and when we return to the real world in the future, we will have plenty of opportunities to absorb the evil emperor's relics together. Kyankian was surprised and said, you are so good. Of course, there are more than 10 evil emperor's skills in the evil emperor's relics. I can't eat it all by myself, even if I die of exhaustion. I'm not that kind of selfish person. Absorbing it by myself, and having to spend a lot of effort to dissipate these miscellaneous ki and hostility, how can it compare to practicing with Kyankian? Lin Bin thought to himself, even if you don't want to, I will force you to practice dual cultivation. He said, you can practice slowly. The Heshibi will stay with you to prevent it from being discovered. I will hide in Sehongjing's hay with the evil emperor's relic. After you have digested it completely, remember to spread a rumor in the martial arts world, saying that the evil emperor's relic has fallen into the hands of Sehongjing's hay. Wanwen said worriedly, you want to drive the tiger to swallow the wolf, but those people in the magic sect may not be fooled. It doesn't matter. People in the magic sect believe that there is no smoke without fire. Since there are rumors, they will definitely investigate. As long as they get close to a radius of 200 miles, they will sense the breath of the evil emperor's relic, and they will have to come at that time. Sehongjing's hay was originally their mortal enemy. Anyone with a little dignity as a demon sect would not tolerate the evil emperor's relic falling into the hands of Sehongjing's hay, right? Lin Bin said, besides, we are absorbing the evil emperor's relic here, and no one in Sehongjing's hay came out, which shows that they can't feel this induction. Wanwen frowned and said, there is another question. Lin Bin asked, what's the problem? Kankan complained, you are cooperating with our Yingui sect, shouldn't you change your name to the Holy Sect? You always call it the Demon Sect, which makes people uncomfortable. Lin Bin explained, you don't understand this, the Demon Sect originated from the Mohist school in the pre-Qin period. The Demon Sect actually means the Mohist school, but later it became a homonym. But in fact, it was you who were the first to call yourselves the Demon Sect, and what's wrong with being a demon? You can do whatever you want and be free. Compared to the hard training like Shifixun, I still prefer a little demon girl who lets herself go. The person who said this is still very relieved. Don't worry, things will be done well. But you, be careful not to be discovered by those nuns. Understood. Lin Bin nodded. His figure became blurred in an instant, and soon merged with the surrounding environment. Cannon widened her eyes, and said in shock, disappeared? So magical. Is this the power of the reincarnation props? She ran away quickly with the Hashibi, and her heart was full of curiosity about the future real world. Well, it was indeed a wise move, to snatch the reincarnation watch from baking her. She can't control such an exciting place, so I have to do it. At this time, Lin Bin had quietly stepped into Sehungjing's hay with the help of the optical camouflage cloak. As soon as he entered, there was a chirping sound. Then several green shadows flew over quickly. There were several disciples of Sehungjing's hay holding swords. These people came here, and were cautious for a while, but found nothing. And the chirping of birds continued. One of the disciples frowned and said, strange, there is no one here. Why is the wind bird calling so loudly? Is it short of food? Susan, go check if the wind bird has enough food. Yes, senior sister. The few people didn't take it seriously, and when they saw that there was no one, they went back. They didn't realize that a figure had been standing beside them for a long time. After they left, the figure jumped up and rushed into Sehungjing's hay. In the process, Lin Bin had already quietly opened the password box on the first floor and exposed the evil emperor's relic. The aura of the evil emperor's relic is more ethereal than the power of the Hashibi. Unless you practice the magic skills, you can't detect the aura inside. Unless Lin Bin completely opens the evil emperor's relic and exposes the aura of the evil emperor's relic completely, then the quantitative change will cause a qualitative change, and those righteous masters may notice the abnormality inside. This also led to the fact that, although there are many capable people in Sehungjing's hay, no one noticed the existence of the evil emperor's relic. No one knows. Lin Bin has secretly brought the treasure of the demon sect, and lurked in the most secret place of the righteous path. 5 minutes of duration, 3 minutes of cooling time. It seems to be very restrictive. If it were in the real world, it would be impossible to hide from the countless cameras and other things in 3 minutes. But this is ancient times. No matter how strict and watertight Sehungjing's hay is, it can't be 360 degrees without dead angles. This also made Lin Bin stop and go, but always keep his own secrets. Even if Fan King, who is as strong as a master of the generation, he can't realize that a man has quietly sneaked into Sehungjing's hay, which is full of women. Chapter 106. The Evil King blocks the door. In the blink of an eye, 2 days have passed. During this time, the entire martial arts world has never been peaceful. First, Shi Zixuan hid in the Wulao temple in Chang'an City and transformed himself into a great Zen master. As a result, he was discovered by Zhu Yuan of the Yingui sect. The entire Yingui sect sent out all its elites to fight him. As a result, both sides ended up in a lose-lose situation. In the Pegasus Ranch, Shang Xiuxin was much happier when she heard the news. She kept calling Brother Lin, "You are indeed my best friend. You did a great job." That day, she even went to find Lu Maozi and drank 2 kilograms of warm wine with the news. Lu Maozi didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He was probably the only one who knew the reason for the incident. I'm afraid that letting Shi Zixuan fight with the Yingui sect was secondary. The main purpose was to drive Shi Zixuan out of the Wulao temple. Now that Shi Zixuan and the Yingui sect are both injured, I'm afraid the evil emperor's relic has fallen into the hands of that kid. In fact, when he heard another bigger rumor, he was more certain of his judgment. The evil emperor's relic was born not long ago, but it has fallen into the hands of Sehungjing's hay. There was even a conflict between Sehungjing's hay and Jingdian Zen temple in order to compete for the Hashibi. As a result, the people of Jingdian Zen temple were defeated, and Master Liaokong was squeezed to death by Fan King, whose method of collecting and replenishing. It sounds very dreamy, and it doesn't seem like something Jingdian Zen temple would do, but it is an indisputable fact that Master Liaokong is dead. Some time ago, Jingdian Zen temple specially cremated him and burned out 2 relics. Such big news even overshadowed the shocking scandal that Shi Zixuan was actually the daughter of the evil king Shi Zixuan. Chengdu. Quiet little house. Shi Zixuan has been staying in front of Biziuxin's grave for several days. He was seriously injured in the battle with Zhu Yuan. It took several days to recover, and during this time, he was not idle. Shizixun, the dignified evil king, naturally would not believe Zhu Yuan's nonsense. During this time, he has been investigating the illegitimate daughter incident mentioned by Zhu Yuan. Just when he was sitting quietly in front of his wife's grave, his expression was blank, and he didn't know what he was thinking. A fat man appeared behind him and respectfully called out, "Brother Shi, the news you asked me to check has been revealed." And Long, the leader of the Xianlian sect, he is also Shizixuan's #1 confidant. Now that he has returned to the arena, he naturally came to find his little brother as soon as possible. Shizixuan didn't turn around and asked, "What do you mean? My subordinates sent someone to find the midwife who delivered my sister-in-law that year, but found that the midwife had died in an accident several years ago." Accident? Shizixuan laughed twice, and his handsome face became a little distorted. He sneered, "So, there is something fishy going on here? It's hard to say it was an accident, right? Because we found out it was an accident. Of course, we can't rule out that the enemy's actions were extremely secretive, and even our people from the Holy Sect couldn't find out. Over the years, the Holy Sect has been suppressed by Sehungjing's. They can stand above us in everything, so they must have their own abilities. Can't you find any clues?" "No clues, except..." And Long's face was extremely strange, and he didn't seem to have thought of this possibility. He said, "But during this period of time, Miss Kingson has been with the heir of Sehungjing's. The two of them have lived together in this small building for a few days. It seems that they are no different from real sisters. Did Kingson find something?" Shizixuan's eyes showed some murderous intent. Although he had never intervened in Shi Kingsuan's growth over the years, he had always paid attention to her, and even silently took care of her a little bit. Even so, Shizixuan still couldn't hide his apology for her. The heir of the Huajian sect has always been passionate and melancholy. But if if this is true, how much does he owe this child? Even though he is now a killer of the Butian Pavilion, Shizixuan still can't hide his loneliness and sadness, and even a little hatred for Beziuxin. Without your consent, how could they take the child away? But haven't you ever thought that I'm a member of the Saint sect, and if the child enters Sehungjing's, there will definitely be a day when the father and daughter will kill each other in the future? Although there is still no evidence. But many times, the absence of evidence is evidence." And Lang hesitated for a moment and said, "Besides, there is one more thing." "What is it?" "The holy relic is said to have appeared in Sehungjing's." "Oh." A scarlet light flashed in Shizixuan's eyes, and he turned to look at An Lang and asked, "Is the news true?" "I got the news a day ago, but I was worried about whether it was true or not, so I sent a pigeon to let the disciples near Sehungjing's try to get close. As expected, they sensed a very unique aura circulating. It is undoubtedly the holy relic of our holy sect's most precious treasure." Ha ha ha. Shizixuan laughed wildly. He laughed and said, well, I didn't expect the two things to collide. How can Sehungjing's have such courage? I have to go to Sehungjing's in person and ask them carefully. Do they really regard me, Shizixuan, as nothing and think that Shizixuan, dare not kill people? He laughed and stood up. Finally, he took a look at Beziuxin's tombstone and sighed. "Ziuxin, I wanted to give you a favor and not use such a mean trick on those bitches in Sehungjing's, but I didn't expect them to look down on their husband. This time, I'm afraid I will go against your wishes." Shizixuan strode out. "Oh, holy relics. Is the news reliable?" Yingui sect Zhu Yuan's face was solemn. He asked sternly. "Should be reliable. What do you mean should?" "Because, based on our investigation, or the flaws deliberately left by the other party, we found that the person who spread this information was Senior Sister Kankan." The Yingui sect disciple knelt on the ground respectfully and said, "And my subordinates also sent people to investigate, and they did find traces of the holy relics around." "Kana? What does she want to do?" "No, it should be Linbin. What does he want to do?" Zhu Yuan pondered. "Since it is Kana's plan, then let's go for it. Although I don't know what she wants to do, since she has this idea, we just need to cooperate with her. But could it be that the holy relic has really fallen into her hands? Otherwise, this aura, how to fake it? The holy relic appeared in the world. and it fell into the hands of Sehungjing's Hei. Humph, Shizixuan and Zhuuan are indeed trash. But this is also good. It is God's will that this holy relic is destined to be with me. Zaodayan. Turkic, a middle-aged man with a gloomy face laughed. I'm not afraid of the holy relic being in the hands of others. I'm afraid that the holy relic will disappear without a trace. Even if the holy relic suddenly appears, there may be some people's conspiracy behind it, but the breath and induction cannot deceive people. Holy relic. Such a treasure, how can it fall into the hands of someone who is not from my holy sect? It just so happens that my purple Kishayan Luo is perfected and no one is calling for it. The purple-faced Cheyenne Junziang Zhuangzi hesitated. Holy relic, this should belong to me. Yunaojuan's eyes were full of greed, and he laughed excitedly. There are many sects of the demon sect. However, as long as it is related to the word demon, there is no one who does not yearn for the evil emperor's relic. For a time, the wind and clouds moved in all directions. They all gathered towards Sehungjing's Hei. At the same time, inside Sehungjing's Hei, although Fan King, who is no longer young, she is blessed with sword skills, a face full of compassion, and her appearance is extremely beautiful. Now it seems that she still has some moving feeling. However, at this time, she looked solemn and said, recently, there have been frequent rumors in the martial arts world, but they have always been directed at my Sehungjing's Hei. Fixin was already excessive enough before, and now even the evil emperor's relics have been fabricated. I heard that the demon commander Zaodayan has left the Turks and is coming to our Sehungjing's Hei. There is also the heavenly King Xiang and the Yinji Ui sect. I guess the evil king must have moved closer to us. Opposite Fan King, who Ningdaoki had a look of immortality on his face and sighed. Although good and evil cannot coexist, slaying demons and eliminating evil has always been the responsibility of my Sehungjing's Hei. But if these demons unite, I'm afraid my Sehungjing's Hei will not be able to cope with it. During this period of time, strange things have happened frequently in Sehungjing's Hei. The wind sparrows used for protection would scream from time to time, but they didn't notice anyone approaching at all. You know, even if someone with high lightness skills like Shizixuan can't suddenly disappear, Ningdaoki said, just because Shizixuan can't do it doesn't mean that no one can't do it. Fan King, who asked, Brother Ning, you mean celestial beings? Indeed, although we and Sehungjing's Hei have killed 3 celestial beings, we haven't been able to get any useful information from them. If they are here for revenge, it makes sense. Alas, it doesn't matter whether they are celestial beings or not. None of those demons are simple. They were all fooled. If I say there are no clues that can make them sure, I'm afraid no one will believe it. Ningdaoki said, so the most urgent task right now is, first, to strengthen the defense of Sehungjing's Hei as soon as possible to prevent these demons from attacking the mountain, and second, to search Sehungjing's Hei as soon as possible. I suspect that the evil emperor's relics may really be in Sehungjing's Hei. He asked, by the way, Fixuan is still kneeling outside? Fan King, who said angrily, her mind is unstable. Although she didn't say it clearly, she really hopes that she is Shikingsuan's biological sister. For such a rebellious thought, I punished her to kneel for 3 days, which is already a light punishment. Alas, after all, she is your direct disciple. Now is the time to use people. She is also a very strong fighting force. It doesn't matter. I have invited the 4 great holy monks to come. With them in charge, even if a group of demons come, what does it matter? What does my Beidao sect have to fear? Ningdaoki nodded, a strange look on his face, and asked curiously, by the way, Master Fan's Hei, I'm quite curious about the relationship between Fixuan and Shizixuan. Could it be really? Fan King, who said angrily, Senior Brother Ning, do you think so too? Ningdaoki chuckled twice and said, actually, at first glance, Fixuan and Kingsuan are really similar. Ahem, maybe it's my illusion. Fan King, who said word by word, Fixuan is an orphan I took in accidentally outside. She was not taken from junior sister Xiuxin. I named her Fixuan for no other reason. I was just bewildered at the time. But can I explain this to the world? I thought that the clear will be clear and the turbid will be turbid, but I didn't expect that even Fixuan herself is confused now. Senior Brother Ning, you also asked this question. This rumor is becoming more and more difficult to clarify. Ningdaoki chuckled twice and thought to himself, that I would believe you. How can an orphan picked up casually be so independent and beautiful? It seems that there is a reason for this rumor. He turned his head and looked outside. The sky was overcast. It seemed that there would be a storm. At this time, on the square, the girl was still kneeling on her knees, but her slender waist was straight. Although her body was blessed with true ki, her legs would not be disabled by kneeling for a long time, but after 3 days, Shifixuan still could not feel the existence of her legs. Seeing that a rainstorm was coming, behind her, an umbrella was handed over to cover her head. Shifixuan did not look back, but sighed softly. Kinksun, didn't Fixuan say that you don't need to come here? She asked you to kneel, so you kneel? She asked you to die, so you go or not? Shikingsun's temperament has always been indifferent, but now it is only when facing this Shifixun that she always finds it difficult to control herself. In the past, she thought Shifixun was too pretentious, and too fake. But now, she knows that she is really stupid, really dumb, and really stupid. She is so stupid that she can't help but care about her. Feizuan kneeled down, not because of the punishment from Master, but because her heart was really confused. Master Feizuan sighed softly, just like Brother Bin said, we may never find definitive evidence for this matter, so we can never determine whether it is true or false. Even the blood test is unreliable, what else can we do? This matter may be true or false, but it is not confirmed yet, but Feizuan has begun to slowly accept this unknown truth. She raised her head, smiled, and said, because for Feizuan, having a sister named Shikingsuan is really good, but in this case, Feizuan no longer has great love in her heart. You. Watching the heavy rainfall. A small umbrella can't cover the bodies of the two at all. Shikingsuan took 2 steps forward, knelt gently behind Shifixun, hugged her shoulders, and sighed, whether it is true or false, I have determined it anyway. Shizixuan's coming. Can't change this fact. You are too stupid. If I'm not by your side, I'm really worried that you will be deceived and sold by others with a few words. Shifixuan complained dissatisfiedly, well, not so stupid. Fixuan is the most outstanding contemporary successor of Sehun Jingshei. Martial arts and wisdom are 2 different things. The 2 sisters hugged each other intimately. In the end, Shifixuan was carried back by Shikingsun. After all, how can a mortal body bear not eating or drinking for 3 days? After a heavy rain, she fell into a coma. Shikingsuan never cared about Fan Qinghu. She directly carried Shifixuan back to her room, helped her change clothes, and let her rest. But before leaving, she turned back and looked at a corner in the distance. There were some slight electric sparks flashing there. She actually discovered me a long time ago. Lin Bin was quite surprised, but thinking about the fact that Shikingsuan was a mixture of good and evil, her martial arts were not bad, and she probably practiced some magic skills. In other words, she could sense the existence of the evil emperor's relic. It's time to turn it off. Lin Bin laughed softly. Anyway, what was supposed to come had already come. If the evil emperor's relic was not put away, he would really become the target of public criticism. He sealed the password box. So far, the aura of the evil emperor's relic disappeared completely. Then he found a place to hide, planning to restart the optical camouflage cloak after the rain stopped, and immediately returned to Sehun Jingshei. In just a few days. Although he did not touch the outside world, he could sense that this place was gradually becoming the core point of the storm in the entire martial arts world through the solemn atmosphere inside Sehun Jingshei. The search of Sehun Jingshei was becoming more and more strict. Even with the optical camouflage cloak, he was not completely sure that he could continue to hide. It was time to leave. All he needed to do was wait for the rain to end, then leave and watch the joke of Sehun Jingshei. In fact, the rain hadn't ended yet, but the joke of Sehun Jingshei had already come. In the heavy rain, more than a dozen corpses were placed on the square of Sehun Jingshei. The word death was written. Obviously, Sehun Jingshei welcomed the strongest assassin in the history of Batian Pavilion, the evil king Shizixun. And Lin Bin didn't expect that on the first day of the evil king's arrival at Sehun Jingshei. The heavy rain directly destroyed his optical camouflage cloak. No matter how strong his concealment ability is, it is not stronger than Shizixun. Therefore, when he was blocked in the corner by Shizixun, his heart was full of resentment and cursing. I came to watch the fun. Why are you blocking me? Yang, it's so uncomfortable. I'm using the saved draft today. I may not be able to update on time tomorrow. It depends on the situation. Chapter 107. This kind of numbness is unprecedented. Shizixun has gone crazy with killing. In the entire Tang Dynasty plane, if someone can defeat Shizixun, it is indeed difficult, but it is possible. But if Shizixun really completely abandons his face and resumes his identity as a killer of the Butian Pavilion, no one will not be afraid of him. They all have families to support. Even if their strength is comparable to that of the evil king, how can their disciples, families, and relatives resist the fatal blow of the evil king? Shizixun came to Sehungjing's for only one day. He killed dozens of Sehungjing's disciples without anyone noticing. Then, taking advantage of the night, he put the word death on the square. In fact, according to Shizixun's methods, he would not have disdained to use such low-level methods. The normal practice should be to kill the least number of people, cause the greatest panic, and let everyone live in fear and despair. This is what a killer should really do. Make killing an art. But now he can't care. Because although Sehungjing's did anger him, there are also the relics of the evil emperor in Sehungjing's. It can be imagined that the elites of the entire demon sect are moving towards this side. Shizixun no longer has enough time to make them fearful and desperate, so just kill them directly, kill them to fear, kill them to despair, kill them to the point that they dare not even step out of the door. But even inside the house, it is not safe. Shizixun did not take the initiative to meet Ningdaoki and Fan Qinghu, masters who can compete with him. Even if they take the initiative to attack, he will never entangle, escape if he can, avoid if he can, and after avoiding, turn around and kill those ordinary disciples. There is the immortal 7 illusion light body skill. Even the 4 great monks of the year could not stop Shizixun. Who in the world can stop him? Therefore, in this rainstorm, Shizixun's murderous intent is even more serious, because the rainstorm will dilute all evidence clues and cover all human sounds. It is a good time to kill and set fire. But just at this moment, he saw that Shifixun, who was suspected to be his daughter, was weak and unconscious, and then was carried back to the room by his other daughter. Worried, the Huajian sect regained control and couldn't help wanting to come over to take a look. But they bumped into Linbin, whose optical camouflage cloak had failed. The evil king's evil face showed a bit of weirdness, and he said playfully, "Reward the good and punish the evil." Damn, I was watching the fight from a mountain, but I accidentally entered the Colosseum. Linbin was in a bad mood, but his expression was still calm. He smiled and asked, "Does the evil king recognize me?" "Of course I recognize you. When the Yingui sect and I fought that day, weren't you watching the battle from the side? It's just that you didn't make a move. Otherwise, once you get close, under Huang Shigong, with your ability, the possibility of you being able to escape unscathed is very small." Shizixun regained his composure. He smiled faintly and said, "But it's also thanks to you. When I heard Zibei report to me about rewarding the good and punishing the evil, I felt something in my heart and knew that the Hishibi would definitely fall into your hands. I was planning to rob the Hishibi from you, but I didn't expect to encounter Yu Yan's provocation. It was also to deal with you that I wore the bulletproof vest snatched from the hands of the celestial being and carried Huang Shigong with me. Otherwise, even if I could escape the battle, I would probably have suffered serious injuries. From this point of view, I have to thank you very much. Evil King is too polite. After all, it was actually me who called your Yu Yan over." Linbin smiled and said, "It seems that I have blocked the Evil King's way. If the Evil King wants to continue to assassinate the disciples of Sehungjing's, I might be able to help him. No hurry. Now that we meet by chance, please ask the god of rewarding the good and punishing the evil to hand over the Hishibi." Shizixun said lightly, "This thing may not be useful to me, but it is of great use to Sehungjing's. Now that Sehungjing's and I have become mortal enemies, I will naturally take back the things that are of great use to them." Linbin was surprised and said, "Fight with me? Is the evil king serious?" "Of course, every time a celestial being is killed, I can reap considerable benefits. Now that the celestial being is in front of me, how can I miss it? Lin Bin shook his head and said, I suggest you better not. Oh. Do you have any trump card that can kill you together with me? I do have a trump card, but I don't have to use it on you, the evil king. I'm not your enemy. Shizixuan sighed. I don't necessarily have to kill my enemies when I kill people. But the problem is, Lin Bin sighed and said, you don't want the baby in Fixuan's belly to be without a father just after being born, do you? Fixuan has been lonely and helpless all her life, without a father or a mother, and has experienced the ups and downs of life. Now you want her child to suffer the same fate as her? What? Shizixuan's calm expression suddenly froze, and there was murderous intent in his eyes as he looked at Lin Bin. He said coldly, you feel for Fixuan. We are in love with each other, and can't help ourselves. I don't believe it. Evil king, you want to kill the people of Seongjing's for revenge, so you came here, but if I'm not here for Fixuan, why did I come here? Lin Bin put the box in his hand back inconspicuously and said, especially since I'm carrying the hair she be taken from Seongjing's how is this different from walking into a trap? You are the enemy of Seongjing's how could Fixuan be with you? You are also the enemy of Seongjing's but don't you still have a daughter who is the contemporary successor of Seongjing's Lin Bin sighed. I don't know where the love comes from, but I'm deeply in love with you. That's right. Shizixuan took a deep look at Lin Bin and shook his head. But you are a celestial being. Sooner or later you will have to go back to your own world. It doesn't matter. This world will soon merge with the real world, and then we will naturally be able to stay together forever. The short separation is just for a longer reunion. Fixuan and I have already made preparations. If the love between us lasts for a long time, why should we be together day and night? Yes, although Fixuan was not raised by me, her personality is really like me. Shizixuan finally looked back at Master Fixuan's room and sighed. I thought she had great skills, but why did she fall into a coma after only kneeling for 3 days? I thought it was because her mind was confused, but it turned out that it was because she was pregnant and weak. You are so cruel to let her do that. What can I do? She is too stubborn. I tried to persuade her privately, but she wouldn't listen. I dare not kill or injure the disciples of Jing's for fear that she would be angry with me. Ha 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 ha. I'm not afraid anymore. Xiuxin is no longer here, and Fixuan has been deeply poisoned by Jing's If I can free her, it doesn't matter if she hates me. Shizixuan laughed and said, boy, treat Fixuan well in the future. If you dare to let her get hurt, even if you return to the world, I will take your life. Lin Bin said word by word, I will be good to her, but it will never be because of you. You have successfully extinguished my murderous intent. Shizixuan turned around and left, but halfway through, he suddenly turned back and said, by the way, have you heard of the Evil Emperor's relic? Evil Emperor's relic? Lin Bin was curious and said, of course I have heard of it. It is a precious treasure of the demon sect. Why did the evil king suddenly mention it? Nothing. Shizixuan thought to himself that it seemed that this kid must have come to Seongjing's a long time ago, so he had not heard of the rumor. This time, he really turned around and left. The 4 great monks were about to arrive, and he planned to seize the evil emperor's relic before the 4 great monks and everyone arrived. It was not until Shizixuan left that Lin Bin could not help but breathe a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he met Shizixuan not far from Shifixuan, so he could fool him. I didn't expect that the fool I said before would actually help me get rid of a big enemy here. If the two really fight here, it will definitely alarm the entire Seongjing's At that time, Shizixuan mistakenly believed that the evil emperor's relic was really in the hands of Seongjing's because of insufficient information, so there was no excessive association. But Seongjing's knew that the envoy of rewarding good and punishing evil had once provoked Seongjing's If he appeared here now, they would definitely associate him with the rumor that the evil emperor's relic was spread by him. It is not advisable to stay here for long. Finally, he took a deep look at Shifixuan's house. Seeing that the heavy rain had just stopped, Lin Bin turned around and rushed to the outside world without hesitation. The bait had been laid, and it was not advisable to stay here for long. Opening the optical camouflage cloak, the whole person blended into the surrounding environment. Even though the defense of Seongjing's is now extremely strict, but he still escaped easily. But this time the environment outside Sehungjing's is no longer as quiet as before. Traces of people can be seen everywhere. Obviously, someone has already quietly begun to quietly investigate the movements of Sehungjing's around here. Lin Bin didn't care about these and went straight to the place where he and Won had agreed before. Won had indeed been waiting for a long time. But I didn't expect that besides Kai and Kian, there was another person guarding here. There's nothing I can do. The first time Master brought me here, so don't think that Master is telling on me when he finds me here. Kai and Kian smiled innocently. It was not her fault that someone else was here. And the beautiful woman in a white dress with a light veil on her face, wasn't she Zhu Yuan? Zhu Yuan smiled with admiration, and her eyes looking at Lin Bin were full of a woman's natural respect for a strong man. She said admiringly, when Yuan heard the rumors about the holy relic before, she was very excited and wanted to fly to Sehungjing's immediately to take back the holy relic. However, she didn't expect that all this was just a trap set by the young master against Sehungjing's The young master is really powerful. He can turn the world upside down with one hand. The entire holy sect is under your control. Shenren Yuan has seen many people, but this is the first time in her life that someone like you has happened. She never thought that you had already taken the holy relic in your hands without making any noise. Lin Bin asked, have all the people from the demon sect come? Zhu Yuan replied, although we didn't run into them, the people from the Yingui sect found out that the demon marshal Zhao Dayan had arrived near Sehungjing's late last night. Someone also found several corpses with traces of the purple Qishan Luo on them. As for the 4 disciples of the evil emperor, although there was no trace of them, they must be nearby. Well, in that case, Yuan, please help me spread the message inside. Say that the 4 great monks will rush to Sehungjing's for assistance the day after tomorrow, and Ning Daoki has now been living in Sehungjing's for a long time, to protect the evil emperor's relics. If you want to snatch it, now is the best opportunity. Oh, and, the evil king Shizixuan has already lurked in Sehungjing's What? Zhu Yuan's brows frowned, and then sneered. It's ridiculous that Shizixuan has been smart all his life, but this time he has become your pawn without knowing it. You are smart, and Yuan admires you. Don't flatter me. Your Yingui sect has always been at a disadvantage in the competition with Sehungjing's Now there is such a good opportunity. You can use the power of the entire demon sect to destroy Sehungjing's in one fell swoop. It is reasonable for you, the leader of your Yingui sect, to preside over the overall situation. No one will doubt you. You can make an agreement with them to destroy Sehungjing's first, and the evil emperor's relics will depend on their abilities. You are right. Yuan will arrange it right away. Zhu Yuan said the arrangement, but she didn't move. Why? Is there anything else? Zhu Yuan smiled and said, my lord's mission should be to destroy Sehungjing's If Yuan helps my lord to make such a great contribution, how will my lord reward Yuan? Isn't it your lifelong wish to destroy Sehungjing's But now you are working for my lord. Lin Bin asked, what do you want? If you succeed, Yuan dares to ask my lord to use the evil emperor's relic for Yuan to practice once. Lin Bin glanced at Kankan. Kankan stuck out her tongue at Lin Bin and said with a smile, my skills have improved a lot, and master finds it strange. I can't lie to you, right? Sure, as long as you can do it, I can help infuse the essence of the evil emperor's relics into your body, so that you can eat until you are full. Lin Bin thought to himself that anyway, the real good things in it were kept by me, and I can get as much as you can eat. Such a good thing. If you don't agree, I would ask you to agree, and now you ask me in return. How can I not agree? With this sentence from the young master, Yuan will be satisfied. I promise to satisfy the young master. Zhu Yuan flew back. Looking at her receding figure, Lin Bin sighed. Xiangxin, you still need to learn more from your master. Xiangxin said a little dissatisfiedly, what to learn? Lin Bin said, your tea is too superficial, unlike your master, who is not only thick-skinned, but also 2 years older than me, and can call me master with a sweet smile. Xiangxin. And here. After Zhu Yuan returned, she immediately sent disciples to search for the whereabouts of demon marshals Zhao Dayan and Xian Junziang and others. As members of the demon sect, they have their own clues for contact. Now that the number one person in the demon sect has invited him, even Zheodayan has to consider the consequences of offending Zhuan. Therefore, everyone arrived quickly, including Yunai, who had done evil, plus Long of the Xianlian sect and others. The 8 masters of the demon sect have never gathered together like this in one day, and after hearing Zhuan's proposal, everyone was shocked, but after thinking about it, it made sense. The 4 great monks are coming soon. If they come, even if they join forces, they will not have the upper hand. At that time, snatching the holy relics will naturally be empty talk. Zhuan proposed to destroy Sehungjing's first, and then each of them will seize the holy relics with their own ability. What can they do, even if the 4 great monks come? 4 old bald donkeys, no matter how strong they are old after all. We will flee far away. If you have the guts, you can come and kill us. You will have to sleep in the open and die of illness halfway. But the destruction of Sehungjing's is a foregone conclusion. In this way, even if Zhuan cannot get the holy relics, at least she has destroyed her old enemy for many years. There is a bottom line. But in this case, aren't we all helping the Yingui sect? Is Sehungjing's only the enemy of my Yingui sect? Do you believe that, if Sehungjing's destroys me, Zhuan, you, the demon marshal, will be the next one? Zhuan's tone in front of many fellow disciples was not as soft as when she faced Linbin. She said, I can promise you here. If you agree to my promise, then this time the evil emperor's relic will depend on your own ability. I don't care about others. But if you can't get the holy relic in this Sehungjing's then no matter who gets it, I will not take action to seize it. Is this promise enough? But you have to think about it quickly, because as far as I know, the evil king Shizixuan has entered Sehungjing's His body skills are so high that even Ningdaoki can't catch up with him. If you don't make a decision quickly, you will not only face Sehungjing's but also the evil king Shizixuan. As soon as these words came out, everyone was immediately moved. It's only right to be a thief for 1,000 days, so how can you guard against thieves for 1,000 days? Zhuan's meaning is clearly, to put the ownership of the holy relic in Sehungjing's Whoever leaves here will own the holy relic. If she doesn't keep her word, then even if she becomes the new evil emperor, no one will obey her. As for the evil king Shizixuan, if he really got the holy relic, none of them had the confidence to take it back from him. I agree. I agree too. Zheodayan and Xiang hesitated for a while, thinking that their conflict with Sehungjing's was a foregone conclusion. In this case, they might as well kill the snake to avoid future troubles. Even Yunai, Zhuo Yalxin, and others who were doing evil things also nodded in agreement. That's good. I will take on the responsibility and be the commander this time. Tonight at midnight, everyone, attack Sehungjing's Zhuan said word by word, today, the holy sect will fight to the death. When she said this, a strange sense of satisfaction surged in her heart. Everyone is running in vain, making wedding dresses for others. Only she has already reserved the qualification to use the holy relic. This feeling of winning to the point of numbness. Except for Linbin, no one else has ever given her this. I will post it as soon as I finish it. It's a little late. Sorry. Chapter 108. A dark and windy night, a day of murder and arson. It was a dark and windy night, a time for murder and arson. The sky should have cleared up after the rain. However, after the rainstorm, the sky was still gloomy, and the dark clouds were like thick ink, rolling as if they were nurturing great evil thoughts. The night had not yet fallen, but the sky was already darker than the night. Outside Sehungjing's Zhuan stared at Sehungjing's in the distance. She never dreamed that the opportunity would come so soon. But since it came, she naturally had to seize it. This was the best opportunity to destroy the long-time enemy of the Yingui sect. Move out. With the order from the Queen of Yin. After receiving Zhuan's promise, Zheodayan and others did not hesitate, each leading their elite disciples, and rushed towards Sehungjing's from different positions at the same time. The evil king Shizixuan had already lurked there. Naturally, they could not fall behind. And their advantage over the evil king was that they had more people and more power. Finding things was not a matter of hard power, and having more people was obviously more convenient. Who is it? Sehunjing's a quiet place for Buddhists. Who dares to? The demon sect. The demon sect is attacking. Be alert. Accompanied by screams. The first batch of disciples of Sehunjing's who encountered it had been torn apart. But these disciples are indeed well trained. Even when facing the most elite masters of the demon sect, they were defeated. But they still persisted in releasing a thick smoke. With a loud bang, the bright fireworks exploded in the sky. Instantly, all the people in Sehunjing's noticed the invasion of foreign enemies. At this time, the wind sparrows chirped non-stop. Hundreds of captive birds usually protect the entire Sehunjing's tightly. Now that the demon sect has attacked from all sides, all these birds are chirping, which is extremely noisy in the ears. But when the people in Sehunjing's heard it, they all couldn't help but feel depressed, knowing that the number of enemies invading this time was almost appalling. Kill them all, leave no one alive. Zhao Dayan shouted. For the holy relic, he came here not only for himself, but also for the elite masters of the demon sect. In fact, everyone knew the importance of the holy relic. If they could bring more strength, they would not fight alone. Even Shizixuan knew to find his younger brother Anlan for help. Now, under the calculation of Linban and Zhuan, this force all went to Sehunjing's. In just a moment, dozens of disciples who were responsible for patrolling the square in front of Sehunjing's were killed or injured. Then the people of the demon sect flooded into Sehunjing's like a torrent. At this time, Fan Qinghu was discussing with Ningdaoki with a serious look on their faces how to deal with Shizixuan. Shizixuan killed people, but did not show up, and even displayed the corpse to mock. This move seemed to have completely put aside all his concerns. This also gave Fan Qinghu and others a headache. Because even if this is their territory, they have nowhere to look for it. I don't know what tricks this guy used. Even Feng had no reaction to him. But before he found a way to deal with Shizixuan, Fan Qinghu heard the sound of fireworks exploding in his ears. Looking up, the originally dark night was illuminated by the fireworks as bright as day. There is a strong enemy invading. Master, the people from the Yinji sect, the demonic sect, the devil sect, the evil sect, the heavenly lotus sect, and the true sect have gathered together and have already rushed into our Sehunjing's As a disciple rushed in with injuries all over his body, he covered his shoulder with his hand in pain and said, the disciples can't hold on. The front hall has been occupied by them. What? Fan Qinghu and Ningdaoki stood up at the same time, looked at each other, and saw the solemnity in each other's eyes. The threat has not been eliminated. A bigger crisis has actually come. If so, wouldn't it be that masters from all sects have come together? Although Sehunjing's is stronger than any sect of the demon sect, if the demon sect unites, they are definitely no match. No one expected that, because of a rumor. The demon sect, which is full of intrigue and even more discordant than the underworld in the white world, would unite. Master Ning, please go to the front hall to resist the enemy first. Zhu Yun, go and call your sister Fixuan out, and let her help you resist the demon sect. I will activate our secret weapon of Sehunjing's Fan Qinghu obviously knew that, if the demon sect came, unless the four great monks came together, even if she went out, she would never be a match for the demon sect. Although she has been practicing Taoism for many years, she still couldn't control the murderous intent in her eyes. He said coldly, this time, I will make them come and never return. Ningdaoki asked, does the master have any secret means? Before, the gods disturbed the world. As the righteous martial arts, we naturally have to maintain the peace of the world. We had to kill these gods, and obtained a weapon with great power. But we felt that this weapon was harmful to the harmony of heaven, so we sealed it up and did not use it. But now facing these evil spirits, there is no need to show mercy. Fan Qinghu said, don't hold back on them. Okay, I will buy time for Master Fan for the time being. Ningdaoki waved his sleeves and walked out. He walked in the courtyard at a very fast speed. In just a few steps, he had arrived at the front hall. Seeing the fierce fighting in the front hall, he smiled heartily and said, Ningdaoki is here. You all came uninvited, but you broke the rules. Just one sentence. Many people from the evil sects who were fighting could not help but stop their weapons. A person's reputation is like a tree's shadow. the best martial artist in the world today, one of the three great masters. Anyone who heard this would be terrified. At this moment, Zhu Yuan came out with a sweet smile and said, "So it's the three great masters in person. Yuan is not talented, but today I want to learn from Sehong Jing's high level moves. The old Taoist is not from Sehong Jing's. Huh. Isn't Ningdaoki a hunting dog raised by Sehong Jing's? Does he bite whoever Sehong Jing's tells him to bite?" Before, Yuan didn't dare to believe such absurd words, but now, Yuan has to believe it. Zhu Yuan, you are a sharp-tongued person, can you only show off your eloquence? Ningdaoki frowned in displeasure, and his heart was extremely angry. But he didn't show it on his face, and his move was the strongest move of Sanshao Bapu. Tens of thousands of infinite changes are all attributed to the 8 hands, and the 8 hands can be integrated into one hand or countless hands. His moves and styles are no longer bound by any rules. Strong moves, deadly people. The net of true energy has already controlled Zhu Yuan. Zhu Yuan giggled and said, "Today is not a competition of strength in the martial arts world. No matter how strong Ningdaoki is, can he compete with so many masters of the demon sect at the same time? Everyone, if you want the holy relic, you have to kill this hound. If you don't help me, if I lose, you will have no chance." There is no doubt that Zhu Yuan is the person with the closest strength to Ningdaoki. If everyone sits on the mountain and watches her fight with Ningdaoki, they will have another chance to win when she loses. Well, as long as you help me destroy Sehong Jing's today, the holy relic. I don't want it for the Yingui sect. Zhu Yuan shouted, and the demon force field unfolded. The powerful true energy was like waves, and the overwhelming energy was blessed by the flying sleeves of Liuan. The soft flying sleeves were mixed with bursts of roars and hit the old man in front of him. Regardless of whether they go up or not, Zhu Yuan has indeed gone all out. Zhao Dayan and Xiang exchanged glances, and noticed the determination in each other's eyes. The other party was willing to give up the holy relic in order to destroy Sehong Jing's. Killing Ningdaoki, they directly killed two powerful enemies. At that moment, he shouted, "Don't panic, Queen Yin, we are here to help you." The two rushed into the battle group together. The fierce battle between the grandmasters, the true energy splashed, and it made a whizzing sound like bullets, and the Buddha statues in the hall were shot with deep holes one after another. The people of the demon sect Sehong Jing's who were a little closer were immediately affected, screaming and falling to the ground. "Everyone, kill the people of Sehong Jing's first, and then go to search for the relic. We will deal with Ningdaoki." After the 4 people fought, Zhu Yuan took a break and shouted loudly. Her strength was slightly inferior to Ningdaoki, but with Zhao Dayan and Xianjun Xiang, she could attack or defend against Ningdaoki. However, Ningdaoki's scattered 8 hands were too mysterious. Even if he was fighting 1 against 3, he was not at all inferior. The two sides were deadlocked for a while. Zhu Yuan took the time to give orders, and many disciples of the demon sect responded immediately and rushed out of the hall together. Ningdaoki fought 1 against 3 and held back the 3 enemy leaders. Seeing that Uniogen, Zhuo Yalxin and others turned around without hesitation to find the evil emperor's relics, he had no intention of stopping them. With his ability, holding back 3 people was already the limit. It was not worth losing his life here, and didn't the owner of Fan's also say that she had a trump card that could reverse the situation? Just wait. The disciples of the demon sect suddenly became more scattered, and the battle with Sehong Jing's had already spread to all areas of Sehong Jing's. In the process, someone started a fire. Suddenly, the entire Sehong Jing's was engulfed in the blazing flames. This time, Sehong Jing's is completely gone. One looked at the Sehong Jing's that was already in the sea of fire with some size, and sighed. "I have imagined the enemy for my whole life, but before I even started to fight, it's gone. I suddenly feel a little lonely. I really want Shifixuan to come out and let me beat her up. It can be regarded as a dream come true before I leave this world." As soon as the voice fell, a beautiful figure fell directly from the sky. Lin Bin instinctively raised his hand, and the next moment, he had a warm and soft jade in his arms, and the familiar light body fragrance filled his body. One blinked and looked at Shifixuan, who suddenly appeared in Lin Bin's arms. The fairy she, who was once high and mighty, now looked haggard, with her delicate head slightly tilted, leaning in Lin Bin's arms. Won was surprised and said, "Damn, the dream has come true." Lin Bin looked up and saw a figure standing there. Wasn't it Shi Zixuan? He still looked calm, as if the battle in Sehongjing's had not affected him at all. He said lightly, "Fei Zuan is a disciple of Sehongjing's. At this time, if she wakes up, I'm afraid there will be twists and turns, so I pointed one more finger and let her sleep a little longer. Since she is your wife, you should take good care of her." Wife. Won stared at Lin Bin in shock with wide eyes, and then looked at Shi Zixuan. Instinctively, she wanted to protect the evil emperor's relic behind her, but Lin Bin took a step forward and stepped directly on her pink little feet. The little girl burst into tears instantly. Lin Bin said solemnly, "Thank you, evil king. I did it for her." Shi Zixuan's figure disappeared like a ghost. Won glared at Lin Bin. Before he could say anything, Shi Qingxuan, looking a little embarrassed, quickly chased after him. Seeing Shi Qingxuan, who was still sleeping in Lin Bin's arms, he said angrily, "Why did that bastard Shi Zixuan bring Qingxuan here?" Lin Bin explained, "He is worried that Qingxuan would be affected. After all, she has a special identity, and he knows that I have some friendship with Qingxuan, so he specially handed her over to me to take care of." Shi Qingxuan looked at the culprit who harmed Shi Qingxuan to this point with dissatisfaction, and asked, "When did you two become friends?" Kankan said coldly, "If nothing unexpected happens, you should have already become friends. Give me my sister." "Give it to you." Lin Bin turned his head to look at Sehongjing's, which was now in the sea of fire, and sighed. At this time, it is better for Qingxuan to be unconscious than to wake up. "Here, your sister." Shi Qingxuan took Shi Qingxuan. Frowning, he said, "What a weird feeling. Is this the his jade?" "Yes, it is the his jade. I will take it away now." Lin Bin said, "Xiangxun, you stay here with Miss Qingxuan to guard Qingxuan." Shi Qingxuan frowned and said, "No need. I don't trust the people of the Yunji sect. But if Xiangxun stays here, it can also prevent Qingxuan from rushing into Sehongjing's after waking up and dying with Sehongjing's. I'm afraid Miss Qingxuan won't be able to stop her alone." Hearing this, Shi Qingxuan said no more, and Xiangxun understood what Lin Bin meant. The evil emperor's relic needed someone to guard it. Bringing it into Sehongjing's now would be courting death. However, it was an opportunity to beat Shi Qingxuan openly. Won smiled and said, "It's okay. We will take good care of junior sister Qingxuan. What about you?" Lin Bin sighed. "Sehongjing's will be destroyed today, but what about the inheritance? It is the crystallization of the hard work of countless predecessors. Since I have this leisure time, I should protect the hard work of the predecessors and do my best." Won's eyes lit up when she heard the words. She already knew the elegant meaning of the music. Thinking of Lin Bin's miraculous disappearance, it would be easy for her to take anything she wanted. By then, if she acted coquettishly and cutely, she might even get a share. She nodded hurriedly and said, "Go quickly, don't worry about this side. We will definitely protect the mother and daughter." Shi Qingxuan said angrily, "We are sisters." She took 2 steps back with Shi Qingxuan in her arms with a little vigilance. She felt that these two people were not good people. If she was not worried that Qingxuan would really want to go back and fight after waking up, and she could not stop it, she might have already carried Shi Qingxuan away. I understand. Go quickly, Brother Bin. You don't have to worry about the rear. Okay, I'll leave this to you." Lin Bin leaped and flew towards the direction of Sehongjing's. Just when he was close to Sehongjing's, his figure, which was still in the air, disappeared strangely. At present, the demon sect and the righteous sect were fighting fiercely in Sehongjing's. Who would have thought that someone had already lurked inside, going to their most secret place? Sword Classic. One of the 4 great books in the Tang Dynasty plane. Now Lin Bin has obtained 2 of them. The War God Atlas is too illusory and difficult to find, and there is far from enough time. But the Sword Classic is now in front of him. Especially since Lin Bin had lurked here for several days before. The treasure hiding place of Sehongjing's had already been investigated by him clearly. It was just that it was inconvenient to reveal his identity before, and there must be a lot of protection around the Sword Classic, and there might be some sect elders guarding it, so Lin Bin did not take the risk. But now the entire demon sect has invaded. Sehunjing's was too busy to take care of itself, so the sword manual protection must be empty. Lin Bin didn't believe that the people of Sehunjing's could take the treasure manual inherited by the sect to deal with the enemy and give the enemy a chance to kill and get the treasure. But they didn't bring it, which gave Lin Bin the opportunity. There are fewer words, but there is no way. Now the temperature is between 37 and 38 degrees, the main pain is waist and leg pain, limping when walking, and no strength in the whole body. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 109. Is this going to take the technology and fantasy routes respectively? Sehunjing's At this time, it was already deeply engulfed in a sea of fire, and it was not far from itself. Naturally, Lin Bin was allowed to come in and out freely. Even with the blessing of the optical camouflage cloak, there would be faint ripples when walking, which would not be hidden from these sharp-eyed and sharp-eared martial artists on weekdays. But at this time, everyone was already bloodthirsty. How could they pay attention to these? 5 minutes was enough for Lin Bin to walk the thousands of meters and come to the most secret place in Sehunjing's the library. Inside, there are hundreds of years of treasures collected by Sehunjing's many of which may even be exquisite martial arts taken from the hands of the demon sect. But Lin Bin turned a blind eye to these. He would not lose the big picture for the small, and it was better to get the sword book first. The sword book was stored on the top floor of the library. There was no mechanism. In the Tang Dynasty, plain martial arts were naturally extremely precious, but it did not represent everything. Just like Shizixun, the immortal seal that he painstakingly created, placed in Shi Kingsuan's hands, can be read by people in Sehunjing's almost without any obstacles. To put it bluntly, the skills are dead, but people are alive. The immortal seal can only exert its strongest lethality in the hands of Shizixun. Even if Shi Fixun read the immortal seal, wouldn't she still be no match for Shizixun when she targeted the enemy? Therefore, although the sword book is precious, it is not as complicated as the ones preserved by the people in Sehunjing's When Lin Bin stepped onto the top floor, he saw behind the stacked bookshelves. In the center of this floor, there is a stone platform carved from bluestone. The area is not large, about the size of a book. On it, an ancient book full of ancient meaning is placed on it. Gold thread and black silk. I don't know what material it is made of, but just from the appearance, I know that its value must be very high. The content inside can be imagined. Lin Bin walked over slowly, seeing the word sword classic written on the book. Isn't that what he wants to find? Lin Bin didn't even flip through it, and directly put the book away. He remembered that in the plot, Nindaoki flipped through the sword classic, and then vomited blood and retreated. Although he didn't know whether this matter was a hype or true, it was not suitable to get hurt at this time. He would read it slowly when he returned. There was still about half a month before the end of the plot, which was enough time for him to memorize the book. There were also collections in this Sehunjing's You know, these skills are actually the most valuable. Bringing it back to the real world, the deducted reincarnation points are much lower than other props. And if you memorize it and abandon the original, that's free. Now that the sword classic is in hand, if there is enough time next, then you can try to learn other martial arts skills. Lin Bin smiled softly, turned around and left. And just as he turned around, behind the stone platform, the bookshelf filled with books suddenly opened, and Lin Bin heard the crisp sound of mechanical gears meshing. A red figure walked out. The two bumped into each other. Although the crow's feet at the corners of the eyes of the stunned and beautiful face opposite, she was still pure and refined, and could not hide her temperament like a fairy from heaven. Even the bloated and ill-fitting armor could not hide her charming charm. The two looked at each other. Fan Qinghu, why are you here? Although it was the first time they met, Lin Bin still recognized the identity of the person at a glance. Who else could have such an expression and appearance in the entire Sehunjing's except Iron Man Fan Qinghu? But now Sehunjing's was in crisis. As the master of a dignified she did not save Sehunjing's from the water and fire, but came here to put on armor for herself. It was really beyond Lin Bin's expectation. How dare you steal my Jing's sword manual? Fan King, who looked along Lin Bin's path and looked at the empty stone platform behind him. He was immediately furious. He raised his palm and pointed it at Lin Bin. The white light in his palm had already begun to accumulate energy. Lin Bin then instinctively took out a plasma pistol from his waist and fired a shot. The next moment, to loud bangs, the two of them instinctively dodged at the same time. The plasma pistol and palm cannon were all empty and hit the bookshelf behind them. Countless broken pages of books flew out of the huge library. Thief, hand over the sword manual. Although he was wearing steel armor, Fan King, who was obviously more accustomed to his martial arts. The next moment, he grabbed Lin Bin with his hands. Damn, dangerous. Lin Bin's eyes flashed. The immortal true ki in his body began to boil. During this period of time, his true ki cultivation has more than doubled compared to when he first entered this plane. Under the blessing of the divine descent technique, the secret of immortality was like an overloaded engine, madly swallowing and spitting out true energy, blocking, transforming force, and exerting strength. The national martial arts Teikai was almost like a storm, drowning towards Fan King Hu. Fan King Hu's hands were as fast as lightning, and he took all of Lin Bin's moves in a flash. One of the two had a plasma gun, and the other was wearing steel armor. But the distance was too close to use it, but it was the most thrilling life and death fight. Fan King, who didn't know who the other party was, but he was able to steal the sword manual of Sehun Jing's He at this time. If the people in the demon sect wanted to destroy Sehun Jing's He, then the man in front of him wanted to destroy the inheritance of Sehun Jing's He. He was more hateful than the demon sect. At that moment, the murderous intention in his heart was already rising. And Lin Bin was even more ruthless. Fan King, whose appearance was unexpected, but he understood that he didn't know why this woman could actually control the steel armor. I'm afraid she also got the watch of the reincarnation. Once she pulled away from him, then he would only have Desert Eagle Shura and Azure Rose to rely on. I'm afraid that he could not defeat the various types of weapons in the steel armor in front of him. Damn it. As a reincarnation, should I worry about being suppressed by the firepower of the natives? Lin Bin had no good feelings towards Fan King Hu, and was merciless in his attack. In a short moment, the two had exchanged more than 20 moves. White smoke filled his head. He almost raised the power he could burst out to the extreme. Even a strange pulling force began to appear around him, pulling Fan King Hu's palm power to deviate. It's the heavenly demon method. Good boy, you are a member of the Yunji Ui sect, and I can't let you go. Fan King Hu's murderous intent became more intense, and the sound of gears meshing was clacking. With the steel armor as protection, she completely gave up all defenses. The lethality of the Sehun sword cannon was almost brought to its extreme. Using her fingers to stimulate the sword energy, the boundless and magnificent sword energy was like a surging wave, slashing at Lin Bin's body like a violent storm, completely encircling him under the sword net. She was an old expert in dealing with the heavenly demon force field, and soon found out that Lin Bin's heavenly demon method was not deeply cultivated at all, but his skills were pure, almost much better than her disciple Shifixun. At that moment, she was even more apprehensive. In the blink of an eye, they had fought for more than 100 moves. Lin Bin's face was flushed, but he was very surprised. With his ability, when he just entered this plane, he could only barely fight with Bian Bufu for 4260. But now, facing Fan King Hu, the number one in Sehun Jing's He, he could actually take her hundreds of moves without losing. Although he used the power of the God's Descent technique, but his strength improvement was really visible. If I absorb the evil emperor's relic and the Heshi Jade by then, I'm afraid it won't take long for me to reach the first level of the master in the true sense. But now, I can't hold on any longer. Lin Bin's palm split into yin and yang, and his ki was so powerful that it was like an invisible ki shield protecting him. But Fan King Hu attacked fiercely, and he threw out a palm with all his strength. His sword ki was sharp, which was the nemesis of ki shield. He easily tore the ki shield in front of Lin Bin, and then stretched out his palm and pressed it on Lin Bin's chest. He shouted, "Thief, die for me." As soon as the words fell, the palm wearing a metal glove hit Lin Bin's chest directly, and then the palm cannon accumulated energy, and there was a bang. First it was ki, then technology. Lin Bin was hit by 2 moves in a row, and his face suddenly looked defeated. He screamed, so powerful. He staggered backwards, staggered, staggered, staggered. No. Fan Qinghu thought that this attack would definitely kill the enemy, but she found that Lin Bin was stumbling and stumbling, getting closer and closer to the window. But when he wanted to chase him, he found that Lin Bin was sitting on the window. Although there was blood on the corner of his lips, his expression was still intact. How could he be seriously injured? He made a gesture of worship. The whole person fell down from the window. Damn, I was fooled. Fan Qinghu clumsily controlled the steel armor to rush out of the window, but found that there was no air around. Where was the figure of the bad guy just now? Escaped. She screamed in disbelief, seeing that the enemy had disappeared, and she didn't know how the enemy disappeared so quickly. She quickly put on the mask and turned on the search system. The system immediately sounded a prompt. There was a lot of nonsense, which should be the language of a foreign country. It seemed to ask her how to operate it. It seemed that this mecha was quite magical and there should be a way to find the trace of that person. Hateful. Although Fan Qinghu had the intention, she was helpless without culture. Even if she was so angry that she could do anything, she couldn't say yes. She could only control the steel armor and fly towards the square in front of Sehun Jing's. There were too many enemies. Sehun Jing's was in dire straits, and she didn't have much time to stalemate with a single enemy. And not long after she left, Lin Bin's figure slowly appeared under the window, exhaled a breath of turbid air, and sighed. This world is too crazy. Everyone in Sehun Jing's is wearing armor, plus Shizixuan Suang Shigong and Yingui Sect's Shuanglang Moing sword. Are they going to take the technology route and the fantasy route respectively? The palm cannon had limited power and didn't hurt Lin Bin much, but that palm went through the soft armor and directly hit his lungs. Especially since Fan Qinghu was also wearing armor, his palm naturally blocked the barbs of the soft armor. But this round was a big win. He suffered a minor injury, but directly gained the martial arts of the sword cannon. At this time, the front hall of Sehun Jing's. In just a moment, Fan Qinghu had successfully arrived at the location. With Fan Qinghu's joining the battle, Sehun Jing's, which had already been in a life and death situation, was equivalent to welcoming the most powerful new force. The iron armor may not be very powerful, but the ability to fly can make Zhu Yuan and others helpless. Fan Qinghu flew in the air, never falling, and the palm cannons on both palms seemed to have activated the burst function, bombarding the people of the demon sect below. Debris flew everywhere. Smoke filled the air. The entire Sehun Jing's was completely caught in the flames of war. But this time, it was the people of the demon sect who died. The dodge of the palm cannon can only be predicted on the eve of firing, but Fan Qinghu is a great master with a high vision, and can easily lock the evasion route of the people below. At this moment, she really shot without missing a single shot. Every shot hit the target. In just half an incense stick of time, the disciples of the demon sect suffered heavy casualties. Zhuo Yalxin's swordsmanship was superb, but facing an enemy that he couldn't reach in the sky, he had no way to deal with it. His right leg was directly broken, and then he was smashed down by a huge rock, turning into a ball of meat paste. Yuan was in a stalemate with Ningdaoki, but when he retreated a little, he was hit by a cannon in the back of his heart, and a huge blood hole as thick as an arm was directly blasted out of his chest. Ningdaoki no longer stalemate, but pulled away and flew back, laughing heartily. Ha 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 ha, I didn't expect that Master Fanzai actually had such a magical weapon. It's really powerful. Let the demon sect be annihilated today. With Ningdaoki's departure, Zhu Yuan became the main target of attack. She was not the kind of person who would sit and wait for death. She jumped up and rushed towards Fan Qinghu like lightning. But she was not agile enough in the air. Fan Qinghu just dodged slightly and avoided Zhu Yuan's attack and fired a cannon. Zhu Yuan blocked it with the heavenly demon blade. There was a loud bang. She had no place to borrow strength and was directly and fiercely blasted down. She gritted her teeth in anger and shouted, Fan Qinghu, you bastard, come down and fight me if you dare. You invaded Sehun Jing's today, and you are already seeking death. Do you still want me to fight you fairly? It's just a foolish dream. Fan Qinghu fired several more shots. As if some system was activated, the shoulder gun also extended several macro missiles, which flew downward with smoke. Boom boom. The violent explosion forced the people in the demon sect to dodge and retreat. Sehunjing's He had already been completely destroyed under this fierce artillery fire. I'm afraid even Fan King, who could not have thought that the person who really destroyed Sehunjing's He turned out to be her. Just when Zhuan was at a loss, a familiar voice suddenly sounded in her ears, saying, Fan King, whose weakness is the light source in her chest. That is the energy source of her armor. If you break it, Fan King Hu will definitely die. Zhuan's eyes lit up when she heard this, and she shouted, hit the light source in her chest. That is the evil emperor's relic. Fan King Hu actually hid the evil emperor's relic in her chest. I can't hide it. What? When everyone heard this, their eyes suddenly turned red. How could they care about the fierce enemy fire? At this moment, they all climbed towards the surrounding buildings, apparently to use the power to snatch the evil emperor's relic. Zhuan, I want you to die. Fan King Hu shouted, and the palm cannon blasted towards Zhuan, as if it was free. Zhuan could only flee in panic. And at this moment, a grey shadow suddenly flashed in the sky, as fast as lightning, and in an instant it had landed on the steel llama flying in the air. It was Shizixun. He snorted coldly, stretched out his fingers into claws, and tried to grab the light source on Fan King Hu's chest. Fan King Hu screamed, and the whole person turned back and forth, trying desperately to get rid of Shizixun. The two began to fight in the air. This fierce spectacle shocked everyone. Just when Shizixun briefly restrained Fan King Hu, leaving her with only a small space to turn around. In the distance, a dark blue bullet came out like a ball of light. It hit the energy arc on Fan King Hu's chest. With a loud bang, Fan King Hu screamed and suddenly felt that the armor had lost its response. The whole person fell downwards and fell to the ground with a bang. Lin Bin, who was hiding in the dark, blew on the blue rose in his palm and exclaimed, it's better to use a burst gun. I understand why single shot rifles will be eliminated. This shot, no doubt. He is the one who won the MVP. Chapter 110. The great mission of saving the world is entrusted to you. Fan King Hu died. The thing she regretted most until her death was probably that she didn't master a foreign language. Otherwise, with the power of the iron armor, it wouldn't be a problem to escape if she couldn't win. Especially in the martial arts world, flying into the sky and hiding in the ground is almost impossible. From this point of view, the iron armor that has completely mastered the ability to control the air is almost a natural defeat for this world. Therefore, when the four great monks finally arrived, they saw the ruins of Sehunjing's He and Fan King Hu's broken body. And the enemy had already dispersed. Sehunjing's He destroyed. Our master. When Shifixun woke up from the nightmare, it seemed like she had a very terrible dream. What happened in the dream, even she herself didn't know. She only remembered that it was all red, like a sea of fire sweeping across the sky, even covering the sky. She sat up straight in fear. Her whole body was already wet. She panted heavily, looked around in panic, trying to make sure she was still in a familiar environment. But she found that she should be in an inn at this time. The unfamiliar environment, and with the help of her superb skills, she could hear some noises downstairs. At this time, the beautiful girl sitting next to her said with concern, Feizuan, you are awake. Kingsun, how is my master? Kingsun heard this, and a little bit of reluctance appeared on her face, but she still did not hide it, but said bluntly, not long after you fell into a coma, the demon sect invaded Sehunjing's He on a large scale. Ningdaoki fled in a panic. Fan King Hu died in the battle, and now Sehunjing's He has become a ruin. Shifixun's face turned pale instantly. With moist eyes, she said, how is it possible? Sehunjing's He has been passed down for so many years. Fixun was unconscious at such an important moment. Fixun's head. She covered the back of her head in pain and felt a splitting headache. It was as if someone hit the back of her head with a stick a dozen times. It was done by Xiangsun. Kingsun's tone was full of resentment, thinking of the time when Master Fixun was about to wake up, that stinky witch would directly hit her back of the head. She was still very confident. She was actually saving Master Fairy. Otherwise, in this environment, if she woke up, she would definitely rush into Sehungjing's Hay, and then wouldn't she and Sehungjing's Hay live and die together? You don't want your sister who you have finally found to be gone, right? If it was explained with an embarrassed look, Shi Qingxuan could barely accept it. But Xiangxin's knocking was so happy. No matter how she looked at it, she felt like it was a personal revenge, but her words made so much sense that she could only bear it. Senior sister? What's going on? How did she appear next to Fixun? Shi Fixun's head hurt even more. She felt that many things that she didn't understand seemed to have happened during her coma. Anyway, I hope you're safe. At this time, a deep and magnetic hoarse male voice sounded. Shi Fixun then realized that there was a third person in the room. She turned her head and saw a middle-aged man sitting at the round table next to her. He looked to be in his 30s, handsome and unrestrained, but his temples were grey, which made him look more vicissitudes of life, although it was their first meeting. But Shi Fixun recognized the identity of the person at the first time, based on the handwriting of Beziuxin that she had read, and exclaimed, "Evil King?" Shi Fixun nodded and said, "It's me." Shi Fixun said in disbelief, "Did you destroy Sehungjing's Hay?" "I do have this idea, but I haven't had time to implement it. The 6 sects of the 2 sects of my holy sect have gathered in Sehungjing's Hay. You should know the strength of your Sehungjing's Hay. Just the Yingui sect is enough to make you feel like you are facing a formidable enemy, not to mention the addition of 7 other sects. Sehungjing's Hay has no chance of luck." Shi Fixun walked over slowly. He took a deep look at Shi Fixun's face. Although it was their first meeting, he felt the girl in front of him was indeed somewhat similar to Xiuxin when he first met her. In some ways, she was even more like her mother than Qingxun. Thinking of this, his tone became a little gentler. He comforted her. "It's already come to this. It's a foregone conclusion. Don't be too sad. Otherwise, if it affects the fetus in your belly, it will be too late to regret." Even though she was in pain and confusion at this time, the master was dead. All the fellow disciples were dead. She had become the only survivor. Even so, hearing Shi Fixun's comfort, Shi Fixun still groaned in confusion and asked, "What child?" Shi Fixun asked, "Aren't you pregnant with that heavenly man Lin Bin's child?" Shi Fixun paused when she heard this. After all, Yunying was an unmarried girl. Hearing this, her pale face showed a trace of shame and anger, and she said angrily, "Fixun has never been married. How could she be pregnant with someone else's child? And Brother Bin, do you think that everyone is like you and Uncle Xiuxin, quietly getting married for life?" Shi Fixun said thoughtfully, "So, this kid really lied to me. If it were usual, Shi Qingxuan would hardly talk to Shi Fixun. But now there is Shi Fixun." She said, "Lin Bin is very good at talking. If you talk to him, you will definitely fall for him. You were also deceived by him?" Shi Fixun said indifferently, "I met him in Sehungjing's Hay. I wanted to take the Hashibi from him and return it to you, Fixun, but he said that he and you had already secretly decided to spend your lives together, and you were pregnant with his child. I saw that he was talking so vividly, so I let him go." Shi Fixun's face flushed and glared at Shi Fixun. The pain of the sect being destroyed in her heart really dissipated a lot. Shi Qingxuan couldn't help but sneer. The great evil king was actually deceived by someone. Should I say that Lin Bin is too cunning, or you are too stupid? I do have some doubts, but even if there is a 1 in 10,000 chance that it is true, I can't take the risk. Shi Fixun shook his head and said, "I have failed you, Qingxuan, a lot, and I have failed Fixun even more. How can I hurt her again?" Shi Qingxuan snorted softly, but she didn't even realize it herself. Those who are involved are confused, and those who are on the sidelines can see clearly. Seeing how much Shi Fixun cared about his other daughter, she vaguely realized that he might not have been indifferent to her all these years. Shi Fixun said, "Besides, I didn't want to kill him in the first place, so it's reasonable to spare his life." "Don't want to kill him? Why?" Shi Fixun asked. "Don't you all think that I must get the holy relic, and as soon as you hear the news about the holy relic, you will immediately attach yourself to it like a fly that smells fishy?" Shi Qingxuan nodded and said, "Haven't you always wanted to use the evil emperor's relic to cure your heart disease? But the holy relic is named Evil Emperor, and it is full of evil inside. so it's better to say that it kills all the good thoughts in my body rather than cure it. By then, Zeuxin, Kingsun, and Ufixun, your existence will no longer shake my mood, and I will not even hesitate to kill you. Shizixun said, such a Shizixun is a pure evil king, invincible in the world, cold-hearted and cold-hearted. Shikingsun asked softly, don't you want it? Of course I do. The holy relic is the most precious treasure of my holy sect. Who in the holy sect doesn't want to get it? Shizixun sighed quietly and said, but isn't it good for our family of 3 to sit together like this and talk calmly? If possible, who doesn't want to enjoy the warmth of family and the happiness of family life? Especially since I have other ways. He said, my disease has a professional term in the world of celestial beings. It is called schizophrenia, also known as dual personality. It is not a very rare disease. In that world, there have even been 27 personalities. So my disease is not a very difficult disease to cure in the world of celestial beings. Do you want to go to the world of celestial beings? Shizixun raised his left wrist, revealing the reincarnation watch on it. Said, this is the ticket. With this ticket, you can go to the world of heaven through the passage opened by the heavens. There may be twists and turns in the middle, but some people have indeed succeeded in this way. My original idea was to find Linbin, kill him after he opened the passage, take the reincarnation table from him, and then give it to Kingsun, and take her to the real world. Kingsun frowned and said, what makes you so sure that I will be willing to go to another world with you? I don't care whether you are willing or not. Even if I have to force you, I must take you there. This is for your own good. Kingsun said indignantly, is it the kind of overbearing idea that it is for your own good and you don't need to understand? Shizixun explained, because the crisis has come to this world. Haven't you noticed that there is no pattern to the arrival of the celestial beings? This time, Linbin's mission should be aimed at Seongjing's Hay, but what about next time? Will it be aimed at the Holy Gate? Will it be aimed at you? The mission is random, and once you become the target of the mission, you will find it difficult to escape the conspiracy of the reincarnationists. Even if you escape once, there will be a next time, and even if you successfully avoid all the conspiracy, our world has already been shattered, and will soon merge with the main world. By then, only a very small number of people will survive, and most people will die in the process of integration. He said, this majority is said to be tens of millions. The probability is too high. I can't let you take this risk, so healing and escaping can be done at the same time. Just like now Zhuan is cooperating with Linbin, isn't it also to go to the celestial world in advance? It's just that I have more information than her, so I know more than her. Shifixun was shocked and said, tens of millions of people in this world will die. What's going on? Shizixun shook his head and said, I don't know the details. I have dug out all the information that the reincarnator I captured knew, but he is not a major figure, so what he knows is very limited. If you, Fixun, want to know more about the inside story, you may need to go to the main plane through Linbin. Where is Brother Bin now? I don't know. He should have returned, right? After all, his mission has been completed, and there is no point for him to stay in this world. Shifixun was astonished. Then how can Fixun find him? This. Shizixun put a blood-stained reincarnation watch on the table and said, although I didn't take Linbin's reincarnation watch, your master also wore one. After she died, I took it off her. I think it's God's will. You inherit this reincarnation watch, and then go to the real world, and save the innocent creatures in this world. Isn't this also the ambition of your Seongjing's Hay? Then how should I find him? You have a good rest first. I have my own way. Shizixun said, reincarnators are also human, and as long as they are human, they will be calculated. Linbin did deceive me at that time, but he didn't know that I was also using him. If Fixun, you really want to go to the real world, I can help you find a way, but now, you need to rest well. That can hit you hard, and you may have blood clots on the back of your head. You should use your internal energy to dissolve it first. Well, that's okay. Shifixun turned her head away awkwardly, as if she was not used to Shizixun's concern. After all, the man in front of her was the enemy of Seongjing's Hay. She took the reincarnation watch and began to sit cross-legged to meditate and recover her breath. Shizixuan winked at Shikinksuan, and the two left the room. Came to the main hall. Shikinksuan stopped talking halfway through, and Shifiksuan was not around at the moment, and finally couldn't help asking, "From what you said, you want to send Fiksuan to the real world?" Shizixuan sighed. Sehenjing's hay is destroyed. Fiksuan staying here will only add to her sadness. It is better to find her something to do. Since she has a compassionate heart, I will give her the task of saving the world. It is better than letting her face all the past in this world and complain about herself. Career is really the best way for a person to forget the pain. I have experience in this. Shikinksuan worriedly said. Let her go alone. What else? There are only 2 reincarnation watches. This thing will bind you when worn on your hand. I tried it. I first cut off the hand of the reincarnator and put on the reincarnation watch. Although I could wear it, there was no response until I killed him. I felt a binding feeling. Shizixuan asked back, what would you do if I went with Fiksuan? You. Feizuan has a strong character. She seems pedantic, but in fact, she has her own opinions. With her ability, I'm not worried about her wherever she goes, especially since Lin Bin obviously has a new respect for her. The reason why I believed him at that time was because he really went to visit Feizuan secretly, because she was unconscious. It can be seen that Feizuan is indeed different from others to him. As long as she can reunite with Lin Bin, she can live well in the world of heaven and man. I'm very sure of this. Besides, I have a lot of reincarnation props in my hands, which can also help Feizuan to protect herself. Shizixuan said, but you can't. If I go with Feizuan, I'm sure that you will never be able to snatch the reincarnation watch, and you will not be able to go to the real world at that time. What would it mean if we both left and abandoned you? This is not because I'm partial as a father, but after careful consideration, I think this is the best decision. Shikinksuan was silent for a moment, then asked faintly, do you all think so far ahead? I have always felt that the celestial beings are magical and have a high-ranking feeling, but in your eyes, it seems that even the celestial beings are targets that you can calculate. The celestial beings are not as magical as you think, and that world is just an ordinary one. Shizixuan said proudly, the reincarnators are indeed amazing, but in our world, isn't the evil King Shizixuan the most amazing one? The fever is gone, but I'm almost crippled. I can't even jump up with all my strength in my legs. My whole body is soft, and I cough, and it feels like my tonsils are going to explode. Oh. Chapter 111 Don't come over here. Shizixuan had miscalculated one thing. Lin Bin had not actually returned yet. Although he had successfully completed his own mission, and incidentally completed the overall mission. It was like asking someone to defeat a small boss in the novice village, but in the end, he not only defeated the small boss, but also rushed into the enemy's castle and killed the big boss. It could be considered as having exceeded the mission. The harvest was also quite gratifying, but Lin Bin knew that this plane was a white plane, which meant that the real world was more accepting of this world than hostile. This also meant that in the future, at most many years later, this world would be integrated into the real world. Therefore, it was not a good idea to run away without putting on pants after the task was completed. Otherwise, there might be a lot of enemies in the future at any time. As long as you planned ahead, maybe it will be useful one day in the future, and it's just a matter of incidental action. Brother Shaman, this is a leader of the Yingui sect, Zhuan. You must be well known for the name of Queen Yin. Lin Bin smiled and said, Sehenjing's Hay no longer exists. Without the help of Sehenjing's Hay, and you, Brother Shaman, don't have a reputation for righteousness, it won't be easy to defeat Li Jiancheng. But with the assistance of the Yingui sect, it should be much easier. Of course, the most important thing is that the Yingui sect doesn't ask for much. They are not like Sehenjing's Hay, who put themselves in a high position. Even if you become the king of a country in the future, you will have to look up to them. All the Yingui sect wants is to rectify their reputation. Li Shimin's eyes lit up when he heard this. Seeing the master of the Yin Queen prostrating before him, performing the etiquette of a minister, he said, I, Zhuan, pay my respects to His Royal Highness the King of Qin. The Yingui sect never wants to dominate the world, but only wants to prove that even women can be compared with men. I don't ask for much. I heard that Li Xiaoning, the sister of the King of Qin, is also a heroine. What I want is to wait until the King of Qin settles the world in the future, and then I can give her an official position that matches her merits. Similarly, if my Yingui sect has made great contributions, we should also reward them according to their merit instead of limiting them to men and women. Next to him, Li Xiaoning couldn't help but brighten her eyes and looked at Zhu Yuan with a little more eagerness. She naturally understood what Zhu Yuan meant. It seemed that she was seeking credit for her, but in fact, she wanted to use her identity as a woman to gain more benefits for the Yingui sect. But she benefited more, and Changsun Wu Gao seemed to have found an organization. He looked at Li Shimin eagerly. Li Shimin laughed and said, Master Zhu, you have really given me a difficult problem, but your proposal makes sense. I will definitely find a way to make it happen. If so, thank you, Your Highness, the King of Qin. The Yingui sect will definitely do its best to assist Your Highness in ascending the throne and creating a hegemony that will last for thousands of years. Zhu Yuan's attitude was very respectful. This was also what Lin Bin told her. She would not lose anything by bowing a few more times and relying on Zhu Yuan's attitude. Li Shimin was obviously also very tempted by the power of the Yingui sect, and the two sides hit it off. At this moment, Zhu Yuan couldn't help but regret whether she had destroyed Sehongjing's hate too early. I really want to see what it looks like when the partner they have been planning for many years is poached by me. After coming out, Lin Bin was still instructing Zhu Yuan, who was following behind him. You did a good job. Remember, keep doing this in the future. Don't always think about letting women override men. Otherwise, no one will be willing to cooperate with you. In addition, women are in a weak position in today's society. Instead of thinking about dominating, it is better to seek the most basic rights and interests first, such as gender equality. You must know that between men and women, it has always been either the east wind suppresses the west wind or the west wind suppresses the east wind. Therefore, even if you are pursuing gender equality on the surface, but as long as you can succeed, in a sense you have already won. Your goal has never changed, you just change the way you say it. Zhu Yuan chuckled and said, young master, you are wrong. Can't both of them stand? Lin Bin sneered. Then someone has to bend down and bow his head, right? This young master is right. Yuan will follow your instructions and cooperate seriously with Li Shimin and will never have any other thoughts. Zhu Yuan looked at Lin Bin deeply, thinking that this man is knowledgeable. Lin Bin said, that's fine. Li Shimin has Hu blood in his body. He doesn't care too much about the hierarchy of men and women. Cooperating with him to restore the reputation of the Yingui sect has the greatest hope. From this point of view, they are your best partners. Yes, Yuan will remember your instructions. Zhu Yuan followed Lin Bin's orders. If she had some intention of using him before, now she had made up her mind to rely on him. Even Sehongjing's hay was easily destroyed by his calculations. This man looks young, but his methods are really dark and sinister. I'm afraid Fan King, who is still confused about how Sehongjing's hay disappeared. Zhu Yuan doesn't want her Yingui sect to unknowingly follow the old path of Sehongjing's hay. Since she doesn't want to be an enemy, then she can only be a friend. In some ways, cooperating with him, the Yingui sect has taken a huge advantage. Zhu Yuan said, sir, do you still remember what you promised Yuan before? Lin Bin said, are you talking about helping you absorb the evil emperor's relics? The Yingui sect will naturally cooperate with you wholeheartedly. In this way, the stronger Yuan is, the better it will be for you, right? That's right, but I have a question. Lin Bin sighed. The evil emperor's relic contains a unique aura, which can be sensed by all of you in the demon sect. Zhao Dayan, Xiang and others have made a wasted trip this time, and have worked for your Yingui sect in vain. They should be feeling unwilling now, right? What you said is true, sir, but what does this have to do with us? In order to destroy Sehongjing's hay, Yuan directly promised them that, as long as they helped Yuan, she would not want the evil emperor's relic. Zhu Yuan chuckled and said, so after the destruction of Sehongjing's hay, Yuan followed the instructions turned around and left, and took away all the disciples of the Yinghui sect. From this point of view, Yuan can be regarded as a man of her word. Even if they turned Sehunjing's He upside down later, it would have nothing to do with Yuan. As for the young master's worries, Yuan has a way. After all, the people in the holy sect are very familiar with the holy relics, and naturally have ways to control the spread of its aura. Where? Sir, please follow Yuan. All preparations have been made. Zhu Yuan took a few steps forward and motioned Lin Bin to follow her. Half an hour later, the two came to another base of the Yinghui sect. The defense inside was even tighter than the previous base, and when Lin Bin followed Zhu Yuan into the door, he felt a wave of heat. The building inside the house was not an ordinary hall, but a rather exquisite crescent-shaped bath. It was carved all over with jade and looked quite luxurious, and there was no clear water in the pool. It was a pale white liquid with steam rising up, and a faint fragrance filled the room. This is Shiruyu liquid. Zhu Yuan saw Lin Bin's astonished look and smiled. Young master, don't get me wrong. The 1,000-year-old stone milk and jade liquid are naturally extremely precious, but these liquids have only been formed for a few years. They are indeed precious, but they are really useless. However, because these liquids seep out from the stone, they have special internal qualities and can have the same effect as mercury. As long as you take out the holy relics under this jade liquid, no one will notice it anymore. You are really attentive. Yuan can obtain part of the power of the holy relics, and she has to thank you, young master. Naturally, I have to do my best. Young master, Yuan will change your clothes for you. Wait, what do you mean? Zhu Yuan chuckled and said, young master, don't you understand what Yuan means? Lin Bin frowned and asked, Master Zhu, let's be frank, what do you mean? As far as I know, although Sect Master Zhu looks seductive and behaves coquettishly, that is just a disguise. You are not a slut who can be slept with by anyone. I also don't think there is any turtle spirit in me that can make you feel amorous and bow down to me with just a shake of my tiger body. Sir, you are joking. Zhu Yuan originally felt a little aggrieved for using her beauty to please men. Even though she knew that this was the best choice, as a great master, she had to use her body to serve others. How could she not feel aggrieved? But after hearing Lin Bin's words, she couldn't help but chuckle. She just felt that the boy in front of her was not annoying to begin with. Now it seems that, although he has rich theoretical knowledge, his practical experience is infinitely close to zero. In this way, doesn't it mean that she still wins? She said, Yuan doesn't have any special thoughts. Yuan is willing to serve you wholeheartedly during the time you stay. I just want to ask you one thing. After you take Kana away, don't let Kana follow in Yuan's footsteps. Let her practice the heavenly demon great law to perfection. In this way, Yuan will be grateful for your kindness. Lin Bin nodded and said as a matter of course, I'm not the kind of person who doesn't know the importance of things. Wait, he explained. Wait, Master Zhu, you misunderstood. We are not in the kind of relationship you think. We are innocent. Yuan naturally knows that you and Ada are innocent now, but in the future, without the supervision of your master, who knows if she will make any mistakes? Yuan not only asks you to respect yourself, but also wants you to perform your master's duties in another world. If she ever feels amorous, you will punish her severely. Don't worry, your fate with you will only last until you leave this world. This will be regarded as your gratitude and reward. Zhu Yuan smiled bitterly and said, in fact, Yuan didn't want to do this, but I lost even the heavenly demon art to you. I'm afraid that the Yinghui sect has nothing that you are interested in. I guess you are not interested in the method of replenishing yang with yin, right? Yuan thought about it and thought that perhaps only her body could catch the young master's eye. Yuan was still somewhat confident about this. This is so bad. This deal is really impure. No. Wait. What are you doing? What are you doing? Don't come over here. Lin Bin was a little incoherent, but Zhu Yuan was a man of action. Seeing that Lin Bin was reluctant to cooperate, she rushed forward, easily controlled Lin Bin's hands, and gently pushed. At this moment, Lin forgot that, if he performed the magic of divine descent, he could have the strength comparable to that of a master level warrior in a short period of time. He also forgot that Teikai itself is best at removing this kind of pushing force. He also forgot that he still had plasma pistols and azure roses in his hands, which were powerful weapons that could make Zhu Yuan afraid to act rashly. In a panic, he was directly pushed into the pool by Zhu Yuan. Young people don't know the good of young women and mistakenly regard young girls as treasures. Until now, Lin truly believes that this sentence is a true saying. Which young man doesn't have a simple and innocent dream? I hope that, when I'm young, I can meet a charming and amiable big sister. This big sister is beautiful, gentle, and shy. Lin Bin's dream came true. That evening, when Xiangxin and Zhu Yuan were having dinner together, she was surprised to find that her teacher Zhu's face was full of sorrow. She would reach out and tap her waist every now and then, and she looked like she had a very poor appetite. There was even a slight sigh on her face. Xiangxin asked with concern, Master Zhu, what's wrong with you? Nothing, I just suddenly feel that my teacher is really old. Master Zhu, what are you talking about? If we go out together, others will say that you are Xiona's sister. Alas, although my teacher still looks young, age can't lie. My teacher is old after all. Zhu Yuan spoke in a faint, slightly hoarse voice. Some things really can't be compared with young people. That boy's like a calf. When she said the last sentence, her voice was already very soft. Obviously she was afraid that Kankan could hear it clearly. Entertaining people with beauty is just for the future of the Yingui sect. Although Bakinga has been promised as the next successor of the Yingui sect, but Zhu Yuan's mind has never changed. If possible, Zhu Yuan obviously still hopes that Kankan, who has cultivated to the 18th level of the heavenly demon art, will become the next leader of the Yingui sect. Bakinga is just a whetstone. So even if the master and the disciple are about to separate, Zhu Yuan still tries her best to pave a smooth road for Kankan, so that she can reach the peak of the heavenly demon art faster. Zhu Yuan had thought it through a long time ago. It's just a few days. If she gives Lin Bin some sweet treats, she will still be the master by then. Let the younger generation deal with their own affairs. Lin Bin is a gentleman and will never go back on his word. Then, she can rest assured and let Kai and Kian leave with him. As for what happened in the past few days, it should be a secret between the two of them that cannot be shared with anyone. Chapter 112 Return. The master and the disciple were talking to each other when they saw Lin Bin coming over with a refreshed look. Lin Bin was in a very good mood at the moment, not only because he had grown up, but also because a problem that had troubled him before turned out to be not a problem at all. Yes, it was indeed a complete defeat at the beginning, but Lin Bin's physique was too good, and his breath recovered too quickly, and he slowly cultivated his experience. In the end, he was the one who won a great victory. The senses are too sharp. This is a good thing. You must know that the secret of immortality does not bring about a simple improvement in the senses, but a collective improvement from the inside out. I thought too much. Sister Yuan is a good person, and she saved me a hidden worry. Lin Bin threw an ancient gold thread book on the table and said, Master Zhu, you are professional in the field of martial arts. I flipped through this sword book before, but I don't understand it very well. Can you please take a good look at it, and then I will ask you for advice? Sword book. Zhu Yuan's eyes lit up. The nearby Xiangxin showed a greedy look and quickly reached for the sword cannon. Just as she was about to open it, she suddenly closed it and said, I heard that Ningdaoki vomited blood and left because of reading this book. He is talking nonsense. Zhu Yuan took the sword cannon and said, unless he opens it and starts practicing. Otherwise the practice is the practice. Even if he denies everything he has practiced in his past life, he will not vomit blood. The Heavenly Demon Strategy of our holy sect is also one of the 4 great books, which is much more sophisticated than the sword cannon. How can there be such a mess? It's just that the Sehun sword cannon is raising their value. Master Zhu sees it clearly. Lin Bin smiled and said, Master Zhu is extremely powerful, and the most important thing is that he has been an enemy of Sehun Jing's He for many years. He must have his own unique understanding of the sword canon. Now that he has seen the original, he should be able to quickly comprehend a lot of principles. This sword canon is given to Master ZHU. ZHU Yuan looked up at Linbin. Linbin smiled and said, "Don't be surprised. I also have my own selfishness. I can't match Master ZHU in terms of skill and experience. So before I leave, I would like to ask Master ZHU to comprehend as much as possible, as soon as possible, and then give it all to me. Young Master, you are using Yuan as a tool. Not only use, but I also want to squeeze out the last drop of your value." Linbin smiled at ZHU Yuan, with a double meaning. ZHU Yuan immediately understood that it seemed that the holy relic, she had a second chance to absorb. No, many times to absorb. Linbin also made full use of it. He destroyed Sehungjing's Hay. There was no meaning for him to stay in this world. The reason why he has not returned to the real world until now is not to search for more martial arts skills. The skills obtained in the reincarnation space are not directly infused into the body, but need to be practiced by oneself, which determines that Linbin cannot spend too much time on other martial arts. Just like the heavenly demon method, it is infinitely powerful. Linbin did not comprehend it, but directly obtained some characteristics of the heavenly demonic law by blending his skills with the two masters and apprentices, Xiangxin and ZHU Yuan. Although he could not use many exquisite tricks, but at least, his heavenly demonic force field was considered authentic even by Fan Qinghu. The sword canon was not inferior to the heavenly demonic law in terms of mystery, and Linbin had no reason to miss it, even if he could only get some of its essence. But if his own comprehension was too mentally exhausting, wouldn't ZHU Yuan be a tool? And to be honest, Linbin also yearned for the teacher game where he had to endure the discomfort while teaching him with a sad and flushed face. It's a pity that there is no teaching stick and black silk here, but it doesn't matter. ZHU Yuan's appearance makes up for everything. In fact, ZHU Yuan did live up to Linbin's trust. She was not only for Linbin, but also for Xiangxin. Linbin brought the technique to the master and the disciple, obviously promising that both of them could practice this technique. She only had a few days to teach Kankan, so how could she not be diligent? In the following days, she taught Kankan during the day, while comprehending on her own. At night, she returned to the pool to teach Linbin, and she did not dare to hold back. If she was not attentive enough, or even if she could not answer some of Linbin's questions, he would punish her with a whip. In addition, strictly speaking, this sword canon is actually the same as the heavenly demon method, and both are derived from the heavenly demon strategy. Who could have imagined that the supreme technique of Sehungjing's Hay actually used the foundation of the demon sect? But this allowed ZHU Yuan to comprehend the sword canon to an extremely profound level in just a few days. And under the close and in-depth teaching of master level expert, Linbin also quickly mastered some of the essence of the sword canon. The sword canon is different from the self-cultivation method of the secret of immortality and the power cultivation method of the great method of the heavenly demon. This is a pure method of cultivating the mind. Its so-called tranquility, guarding, emptiness, nothingness and many other key points are all about maintaining a peaceful state of mind under any circumstances. And the cultivation system within it is also completely based on this state of mind. Once the state of mind is broken, the state will be greatly reduced. It can be said to be a method with great gains, but correspondingly, great restrictions. However, Linbin did not intend to focus on the sword canon, but had a sudden idea. Anyway, as ZHU Yuan said, the sword canon itself and the great method of the heavenly demon were both derived from the heavenly demon strategy, and they can be regarded as the same source and the same clan. He has mastered the heavenly demon key. Directly using the heavenly demon key to operate the sword canon method, the effect is indeed surprisingly good, especially if it is combined with the state of the god's descent technique. The absolute clarity of mind can allow him to more perfectly maintain the consumption of true ki, which greatly increases its endurance. In just a few days, Linbin has been reborn. Although he was still not strong enough to face a master level expert, he was able to protect himself. Especially after learning the Sehung sword canon. Linbin's already handsome face has a more extraordinary temperament. He looks kind and amiable, kind and simple. He is particularly trustworthy. Reincarnator, Abin. Level, extraordinary. Qualifications, killing level secret realm independent clearance experience X1. Rating, A. Adventure level secret realm clearance experience X2. Rating, S. The first 3 items are visible to all reincarnators. Merit, C level merit X1. Reincarnation points. 2300 reincarnation points. Equipment, money sword. B. Optical camouflage cloak. B. Soft hedgehog armor. B. Wrist controller. B. 3-blade sword. C. Desert eagle shura. D. Items. Holy blessing potion. A. Compass. D. Storage belt soul guide. D. Great Huandan fake. D. Reinforcement. None. Skills. B level. Eternal life secret. 51%. B level. Heavenly demon great law. 42%. C level. Sword code fragments. 62%. Skills. B level. Divine descent. 38%. Teikai sword. 45%. Heavenly demon force field. 59%. C level. Ladder clouds. 83%. Teikai 7 injury fist. 81%. Compared to when he first came to this world, Lin Bin's strength data panel is almost reborn. Especially the eternal life secret. It has only been a year since he practiced the eternal life secret. But Lin Bin's progress is so great that I'm afraid it is far better than the 2 dragons in the plot. This is still the premise that he has not absorbed the Hashibi. If it is not the 3-month time limit, Lin Bin is simply too happy to leave. Even, there may be another person who is too happy to leave. When she learned that Lin Bin would return the next day, although she had already prepared herself mentally, she still felt an indescribable loss. That night, she flattered him recklessly. In the pool water, the evil emperor's relics had already been collected. There was no way. There was only a pool of stone milk and jade liquid, and it was all ruined by the 2 people in a few days. Now there is only a pool of clear water in the pool. In the middle of the pool, Zhu Yuan rested her hands on Lin Bin. Her slender arms were so soft that they could barely support the weight of her upper body. She looked melancholy and said, "After tomorrow, we can no longer have this kind of relationship." Yuan treats Wana as her own daughter. Since you are on equal terms with her, this incestuous relationship between Yuan and you cannot last long. Lin Bin did not dwell on this issue too much and said, "If there are new reincarnations coming here in the future, if they dare to harm you, you don't have to show mercy, just kill them directly. Reincarnations are all for missions. There is no need to talk about personal relationships. At that time, you can wear the reincarnation watch yourself, and you can control the weapons of reincarnations at will." Well, Yuan understands. Zhu Yuan nodded and said slowly, "Yuan can't do much for you. I can only take advantage of today to broaden your horizons. As the deputy leader of the Yingui sect, you are so inexperienced in matters between men and women, which is really unqualified. Yuan will teach you one last lesson." Lin Bin, Sensei. The next morning, in the Yingui sect's residence, Lin Bin had packed up early in the morning. On the other hand, Xiangxin was carrying a small package, holding Zhu Yuan's hand with tears in her eyes, full of reluctance. Lin Bin had already said what he needed to say. He looked at his reincarnation table. Secret Realm Mission. Destroy Sehongjing's Hay Series Mission. Seize the Hashibi. Mission time limit, 3 months. Mission reward, 1000 reincarnation points. C level merit X1. Failure penalty, 800 reincarnation points. Mission completed. Do you want to return for settlement? Lin Bin chose to return without hesitation. Secret Realm Mission. Destroy Sehongjing's Hay Series Mission. Seize the Hashibi. Mission time limit, 3 months. Mission reward, 1000 reincarnation points. C level merit X1. Failure penalty, 800 reincarnation points. Mission completed. Contribution settlement in progress. Secret Realm Mission rating, S. You have completed the series of tasks and the main task in excess, and you will receive 200% of the reward for this task, and you will receive 2000 reincarnation points and C level merits. Note, because you have completed the subsequent branch task in advance, seizing the relics of the evil emperor, you will receive an additional 1000 reincarnation points and 1 C level merit. Obtain the B level secret realm weapon double dragon magic shadow sword. Do you want to spend 1000 reincarnation points to bring it back to the present world? If you choose no, you can exchange it for 800 reincarnation points. Double Dragon Magic Shadow Sword, B level secret realm weapon, dark attribute lightsaber. The sword body contains the meaning of death, has a strong restraining effect on all living things, and the wound is difficult to heal. If you are cut by this sword, there is a certain probability that you will enter the cursed state, and the lethality to demons, ghosts, and evil creatures will be greatly reduced. Note, if you hold this sword, please choose your opponent carefully. Obtained the B level long range weapon Azure Rose. Do you want to spend 1000 reincarnation points to bring it back to the present world? If you choose no, you can exchange for 800 reincarnation points. Azure Rose, B level plot long range weapon, a firearm modified by Nero, the son of the devil. In order to kill the devil, it has a huge recoil and its lethality has reached the limit of gun weapons. It can fire 2 bullets at the same time. Because of the unique inscriptions engraved on the gun body, it has an additional bonus to monsters such as ghosts and evil spirits. It can fire physical bullets, and it can also fire energy bullets through charging. The power depends on the charging strength and time. Note, hey, fairy, take my shot. Obtain D level skills and Zen skills. Do you want to spend 300 reincarnation points to bring it back to the world? If you choose no, you can exchange for 100 reincarnation points. Ding Zen skills, D level skills, a skill for monks to practice Zen meditation and sitting, which can ensure the peace of mind. Note, I don't care about anything with the settlement of the task. While she was reluctant to leave Zhuan, the other Xiangxin suddenly widened her eyes, looking at the space-time crack that suddenly opened in the yard in shock, and said in surprise, cracked. Zhuan asked curiously, what cracked? Xiangxin said in surprise, Master Zhu, can't you see it? Without the reincarnation table, you can't see this crack. Let's go. Linbin came over and motioned Xiangxin to follow him. He nodded to Zhuan. Then he pulled Xiangxin's sleeve and stepped into the crack. Baking witnessed the whole process and saw with her own eyes that the senior sister she feared the most disappeared inexplicably. While she was relieved, she suddenly felt an indescribable heartache. She knew her senior sister too well, and she never suffered any loss. Maybe this time, she really got a big advantage. And not long after the two left, Zhuan had not yet recovered from the loneliness of parting with her disciples. A familiar voice rang in her ears, saying, look, Feeksun, I told you long ago that I have already done something to Linbin, and I know exactly where he is. Shizixun. Zhuan looked up cautiously and saw Shizixun, Feeksun, and Kinksun standing on the wall not far away. Yuan, don't worry, I'm not here to make things difficult for your Yingui sect. I just want to use this space crack. Shizixun said with a hearty laugh. Zhuan looked back, but still couldn't see anything, but her heart couldn't help but sink a little, thinking, isn't this crack closed immediately after they entered? After Shizixun finished speaking, he looked at Feeksun and said, Feeksun, you can go over first, and when I kill one more reincarnation, I can bring your sister to visit you. Seeing Feeksun's hesitant look, Shizixun laughed heartily and said, you also know that the reincarnators are not good people. Many of them have blood on their hands. Your father will try his best to select the bad guys to kill. Thank you very much. Feeksun thanked him a little shyly. She was actually quite flattered that the legendary evil king changed his principles for her and said such soft words. Go. Zhuan shouted angrily. Shizixun, do you think my Yingui sect is nothing? Shizixun turned his head. He was not as kind to others as he was to Feeksun. He sneered. Yuan, I just sent Feeksun away. I don't want to cause trouble with you today. If you don't want your Yingui sect to be left with only you alone in the next 3 months, you might as well stop me. Zhuan was speechless. Feeksun reluctantly held Kinksun's hand and said, Kinksun, Feeksun is leaving. Feeksun, remember to take care of yourself. Kinksun was also worried about Feeksun, but now she knew that Shizixun had prepared several reincarnation props for Shikixun, and after she heard about their effects, she was no longer worried about Shifixun. She was just worried that she was unfamiliar with the world on the other side. Fixun understands. Shifixun jumped off the wall and politely performed a junior salute to Zhuan, with a rather embarrassed expression on her face. After all, at this time, she could be considered a member of the demon sect, and before, they were still mortal enemies. But for the safety of this world, Shifixun gritted her teeth and walked towards the crack. Bakinga's face suddenly showed anger and unwillingness. If it was just Kian Kian alone, it would be fine, but now even Shifixun was going there. It's over. This time she really lost a lot. Chapter 113. It's okay, I'll take action. Returning was different from any previous time. This time, he brought a local native with him. Especially when he arrived in a completely unfamiliar place and looked at the twisted and bizarre world around him. Xiangxin was obviously a little timid. At first, she still held Linbin's sleeve, but slowly, she turned to holding his hand, holding it tightly. Linbin even felt that she was a little wet. After all, she was a teenage girl. No matter how mature she looked, once she came to a place where martial arts could not work, she was beaten back to her original form. Thinking of this, Linbin held her hand, said nothing, and continued to move forward. However, when he saw that the exit of the space-time channel was about to appear, Xiangxin behind him suddenly screamed, "Oh no, I can't walk anymore." Linbin looked back and saw that Xiangxin's forehead was covered with beads of sweat. She was exhausted, even though he walked on the smooth road. Noticing Linbin's surprised gaze, Kian Kian explained with a bitter face, "It feels so heavy. The further I go, the harder it is, as if I'm being pressed by a stone." Linbin said, "I don't know if this is normal, because I'm not a time traveler, so I don't know what it feels like for a time traveler to enter the real world. But there is one thing I can be sure of, I know that time travelers can indeed enter the real world. Just bear with it," Kian Kian said obediently. The two continued to walk forward. Soon, they arrived at the light source. "Let's go," Linbin shouted, and took the initiative to walk out. The next moment, the world was clear. Familiar environment, surrounded by strange mountains and rocks, magnificent and magnificent. Isn't this the entrance to the secret realm? It's just... Linbin looked at his hand in astonishment, and then looked at the space-time crack that still existed. Kian Kian didn't follow him out. "Mr. Abin, congratulations, you have successfully returned from your training." Bu Shuan came over and said with a smile of admiration, "We have received a message reminder from the reincarnation space. Congratulations, Mr. Abin, you have received another S-level evaluation." Her eyes were full of longing and respect. Another S-level. It is said that, although the reincarnationist in front of him is an extraordinary reincarnationist, he has only been a reincarnationist for about a year, but even so, all his training ended with S-level. The lowest one was still an A-level evaluation, and this was not because of him, but because of the drag of his teammates. Linbin casually made a few polite remarks, without any rudeness or arrogance. The civil and military students in the academy went to the logistics and the front line respectively. This is a different division of labor. In fact, strictly speaking, there is no difference in the level between the two sides. It's just that the reincarnationists are getting stronger and stronger. When facing a strong person, the weak will always instinctively please and show weakness. Over time, they are obviously equal status. Gradually, the status of the reincarnationists inexplicably rose, and many of them even became arrogant and conceited, treating the logistics personnel as slaves. Linbin would not do such a stupid thing. If you really offend these people, they can make a little trouble behind your back and disgust you to death. He turned around and saw Hui, smiled and nodded. He wanted to ask Bu Shuang about the matter of Xiangxin, but after thinking about it, he gave up. Xiangxin's existence is still a secret, and it would be more reliable to ask Director Lei at that time. Linbin said, "Arrange a special car, I'm a little tired and want to go back." "Yes." 10 minutes later, after a routine physical examination, Linbin got on the special car that left. Bu Shuang looked at the data left by Linbin in shock, with an extremely shocked look on his face. In just 3 months, when he went in, and when he came out, he had almost become two completely different people. He has become so much stronger. Whether it's muscle strength, nerve reaction speed, or strength, he's almost close to the peak of a supernatural reincarnationist. Bu Shuang's eyes were gloomy. She signaled everyone to pack up and seal this secret place. She got into her own car, turned on the jamming system in the car, then turned on the radio system and dialed a special channel. A rough voice sounded from the other side and asked in a deep voice, "You contacted me suddenly without making an appointment in advance. Don't you know that this will easily expose my existence?" Bu Shuang said respectfully, "I have discovered something very important. The strength of the reincarnation Abin is suspected to have been greatly enhanced in this secret realm. His combat power index has reached the level of supernormal level 6 or above. I don't know if you have any plans against Abin, but if you do, I think this is an unstable factor and must report it to the upper level as soon as possible." The other side was silent for a while, nodded and said, "You are right. This Abin really can't be judged by common sense. Let's do this. Make a copy of his physical fitness report and give it to me." "Yes." Bu Shuang asked, "Then, sir, are you?" "It doesn't matter, I will take action." Bu Shuang was shocked when he heard it, but he nodded quickly and said, "Yes, then I will continue to lurk. If there is anything that requires my cooperation, please give me instructions." "Okay." Bu Shuang hung up the call. He let out a long breath and patted his chubby face. After getting out of the car, she turned into a big sister who was a little fat, but had a very friendly smile. She smiled and said, okay, this mission has been successfully completed. Pack up your things and summarize. We should leave. After this, everyone will have a half-month vacation." Everyone cheered. As for Bin, he got on the special car. He had just slept in the secret realm, so he naturally didn't feel tired. He turned on his mobile phone. Hundreds of messages popped up. Among them, about 1/10 were from Lin Zhu, all of which reminded him to pay attention to eating and remember to dress. Lin Bin suddenly realized that he had been away for 3 months. Now the weather has begun to slowly turn cold. He felt warm in his heart. Many of the remaining messages were sent by reincarnations. For example, Lei Jun was very happy to send him a piece of good news a month ago, saying that he had successfully completed a secret realm training and got a good grade of A. However, in his opinion, without Abin as a teammate, he felt that, even if he got the A grade, it would still be a bit awkward. He hoped that Abin could develop better cooperation in the future. Lin Bin replied to him with a few polite words. And Deng Yang. This guy seemed to be worried that he would be misunderstood if he didn't report information for too long. He also specially reported to him, telling him that he had entered the secret realm for training, then came out, and then entered again. As a new reincarnation, Deng Yang's reincarnation frequency is still relatively high, entering twice in 3 months. And Zukan sent the details of the cases that Lin Bin was concerned about during this period. Obviously, she knew that Lin Bin was actually very concerned about these things. Even if Lin Bin was still in the reincarnation world, she wanted him to get detailed information as soon as he came out. In these 3 months, those people were indeed not idle. Among the remaining 5 survivors, Zhao Minimum suffered 2 attacks, but he was a reincarnation, and he was protected by someone, so he didn't suffer any serious injuries. Instead, he killed 2 enemies, and then they were quiet for a long time. Lin Bin first called Lin Zhu to report that he was safe, telling her that he had returned safely from a business trip and would be home soon. After chatting with her for a while, he began to reply to other people's messages one by one. When he finished reading, the car had already driven back to the World 20th Bureau. In the office on the top floor, Raymond had been waiting for a long time. "Good boy, you did a good job, and you actually brought back another S level." His expression was still cold, but for Lin Bin, who knew him, he could still see the relief in his eyes. It's just that he has been surprised many times. His sense of surprise this time is much smaller. And seeing the real owner, Lin Bin finally couldn't wait to ask, "Director Lei, I have something important to ask you." "Go ahead." Raymond sat down leisurely. "It's about a time traveler I brought back." Lin Bin roughly talked about how he had reached an agreement with an organization in the secret realm, and that the next successor of the organization had arrived in the real world ahead of time. Hearing this, Raymond couldn't help but be stunned, and exclaimed, "You are so quick to act. I just found out about the Time Travelers Alliance, and you are planning to plant spies inside it? So, are you worried that something happened to her?" Lin Bin said, "I clearly pulled her to the exit, but after I came out, she disappeared. I don't know about this question." Lin Bin was surprised. "You don't know either?" Raymond sighed. "Time travelers and reincarnationists are generally different, but I don't know exactly how they are different. Although I have come into contact with time travelers, they are generally very resistant to the way they come to this world. You might as well ask President Bay about this. She is a time traveler and must know why. Do you need me to help you connect?" "No, I'll ask her later. It just so happens that I have some private matters here and need to go to the Science and Technology Association. It's okay to go in advance." "Okay." Raymond nodded and asked, "Anything else?" "Some private matters," Lin Bin said, "regarding the secret realm training. I was actually training alone. I believe you should know this, Director Lei." Raymond nodded and said, "Well, your temporary teammate is dead." Lin Bin was surprised and said, "What? It's normal. It's better not to refuse the secret realm given by the reincarnation space, because every time you refuse, the difficulty of the next time will increase by a certain percentage, especially that Xiang Heisheng's strength has reached the 9th level of the extraordinary realm and is about to participate in the assessment of the saint level reincarnation. So 1 month later, he entered the secret realm again, the difficulty increased, and he died in it." "Really? That's a pity." Lin Bin asked in surprise, "What does the 9th level of the extraordinary realm mean?" "It's just some unofficial level certifications. Although they are all transcendent, their strengths are also strong and weak. Some people with good intentions have ranked the transcendent realm into 9 levels from 1 to 9, so that we can know the strengths of reincarnationists more intuitively. However, this level ranking is not recognized by the official, because many people who have just entered the transcendent realm can beat a lot of veteran transcendent reincarnationists. Therefore, this level certification is not rigorous at all. It is just a reference and there is no need to take it seriously. At least you are definitely not at the 9th level of the transcendent realm now, but I don't think you will be much weaker than someone at the 9th level of the transcendent realm." "Yes, thank you Director Lei for the compliment," Lin Bin said. "I have a question here. To be honest, I'm much more comfortable with this training than any previous time. I suddenly found that I seem to be very suitable for acting as a single person. I want to ask if there is another secret realm in the future. Can I?" "You can apply for the reincarnation team," Raymond said, "then raise the requirements for the team members a little bit and don't recruit any members until now, right?" Lin Bin's eyes lit up and he said in surprise, "Really? Of course, for teammates. Many reincarnations would rather have nothing than have something mediocre. As an excellent reincarnation, it is completely understandable that you have higher requirements for your teammates." Raymond said seriously, "But Abin, I have to remind you that it is true that one person has less intrigue, but it also loses a diversity of reincarnations. You may not be able to get a good job in many places. You can recruit some temporary teammates to make up for the shortcomings. Don't worry, Director Lei, I understand." Lin Bin was overjoyed. It really made sense to say that. "Okay, go home and rest for a few days. After you're rested, go find Zukayan. She should be able to use you. Yes, by the way, Director Lei, I want to borrow a box from you." "Okay, go to the logistics department to find it." Lin Bin nodded and turned to leave. Just as he reached the door of the World Bureau, he couldn't help but sigh. It seems that he still has to get things done before going home. But the more gifts you give, the less blame you will get. Well, Lin Bin thought about it and went to the 4S shop on the corner. The motor oil there is a bit expensive, but at least it is authentic. This is what you drink from your stomach, which is very different from those used in cars. You can't buy fake ones. An hour later, Lin Bin had been taken to the president's office again by K88. On the sofa, the white-haired girl, who seemed to be about the same age as Lin Bin, was playing with the knife in her hand at this time. The long knife, the beauty, looked particularly cold and gorgeous. Seeing the milk that Lin Bin placed at his feet, she pulled the corner of her mouth and said, "You really are not blamed for the many gifts you give. President Bay, have you cleared the game?" "That kind of game, can't you just play it and clear it?" Bayuki asked casually. "You should not come to the temple for no reason, right? I just checked. It seems that you just came out of the secret realm, and you rushed here without even going home. Is there anything you want to ask me?" "There are indeed some puzzles, mainly because I lost one of my companions." Lin Bin repeated the question he had told Raymond before. It's just that this time he went to the Yingui sect to discuss a cooperation, and he just said that he saw that she was a good person, so since she wanted to come, he brought her along. "Oh, I didn't expect you to care so much about a time traveler." Bayuki looked up and down at Lin Bin with a playful look and said, "Is it a girl?" Lin Bin hummed. Bayuki nodded and said, "You are right that you can't find her. Theoretically, she can't get out of that exit." Lin Bin asked, "Why?" Bayuki said, "Don't think that you can enter and exit the secret realm at will with the reincarnation table. In fact, when you enter the secret realm, you will leave something like a mark or a brand at the entrance. This thing serves as your proof of entry and exit. Together with the reincarnation table, you can freely enter and exit the two worlds. But the other party has never entered this world. In other words, she has no brand, so she came to this world not to return, but to invade, just like the invaders in those secret realms. So, for the world, an invasion is an invasion, regardless of people and boundaries. What is the world invasion like? The birth of a space-time crack. Yes, so she will be squeezed out from the new space-time crack." Bayuki said, "Fortunately, you came to find me. Except for me, no one else knows her existence, right?" Lin Bin said, "And Director Lei, he instructed me to come to you." "That's good. Remember not to tell others about her origins, otherwise, you know." Lin Bin looked solemn, having understood Bayuki's meaning. A brand new space-time rift was controlled by an unexpected channel from the official side. It could be said that whoever controlled Kyan controlled this channel. Chapter 114, Absorbing the Heshibi. Although the whereabouts of Kyan are still unknown, at least her safety has been confirmed. Lin Bin said seriously, "Thank you, President Bay." Bayuki looked at Lin Bin, who had no intention of leaving, and asked, "You came to me for more than just this matter, right?" "Yes, there is another matter, which is about this plasma pistol." Lin Bin placed the plasma pistol on the table and said, "Regarding this pistol, we have signed a series of rental agreements before, but now I want to ask, if I sell this gun permanently to the Technology Enhancement Association, what props can the Technology Enhancement Association exchange for it?" Bayuki was stunned and said, "Oh, permanent sale? You don't want to use it? It's too troublesome. Things that cannot be carried with you will eventually have a discount in value. So if the Technology Enhancement Association can give me a suitable price, I can sell this gun to you." Of course, the main reason is that Lin Bin has specially experimented. The power of the plasma pistol is indeed very strong, but after all, it is only a single shot. The newly acquired Azure Rose can fire both live ammunition and energy ammunition, especially the ammunition with energy accumulation. After being charged to the extreme, the explosive lethality is not much worse than that of the plasma pistol. Comparing the two, the plasma pistol composed of pure technology and the Azure Rose with the ability to break magic. It is obvious at a glance which one is more valuable, but value is relative. The plasma pistol, a pure technological weapon, is different for the Science and Technology Association. Bayuki nodded and said, "Thank you for your priority. I understand what you mean. So do you have anything you want to exchange?" Lin Bin thought about it and shook his head and said, "I don't know either." He really didn't know. Although he had just become an extraordinary reincarnation, his current equipment can be called an integrated attack and defense. He really doesn't lack anything. "Leave the gun with me for now. I will coordinate the props of the Science and Technology Association and give you a few options when the time comes." "Thank you." Lin Bin said goodbye to Bayuki. After leaving the Science and Technology Association, he called a taxi and rushed home. He began to murmur in his heart. It seemed that he had to buy a car. At least it was more convenient to travel in modern society. As for Canon, it was enough to confirm her safety. Linbin had no place to find her. He thought that, when she got familiar with the real world, she would definitely contact him, as soon as possible. With the evil emperor's relic in hand, Linbin was not worried at all that the little girl would run around. In fact, at the same time, in another bustling neighborhood, finally got out alive. Canon, wearing a pure white skirt and bare feet, finally climbed out of the mountains and came to the human world after going through untold hardships. But when she saw the bustling city, the little girl was even more confused. She had heard Linbin talk to her about the iron boxes coming and going, and called a taxi. But what were those things that were so high that they almost blocked the sun and were still shining outside? Buildings? How many floors does it have? And those girls, ugh, their clothes are too indecent, aren't they? They only show their feet, but they even expose their thighs? Exclamation mark. But to be honest, if she wore clothes that completely exposed her legs, she would definitely look super beautiful. As she watched, she slowly blended into the crowd, while muttering to herself. But after walking a few steps, when she was crossing the road, she was frightened by a piercing sound, and her whole body was covered with goosebumps. Are you blind? Why did you run a red light? Do you know that I just braked and slowed down, and you went to see the king of hell? The bald man who came out of the truck was full of murderous intent. Looking at the ugly face that was facing her with a ferocious look, she showed him a sweet smile, which made the bald man stunned. He didn't expect that the one who ran a red light was such a cute girl. Sorry, Xiaoxiao laughed. Half an hour later, in a rather magnificent restaurant, a private room was reserved. Various exquisite and gorgeous dishes were brought in like flowing water. Miss Xiangxin, this is the mobile phone you just mentioned. It is the latest, highest and most expensive one purchased according to your instructions. The bald man just now looked like a dog licker and handed the purple packaging box in his hand to Xiangxin. Oh, you don't look as useless as people think. You can even afford this most expensive mobile phone, Xiangxin said in admiration. Then she ate heartily, and her face was shining. I just felt that the taste of the dishes here was so delicious that I had never tasted it before. She was really hungry. She crawled in the mountains for most of the day before finally coming out, waved his hand and said, okay, thank you, settle the bill here, and leave all the money in your wallet and you can leave. Yes, Miss Xiangxin. The smile on the bald man's face became even happier. Even he himself didn't know what was wrong with him. He had obviously spent all the money he had earned in the past 3 months. But just seeing the smiling face of the girl in front of him, he felt full of fulfillment. He wished that, if she asked for the sun in the sky, he would run over to pick it for her. It seemed that, as long as it was for her, he could do anything. Even if the college entrance examination papers of that year were taken out again, he would have the courage to take the exam again. So, a stack of red banknotes was left on the table, and the bald man left very tactfully. Wait until they were full of wine and food. Was very unruly, holding a toothpick in his mouth, with one foot on the chair next to him, playing with a brand new purple mobile phone in his hand, muttering, well, I heard from Brother Bin that, if you use this thing to bind your buttocks, you can officially have all the identity authentications of the reincarnation, and then you will be a person with an ID card. By the way, how do you bind this buttocks? It's very simple. As long as you stick out your buttocks obediently, and let me spank you a few times, won't you have a buttocks? A voice with a mischievous smile sounded next to him and said, nonsense, if a few spankings would have been enough, that little bad guy would have done it himself. Why would he wait until now? This is a good opportunity to take advantage of the saint gate. Oh, so that's how it is. Wait. Kian raised her head cautiously, but met a pair of smiling eyes. Seeing that the person coming was just a cute little girl of 8 or 9 years old, but her skin and hair were pure white, she didn't look like someone from Middle Earth. She asked cautiously, who are you? We are here to pick you up, time traveler sister. The little girl smiled sweetly and said, Kian. At this time, Linbin had returned to his home. He had been separated from Lenzu for 3 whole months. Although he knew that she could actually take care of herself by herself, and the only thing that restricted her before was the old threshold and rugged ground at home. But he didn't worry much because he couldn't see her before. Now that he was about to see her, Linbin's longing in his heart could no longer be suppressed. After 3 months of not seeing each other, Linzu hadn't changed much. Her life was always very regular. She seemed to always sit in a wheelchair, squinting her eyes, and basking in the sun. Except for the extra blanket on her legs due to the climate, nothing else had changed, as if they had just been apart for a few days. And this time, when he came back, Linbin immediately took off Linzu's shoes and socks, and used his own longevity true key to warm her legs. Before, he couldn't do it, because of his shallow skills, but now after 3 months of transformation, especially instilling a large amount of evil emperor's relics and evil essence into Zhuan, all of which fell into Linbin's body. Although it didn't directly improve his skills, it was a great benefit and improvement after a few days. Even the vitality of the longevity true key was more abundant. How do you feel? Linbin sat on a small stool. He put Linzu's legs on his legs, and gently put the true key into the Yanquan acupoint with both hands. Linzu asked in amazement, "It feels hot and itchy. Where did you learn this massage skill?" Linbin said while massaging clumsily, "This is not as simple as a simple massage. It involves the use of true energy. Yes, it's the technique in the secret realm." Linzu asked, "The technique of reincarnationist?" "Yes. How do you know the technique of reincarnationist?" "I heard that the price of purchasing the technique of reincarnationist is very expensive, and ordinary families can't afford it at all. Our leader thinks highly of me, and thinks it's a waste of my talent to just let me be a non-staff member, so he tried to let me be an apprentice reincarnationist for a while. Unexpectedly, I did quite well, so he helped me to get a regular job." Linbin laughed and said, "Didn't expect me to be so talented, did you?" Linzu nodded lightly and asked, "So, you are a reincarnationist now?" "Yes. Is it dangerous for you to become a reincarnationist?" "It's not dangerous. It's rather that others are in danger. I just may have to travel longer in the future." Linbin didn't hide it anymore. "There is no other way. This training will take 3 months. Who knows how long it will take next time." Linbin suddenly understood why the vacation time of the reincarnationists is getting longer and longer. It is not just because of the danger level, but also because they spend too much time in the secret realm. If they do not stay longer in the real world, they may make cognitive errors. It's okay as long as it is not dangerous. Linzu looked at Linbin, who was a head shorter than her, sitting on the stool. She tried to lean over, smiled and touched his head, and said, "Anyway, you just need to know that I will be with you at home. If you leave, I will wait for you at home." "Yeah." After Linbin confessed the truth, he felt much more comfortable. After massaging Linzu for a while, she drove the wheelchair into the kitchen to help him cook. That night, the meal was very rich. It was all Linbin's favorite. After dinner, Linbin even pushed Linzu out for a walk. It is said that when she is alone, her range of activities has never exceeded the community. Even the purchase of food ingredients was solved at the convenience store inside the community. After 3 months, it was quite depressing. On this day, Linzu rarely went to bed early. After returning, she washed her feet. The two sat in the living room and talked for a long time. Talking about the hard days in the past. Talking about how the life is much better now than before. Imagining the future. In the end, Linzu fell asleep in the wheelchair, and even when she was asleep, there was still a smile on her face. Linbin carefully carried her into her room and covered her with a quilt. Returning to his room, he then opened the big suitcase he brought back. It was borrowed from Raymond, and others thought it was luggage, but no one knew that it contained the 2 most precious treasures in the Tang Dynasty plane. Take out the Heshibi. If possible, mission items like this can be sold to the reincarnation space at a high price. But Linbin naturally had no intention of selling it. The His Jade is something that can transform a person. In the secret realm before, Linbin was concerned about whether the task was completed or not, so he had been forcing himself not to touch it. But now, he doesn't have to forbear, as the His Jade was taken out of the layers of restraints. In the small room, a seemingly invisible force began to linger in the air and then spread outward. Lin Bin did not delay, but directly pressed the He's Jade with both hands, and the immortal key rushed in, building a bridge. The next moment, the He's Jade suddenly glowed with white light. All the alien forces gathered in the He's Jade at the same time, and swarmed into Lin Bin's body along the channel, built by Lin Bin through the immortal key. It was that Lin Bin's power had improved by leaps and bounds during this period, and the toughness of his tendons and veins had also improved a lot. Otherwise he would have been unable to help, but screaming out in pain. But the alien force entered his body, still like a knife filing a sword, and shuttled freely in his tendons and veins. In just a moment, Lin Bin was sweating all over his body. He slowly closed his eyes. When he opened them again, there was no ripple in his heart. No matter how much power he had, it was hard to shake his heart. Sword Cannon, a telepathic connection. This was the result of Zhu Yuan's earnest teachings during this period. Thanks to his hard work during this period, Lin Bin was able to temporarily control the state of mind of the Siheng Sword Cannon for his own use. This was also his purpose. The Siheng Sword Cannon was originally for cultivating the mind. In this case, taking only its essence of cultivating the mind and applying it in battle would indeed greatly improve his condition. In such a state of mind, Lin Bin's method of controlling the power with the Chang Sheng Qi was even more natural and smooth. Lin Bin, He's Jade, a perfect connection was formed between the two. From the unbearable pain at the beginning, he gradually fell into peace. Lin Bin felt as if he had become a third party, looking down from above, clearly watching the He's Jade's power pouring into his body like a tide, transforming and broadening his internal organs and meridians. At this moment, Lin Bin felt a balance from inside out. Chapter 115, We are all reincarnators. We can be more arrogant when entering the secret realm. That night, a sleepless night. The next day, as the sky brightened, Lin Bin slowly opened his eyes. Then, he saw the real world, absorbing the power of the Heshibi for his own use. It was obviously the same scenery, but in Lin Bin's eyes, the whole world was different. Everything in the world seemed to have layers, and the moving colors were more brilliant and clear. Even with concentration, Lin Bin could distinguish the shape of each fallen leaf falling under the whistling cold wind, and whether they were right side up when they landed, and whether they would be broken into two halves. Lin Bin could hear the mumbling of children in the distance, who were forced to wake up from the bed by their mother, and slowly put on their clothes with a hazy sleepiness, ready to go to school. He could hear the footsteps of the female college student dragging her tired feet out of the security room, and the comfortable snoring of the old boss. Looking up, he could even see the burning fireball above his head, and feel its warmth spreading on his body, and the rays of energy were absorbed by him. Although many things are invisible to the eyes, he can actually draw a complete picture in his mind just by perceiving. Even behind him, this terrifying perception ability is like a 360-degree eye that can clearly perceive everything happening around him. Although he knew that the Heshibi had the ability to transform himself, after a night, he felt that he was perfectly integrated with the world. Lin Bin was still shocked. He let out a long breath, quietly felt the vitality brought by the warm sunshine, and enjoyed the feeling of being reborn. The external changes were so huge, but only Lin Bin himself knew the internal changes. The tendons and veins were widened by more than a few times. This is an improvement of several times, dozens of times. The power level of Eternal Life Secret has not increased, but the upper limit has been directly raised to 200%. This is an increase in the upper limit, and it is definitely not just the upper limit. It seems that there is not much increase in strength, but the maximum level of 200 has increased from 50 to 60, and the maximum level of 100 has increased from 50 to 60. The difficulty is undoubtedly greatly reduced. Each of his tendons, meridians, and acupoints had become a bottomless deep pool. It was conceivable that he would be in a state of rapid improvement for a long time to come. Good baby. Lin Bin looked at the Heshibi that had been shattered. Except for one of the golden laid corners that remained intact, the rest had been broken into debris. He carefully collected the debris and planned to make tea for it later. Then he got up and went to take a bath. For the whole night, he seemed to have rolled in a mud pit, and his whole body was full of fishy smell. He took a bath first to wash off all the mud on his body. Although he had not slept all night, Lin Bin did not feel any discomfort. Instead, He felt extremely transparent all over his body. After washing up, breakfast had already been prepared by Lin Zhu, and even the kitchen was cleaned up. Lin Bin finished eating. He tried to use his own true ki to warm up Lin Zhu's legs again, wanting to see if the power of the he-she-be could help her. After the experiment, it was indeed better than last night, but after all, the disease was not treated properly, and the power could not completely clear the tendons and veins in her body. Lin Bin was not in a hurry. His strength was getting stronger and stronger, and he would see a wider world at that time, and he would find a cure sooner or later. He pushed Lin Zhu out, and first purchased a large amount of supplies to fill the refrigerator. Then the brother and sister watched TV in the living room all day. Lin Bin operated in the reincarnation app intermittently, and created a team for himself. He still remembered Raymond's reminder. Having teammates and not having teammates are two completely different ways of training. Although what Raymond said was indeed very right, although without the teammates of the reincarnation, he would lose the ability to cope with various changes. After all, the strengthening direction of the reincarnation was inevitably monotonous. But Lin Bin's biggest reliance was not his teammates, but his foresight of many plots and characters. And in this way, there would be no competition, and he would eat as much as he could. Team name, Team S, Captain, Abin. Team strength, Extraordinary Realm. Creating a team is very simple. You only need to pay 500 reincarnation points to activate it. Then, Lin Bin posted a recruitment message in the Secret Realm team area. He threw his phone down and immersed himself in his daily life with his sister. However, his recruitment information directly caused quite a stir in the entire Secret Realm team area. Someone in the forum immediately discovered Abin's presence. Handsome and intimidating. Wow, did you see that? That reincarnation Abin got back an S-level evaluation. The head of the Widow Village. He doesn't explain his abuse, but he actually took the initiative to recruit teammates in the recruitment area. If anyone becomes his teammate, then it would be great to get S rank. The name is Team S. It seems like they are going to lead the team. If you are interested, go check it out. Damn. I didn't say anything. Deg. The little match girl selling the girl. What's wrong? Is it because the recruitment is particularly difficult? I heard, if a reincarnator wants to form a team, he needs to spend 500 reincarnation points to open it. Could it be that this Uncle Abin really has too many reincarnation points to spend, and he actually squanders them in this way? The head of the Widow Village immediately sent out a link. The Transcendent Realm Team S is officially recruiting members, and the requirements for the members are as follows. Requirements: can fly, can spit fire, can shake concrete with one hand, can install and remove tractor bearings, can install starship main guns, can use meter field, can perform physical skills, can directly kick Knight K when encountering a strong enemy, and can perform the ninjutsu water style. Damn, who practices Ha. Note, because I have higher requirements, I would rather have nothing than something bad. If you don't meet the requirements, please don't bother me. Cheyuji, Khan, this is for fun, right? Can he do it with these conditions? I was actually tempted just now. I really want to cheat in the Secret Realm, but the number of views is quite high. I have to mention the shadow of a person's reputation. Although Abin is just a newcomer, his past results are too ideal, so everyone likes him, isn't it? Since entering the Secret Realm, except for the time when he was dragged down by a waist and failed to get S level, every other experience has successfully obtained an S level evaluation. This result is not unprecedented, but at least it is absolutely unprecedented. Therefore, the information that Abin organized a team and recruited team members was naturally very popular in the reincarnation section. After the recruitment information was exposed, it directly attracted everyone's amazement. I'm afraid that even Lin Bin himself could not have thought that he had already faintly shown signs of becoming a celebrity reincarnation. Every word and action in the reincarnation space app would cause quite a stir. Not long after the announcement of the team-made recruitment, the D-level martial arts Secret Realm was put on display. Lin Bin received a call from Lei Jun. Brother Lei, what? You want to join the team? No, really no. It's not that I look down on your fighting power, Brother Lei. It's really that I can't drag you down anymore. I asked someone to read my fortune and said that I was destined to be alone in the secret realm. If I go with others, I will definitely harm my teammates. The reason why I set the conditions so high is that I don't want to implicate you, Brother Lei. I heard that your second death level was not cancelled, and I feel bad. Okay, don't worry. If we can cooperate in the future, we will definitely cooperate, but we can never be teammates who spend every day together. Let me go and cause trouble for others. I'm sorry, Brother Lei. Okay, see you tonight. I'll be the host today. What, you treat? Oh, I'm so embarrassed. Okay, you're welcome. After hanging up the phone, Lin Bin couldn't help but sigh. Lei Jun is indeed a sincere man. If it were another reincarnation who had teamed up with him and got 2 F levels in a row, he would have wanted to stay as far away as possible, but he actually took the initiative to rush forward. This alone was touching. In the future, if he needed anything, he would never refuse, and it was not certain who would ask whom for help at that time. For example, if he encountered a promotion task again, it would be absolutely safe to ask Lei Jun, the old koi. Lin Zhu listened to Lin Bin's call and asked, "Didn't you eat at home tonight?" "Well, our director's brother invited me to dinner. You know, it's not easy to refuse the brother of the boss. Drink less." "Yes, sir." That night, Lei Jun sincerely invited Lin Bin to his home for a small gathering. Then he asked his wife to cook a few exquisite side dishes. The two brothers drank very heartily. In this day and age, Lei Jun was willing to entertain guests at home, which showed that he really treated Lin Bin as the third brother of the Lei family. When he was drunk, Lin Bin slept at Lei Jun's house. The next morning, Lin Bin received a call from Bayuki. "Come over if you have nothing to do. I found a few reincarnation props that will be of great help to you. See if you like them." Lin Bin ran to the Science and Technology Association before he sobered up. Bayuki had been waiting for a long time. Seeing Lin Bin coming, she gently kicked the table and said, "Look at these things. Do you like any of them?" Lin Bin was surprised and said, "You want to exchange so many things?" Bayuki said, "You think too much. Ha 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 ha, just kidding." Lin Bin looked at the 4 or 5 things on the table and fiddled with them seriously. As he held the things in his hands, the information and data of the items were revealed. Wishing candle, sea-level secret realm item. After being lit, no one can tell a lie or refuse to answer any questions in the place where the candle light shines. Redemption requires 1 sea-level merit and 600 reincarnation points. Note, we need to be honest with each other. Random teleportation scroll. B-level disposable secret realm item. When encountering danger, tear the scroll and you can be randomly teleported to any place in the native world to avoid fatal dangers. To redeem it, you need 1 B-level merit and 1200 reincarnation points. Note, guess where I will appear next. Transformation capsule. Sea-level secret realm item. A box of 7 capsules, which can hold 7 items, regardless of item level, and the upper limit of item volume is 1000 cubic meters. To redeem it, you need 1 sea-level secret realm and 1400 reincarnation points. Note, come on, pretend. Let me show you my tolerance. Hero, sea-level secret realm item. An artificial intelligence robot that can learn independently, can also serve as a bodyguard and pet, and can also assist in data calculation. It is the only choice for strengthening the technology route. To redeem it, you need 1 sea-level merit and 1500 reincarnation points. Note, hero, not the bad review of the beautiful hostess. Lin Bin frowned and said, "Aren't the levels of these things too low?" No, there won't be any reincarnationists who simply use a level of items to measure their value. Bayuki pretended to be exaggerated and said, "You have to understand that the plasma pistol is just a pistol. If it wasn't you and someone else brought the plasma pistol to exchange, I wouldn't have taken out this random teleportation scroll. Although this thing is only disposable, it is a life-saving thing. There is also a transformation capsule. Do you really think I can't see the mystery of the suitcase you brought when you came the day before yesterday? The treasure is exposed, but it is very dangerous. The same is true for the hero. This is a hero strengthened by the Science and Technology Association. Most of the knowledge of the Science and Technology Association has been loaded inside. It can translate the language of any secret realm, and it can also decipher codes, automatic driving, etc. It has many auxiliary functions. She said, these things are what you urgently need. You won't lose if I exchange them with you for the plasma gun. If you really think it's a loss to exchange a B level for a C level, you can exchange it for that random teleportation scroll. Linbin fell into deep thought. Bayuki was right. After a while, he said, can I choose the random teleportation scroll and the transformation capsule? This is a bit too cheap. I can exchange it for something else, but I really need these two things, so I would like to ask President Bay to give them up. Don't worry, I will never let you suffer a loss. Linbin's attitude of asking for help was very firm. The Heshibi had been shattered, so there was no trouble in this regard. But the evil emperor's relic still existed, which was not easy to carry, especially with the evil spirits inside. It would undoubtedly be a big trouble to leave it outside. Unfortunately, the storage belt was too low level to hold it. If I had this transformation capsule. As for the random teleportation scroll, Linbin still remembered his nuclear bomb with an explosion range of 300 kilometers and a range of only 300 meters. If he had a random teleportation scroll, this real killer would have the capital to be used. In fact, the other two items were also extremely important to Linbin. But relatively speaking, I can only choose the more important of the two. And looking at Linbin's determined face, if you don't agree, I will kneel down and hug your thighs and cry. Bayuki hesitated for a moment, but finally chose to agree, sighing, I knew that I cared too much about your affairs, and you were tempted. This time you took the initiative to think of us, so I'll give you face, and won't do it again. Soon. Linbin and Bayuki agreed. Pay an extra compass in exchange for the transformation capsule. 1B and 1D for 1B, and 1C. It seems that Linbin made a profit. The value of the plasma pistol is originally a matter of opinion. Moreover, the most feared by technology enhancers is probably the supernatural opponent. The existence of the compass can clearly show the existence of ghosts and spirits. It is also an extremely important prop for technology enhancers. It is hard to say who is taking advantage and who is at a disadvantage. Everyone is happy. After the transaction, Linbin happily took the props back. The evil emperor's relic is such an important thing at home. He was really afraid that Linzu would accidentally touch the evil emperor's relic when cleaning the room. It would be bad if she aroused evil thoughts in her heart. Hurry back and pack it up. Plus the existence of random teleportation scrolls. This time, Linbin thought to himself, I will become a nuclear bomb bodhisattva, and I can be more arrogant when I enter the secret realm. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 116. If nothing unexpected happens, something unexpected will happen. Good news came one after another. Just 3 days later, Linbin's Samsara space app received a friend request. I'm not a little demon girl requesting to add you as a friend. Do you agree? I'm not a little demon girl. Linbin was just stunned for a moment, and then he quickly realized who this name was. Exclamation mark. Besides her, who else would have such a suggestive name? After agreeing, a series of messages really gushed out like a blowout. I'm not a little demon girl. RRR. I finally found the organization. Brother Bin, you are really an honest person. I didn't expect that your name in reality is almost exactly the same as that in the Samsara space. Fortunately, you use the same name. Otherwise, I'm afraid that people will not be able to find you. Asterisk. Oh Abin. I'm not a little demon girl. Yes, I am. How about it? I didn't expect that I would take the initiative to find you. Abin, where are you now? I will go to find you. I'm not a little demon girl. Humph, you have a conscience and still worry about other people's safety. Don't worry, you don't have to look for them. Didn't you say before that you wanted them to help you infiltrate a secret organization? You also said that the organization was extremely tight and you couldn't find any clues after searching for a long time and you couldn't even get into their periphery. Abin, I didn't say that. I just said that this organization is very mysterious and only a time traveler can gain their true trust. I'm not a little demon girl. You said it. You definitely said it. Don't lie. You did say it. Abin. So, what? I'm not a little demon girl. So this mysterious organization that is so strict and strict to you has been successfully broken through. People are sending you messages in this base now. Asterisk. Oh, it seems that has just learned this kind of text chat, especially the emoticons. She is very happy to send them, and she has to add one after every sentence. But her words made Lin Bin suddenly shocked. Abin, are you saying that you have successfully infiltrated this organization? How did you do it? This really exceeded Lin Bin's expectations. He just said it casually at the time. The specific details were originally intended to wait until they came to the real world and then discuss it with her in detail. But who could have expected that the two would be separated on the way, and when they contacted each other again, she was already in that organization. I'm not a little demon girl. This is something that can be done with hands. Lin Bin, tell me in detail. I'm not a little demon girl. Well, these planewalkers seem to have mastered the method of locking on the traverses. Before they had time to do bad things in this world, they appeared in front of them and invited them into their secret base. They have wanted to contact you for a long time, but they have no way to contact you. Besides, there are surveillance cameras everywhere. They can't call you. They can only contact you immediately after learning simple typing. Abin. Planewalkers? I'm not a little demon girl. That's right. You call them traverses? But they don't call themselves that, but call themselves planewalkers. Just like what you said, each of them comes from a completely different plane. Abin. Do you know what their purpose is for gathering together? I'm not a little demon girl. It seems to be to keep each other warm. Even if there is another purpose, they are not even in reserve now, and they are still learning the common sense of this world. They certainly can't tell me. Abin. Then let me ask you, is there a person named Chang Feng in it? I'm not a little demon girl. I don't know. I haven't seen him. I haven't seen many people. Everyone calls each other by the name of the reincarnation. After all, I'm just a newcomer. They don't trust me too much. Abin. Okay, then I will give you a task. If you meet someone named Chang Feng in the future, find a way to find out his network of relationships for me. Now, don't be idle. Find a way to find out the original names of everyone. As long as you can get their original names. For Lin Bin, it is equivalent to finding out their origins. At that time, you can naturally launch what you want. I'm not a little demon girl, but why do I do this? Is it because of your cooperation with the Yingui sect? If so, then I feel that the strength of this plane walking is stronger. I feel that I have found a backer as soon as I came here. In fact, the main reason for contacting you is to report safety to you. As for cooperation, I don't think you are more powerful than this plane walking organization. Little demon girl, are you so proud of yourself, just after finding the organization? Abin, don't you want the evil emperor's relic? I'm not a little demon girl. I want it. I want it. Asterisk. Lin Bin. Then do your best. If you do a good job, you will be rewarded. I'm not a little demon girl. How can I ensure that I'm honestly completing the tasks you issued and you don't steal the evil emperor's relic while I'm not around? Abin. What's wrong with stealing? The evil emperor's relic contains the essence of the evil emperors of all generations. I can't eat it all in a short time. Do your best and try to complete the task as soon as possible. I will definitely give you some leftovers. The opposite side, Kan, was so angry that her mouth was puffed. This man was too blatant. He even said directly that he would give her the leftovers after she finished. Damn it, even if you are a liar, at least tell me that. As long as you do your best, I will never touch the evil emperor's relic to comfort me. Lin Bin put down his phone and still couldn't help but smile. He murmured, planetary travel? In this case, the strength of this organization should be quite terrifying, isn't it? The reliable information just obtained from Bayuki a few days ago. Every time traveler. No, there is a hidden space-time rift behind the plane walking. Just like Kankan, this little demon girl never mentioned this matter throughout the whole process. She is really cunning. But if nothing unexpected happens, as long as she is willing, she should be able to return to the Tang Dynasty plane. This is her right as a plane walker. But it doesn't matter if it is private. As long as the evil emperor's relic is in my hands, I'm not afraid that this little demon girl will not work obediently. As for other thoughts, Lin Bin is too lazy to care about her. Kankan came to the real world on behalf of the Yingui sect, and she also has her mission. From this point of view, the relationship between the two is actually just a cooperative relationship. What I wanted to do was completed so abruptly. Lin Bin looked at the pale yellow crystal in his hand and said in deep thought, but this demon girl has just come to this world and she has dared to have other ideas. I'm afraid she will take advantage of me after a long time. It seems that I have to find a time to catch her and teach her a lesson. Besides, it's rare to plant a little spy in this plane. It's right to find the right opportunity to wipe out this organization. Bah bah bah. He quickly put the evil emperor's relic into the transformation capsule. He secretly made up his mind that he must not think about anything before the evil emperor's relic in the future, because it's too easy to go astray. After that, Lin Bin had a few days of peace. Except for the occasional harassment from Canon, the little demon girl obviously didn't have anything serious to do. She just had the ability to chat remotely and was very excited at the moment. And Deng Yang. This guy seemed to feel that he and Lin Bin had a common secret, so he treated him as an accomplice. From time to time, just like a secret meeting, he would privately meet Lin Bin in the middle of the night to discuss with him the clues they knew so far. According to Lin Bin's guess, this guy might be born with a rebellious nature and enjoy the feeling of turning against the enemy on the edge of death. But this is not a bad thing for Lin Bin. After all, the enemy hasn't even started to fight, but he already knows what the enemy wants to do. For example, now, Yu Huashan, you'd better be careful recently. Abin, did you hear any news? Yu Huashan, it's not a big deal. I'm taking the Blood Clan enhancement route. You should already know this, right, Abin? Well, you even asked me specifically about the strength of the Blood Clan enhancement. Yu Huashan, the strength of a vampire depends on the blood they have sucked, so the Blood Clan system is also a rare strengthening system that can reach the sky in one step. Just yesterday, my good brother Zhu Feng got me a bottle of B-level Fire Kirin blood props, which is said to be able to make up for the weakness of vampires who are afraid of sunlight to the greatest extent. After taking it, I feel that I'm indeed much stronger than before. Abin, so. Yu Huashan, so do you think he despises my lack of strength and urgently needs my combat power to strengthen my strength, or does he really regard me as his own brother and is selflessly cultivating his own relatives? Abin, I understand. Please help me pay attention to me during this period of time. Remember to let me know if there is anything. When this matter is over, I will treat you to a meal. Yu Huashan, no problem, don't worry, I also enjoy this feeling of being in Ko's camp, but my heart is in Han. Sure enough, Lin Bin suddenly realized, this guy's really just enjoying this exciting undercover pleasure. However, if the other party really starts to strengthen Deng Yang's strength at all costs, it means that they have really begun to target him. During this period of time, if nothing unexpected happens, it is very likely that something unexpected will happen. Facts have proved that it is just as Lin Bin expected. This morning, Lin Bin just got up and had breakfast. Then he received a call from Zhu Qian. Are you up? Sister Qian, you are up. Is there anything? If nothing, come to the first affiliated hospital of the Reincarnation Association. Sun Zitun is in the hospital now. He was assassinated by the enemy. Sun Zitun? Lin Bin paused for a moment before he realized who that person was. His eyes lit up and he asked, have you caught the murderer? We have been waiting for so long. If the murderer can still escape, then we, the reincarnationists, can really die. Zhu Qian said, we have caught a big fish this time. The plan is about to end. Since you have participated in this mission, it is time to come over now. Maybe you can get some merits, and there are things that interest you. I'll be there immediately. Lin Bin nodded quickly and told Lin Zhu not to run around during this period. He quickly changed into his coat, went out and took a taxi, and ran to the location Zhu Qian said. When he arrived at the place, he got off the car and saw the entrance of the hospital. A beautiful and fashionable beauty wearing light white fur, pure white suit, and high top leather boots was waiting at the entrance of the hospital. Her long legs were exposed outside, and she looked particularly tall and beautiful. And beside her, a handsome man in his 30s stood beside her. The two of them looked really incompatible. It was because the man was handsome, but he looked sloppy. He looked like Zeman King who wanted to flirt with a good girl. Sister Kyan. Linbin came forward. When Zukyan saw Linbin, her eyes lit up. She didn't know if it was an illusion, but she felt that the boy, who was originally very handsome, had become much more handsome, giving people the illusion of being very close. She couldn't help but sigh. It's only been a year. This boy seemed to have become a different person, and he looked much better. After looking for a while, Zukyan realized that she had lost her composure. She coughed and said, Abin, you're quite late. Let's go in. Sorry, I took a taxi as soon as possible. Hurry up and buy a car. Yes. Are you the legendary Abin? The scoundrel looked at Linbin. His eyes lit up, and he praised. He is indeed a handsome man. The young man is so handsome. We can learn from each other someday. You are. He is Lilei, the person in charge of my team. Okay, Abin. There is no need to say anything more to him. Let's go. The enemy attacked Sunsetting this time, but fell into our trap and was captured alive by us. Maybe we can get some information out of him this time. Zukyan obviously didn't want Linbin to know this Lilei. She introduced him casually and took Linbin to the hospital. Lilei followed behind and laughed. Brother, do you want to buy a car? Do you have a driver's license? How is your driving skill? Do you like the kind of car that starts very quickly, can reach the top speed very quickly, and has a good running in period? Or do you like the kind of new car that no one has ever driven? When driving, do you like to drive in the first gear for a long time, or go directly to the fourth or fifth gear when you just start? Shut up. We are talking about a pure car, not the car you are talking about. Zukyan dragged Linbin and walked faster. Unhappy, that's why I don't want you, Abin, to come into contact with this kind of person. Don't listen to him, your ears will rot. Linbin. Chapter 117. Shocking change. Linbin now understood why Zukyan didn't let him get involved in this mission. At that time, she only symbolically assigned him the task of protecting his sister. Before, he thought that she was afraid that he would take away her credit, but now he understood that Zukyan was doing this to protect him. This person is so sexy. Especially when he saw Linbin's handsome face, it was as if he had seen a kindred spirit. Brother, do you know anything about cars? Actually, this car is just like a woman. When we drive a car, are we driving a car? We are driving our most beloved woman. So if you want to buy a car, you must buy one you like, such as this. Well, this car is not bad. It is 29 years old, and at its peak, the length is about 1.63 meters, and the car is in good condition, but the two big headlights are drooping a bit seriously. The lower exhaust is prone to water, and the oil burning phenomenon must be serious. The engine noise is too loud when it is started. The cylinder piston clearance is too large, but the cylinder pull is serious. It is not recommended for novices to buy it, and only experienced drivers can give it a try. Lilei sighed with longing on his face. Oh, I really yearn for the kind of car with rich driving skills and good condition. Linbin followed behind Zukyan, listening to Lilei, who was walking in front, constantly spewing dirty words, thinking that this was referring to Master ZHU. I didn't expect that my first experience was so bad that it could make such a sex-hungry ghost so envious. It was just that Linbin found it quite novel at first, but after listening for a long time, he couldn't help but feel irritated. Almost every time he passed a woman, he would comment on her, which made Linbin feel dissatisfied, thinking that this man was probably in heat 24 hours a day. He simply ignored him and asked Zukyan in a low voice why she had called him over. Zukyan was already very skilled at ignoring the dirty talk of the man in front of her. She whispered, "We may have caught a big fish this time." Sister Kyan, what do you mean? Someone tried to assassinate Sunsetting before and almost used every possible means, but we were on guard and many elite soldiers were killed or injured. Fortunately, we still captured the enemy alive in the end. We originally wanted to use the reincarnation prop, to get the identity of the person behind it from his mouth, but we didn't expect that the other party had already used the silence prop in advance and didn't say a word. Zukayan whispered, "It's not that we haven't caught someone alive before, but they are basically like dead men, committing suicide after being caught. But this time, not only did this person not commit suicide, but someone specially rescued him. We guessed that this person's identity is probably not low, so Lei applied for an A-level prop, the heart mirror, which can reveal all his secrets. I remembered that you are very interested in this matter because of your sister, so I asked you about it by the way." Lin Bin nodded. But suddenly he remembered Deng Yang's warning before. They were planning to attack him. Could it be related to this prisoner? There was no doubt that Zukayan was kind-hearted. She knew that Lenzu's legs were injured, and it would be difficult to heal completely unless the source of the pollution was found. It was reasonable for her to want to help, but the timing of the two was too coincidental. Just a few days after Deng Yang's warning, someone was arrested over there. Lin Bin asked, "Sister Kayan, who else knows about this besides you?" Zukayan asked, "What do you mean?" Lin Bin said, "I'm just worried that this will be a trap. For example, if I just show up, the enemy will jump up and kill me." Zukayan fell silent when she heard this. She pondered and said, "Indeed, although the enemy's purpose may be to kill and silence you, they have no intention of finding a target among you, but are obsessed with the goal of killing all of you. In this case, letting you get close to him may indeed be one of the enemy's evil plots." Abin, you are right. I neglected it. How about this? You don't go in. If you want to know something, you can tell me in advance, and I will ask it for you. Lin Bin nodded and said, "Actually, there is a better way." After a moment, Zukayan, with a mobile phone on her chest, kept in touch with Lin Bin and stepped into the cage ward with Lei. "Give me 4 more restraints, tie up his limbs, and don't give him a chance to counterattack before his death." As soon as she entered the door, Zukayan issued an order directly. Yes. Someone responded soon. As a result, the prisoners who were already tied up like dumplings were trapped even more tightly. Zukayan then looked at Lei and said, "Let's get started." Lei asked in surprise, "Aren't you going to wait for that little brother Abin?" Zukayan shook her head and said, "No, he is one of the targets of the mission after all. If you meet the killer Ashley, it is likely to cause unexpected changes. It is better to be cautious." "Okay." Lei whispered to the phone, "You can start." "Yes." A response came from the other side. The next moment, in the huge medical building, an inexplicable feeling appeared so strangely, and golden ripples emerged, like flowing water, slowly blocking the entire building. A-level props are extremely important, especially treasures such as the mirror of the mind that involve idealism. No possibility of loss is allowed at any time. At this moment, almost the entire building was completely blocked by props and solidified. No one can get in or out from inside. After ensuring the safety of the surroundings, Lei then slowly threw out a golden mirror in his palm. The mirror was about the size of his palm. As it left his control, it gradually turned from real to virtual, enlarged and expanded, and gradually covered the struggling figure on the bed. "Now, I ask, you answer," Lei said. "In order to ensure that you are really controlled by the light of the mirror, I will ask you a small question first. Who did you lose your virginity for the first time?" "When I was 14 years old, with my 22-year-old cousin from the neighbor's house." The struggling figure really answered honestly, although he gritted his teeth, but he was very honest. "Hurry up and start asking the real business." Zukayan frowned and said, "Okay, this enviable bastard. This time, I'm going to take out all your underwear." Lei asked, "Let me ask you, why did you assassinate Sun Ziteng?" The interrogation was going on in the ward, and the straight line distance from the house was several hundred meters away. Lin Bin hid in a VIP room, listening to the live broadcast from his mobile phone, muttering, "For safety reasons, it is better not to meet him. Deng Yang will not lie to me. The enemy's purpose is not to find the target, but to kill all 7 of us. In this case, I'm also one of the targets. It is not wise to approach these people without authorization, especially knowing that they are likely to attack me. Wait." A solemn look slowly appeared on his face. Listening to Lei's interrogation in the room, This Lilei seems unreliable, but in fact, every word he asks is to the point. The man tried his best to resist, but still explained his purpose in detail. He seemed to have used some props to resist interrogation before. But when the Reincarnation Association used the heart mirror, he no longer had any luck. And the reason why these people targeted the 7 of them became clear. That Travisor has a world-class prop in his hand, and these people want to get it? Lin Bin frowned, thinking what a world-class prop is. But it's good to know the other party's purpose. It seems that this trip is right. He was still staring at the interrogation. Suddenly, a tentative voice sounded behind him, asking, "Hello, are you Lin Bin?" Lin Bin looked back and saw a middle-aged man of about 35 or 36, wearing a pair of black square-framed glasses on his face. He looked a little timid. He asked, "Excuse me, is your name Lin Bin?" Lin Bin nodded and asked, "Who are you?" "My last name is Sun Ziting. I was also a survivor of the attack 3 years ago." The man was immediately happy when he saw Lin Bin nod and said, "I didn't expect to see someone with the same suffering here. Oh, I've been really annoyed during this period of time. It's okay to escape from death before, but I didn't expect that I wouldn't even be allowed to go to work. I've been staying in this Samsara association every day during this period of time. I feel depressed." Lin Bin hummed casually. He ignored him and just looked at the phone seriously. And inside the phone, when Zukan heard the 5 words world-class props, her expression became extremely solemn. She said, "Lilei, ask them about their background. They must be very capable to dare to covet world-class props." "I see. Let me ask you. Raw, the plan has changed. I can't wait any longer. Get started." The figure tied to the bed suddenly roared loudly. The man's hair burst out like steel needles, and his body swelled more than twice as much. The extra straps couldn't restrain his movements at all. With a few loud bangs, all the straps were torn into pieces. He raised the sharp blade that had turned into a claw and grabbed Lilei next to him. "Fuck, you can really break free." Lilei screamed, and the whole person was torn by the claws and exploded into a bull of water. Zukan's face tightened, remembering the plan that had just changed. Could it be that Abin was right? This guy was deliberately caught and then lured Lin Bin over, and then he took the opportunity to catch Lin Bin and kill him. His target was Lin Bin. Why is it necessary to do so much? Why not just attack him directly? But at this critical moment, Zukan did not have time to think too much. Instead of retreating, she advanced, and her delicate fist also grew lion-like fur. The next moment, she punched the captive who had completely turned into a monster and directly knocked him over. She shouted into the phone, "Abin, their target is you. They are deliberately trying to lure you into this trap. There must be other means against you. Run away. Run away." "Then, what should I do?" Next to Lin Bin, Sun Ziting screamed in panic. "Sun Ziting, you are here too. That's great. Follow Lin Bin and run away." "Lin Bin, protect Sun Ziting." Zukan's voice fell. The monster pounced on her again, but was knocked away by her backhand punch. In a hurry, Zukan's phone was directly knocked away and fell into a black screen. And Lin Bin sighed. "I've fallen into the trap. TSK, it seems the enemy knows me very well." Lin Bin's eyes showed a solemn look. He looked at the building in the distance. The windows of several houses suddenly exploded, and countless glass fragments flew out. Obviously, someone inside was fighting for life and death. At this point, the enemy's plan was obvious. What a bullshit important person. This person was probably captured on purpose. The purpose was to attract Lin Bin to his side, and then kill him by surprise. As for how to put the blame on Deng Yang, Lin Bin was not sure. It's just that I'm afraid they never thought that Lin Bin was indeed here. But he didn't fall into the trap at all. Instead, the intelligence they used to lure the enemy into the trap almost became a gift for nothing. So they had to launch a surprise attack in a hurry. So this created such an extremely absurd scene. The enemy launched the plan, but the mission target was not in their encirclement at all, and even hid outside to watch the fun. Lin Bin held the azure rose at his waist. He concentrated on watching the battle in the distance for a while. The hospital's defense was very tight. Although the protective equipment was activated, the entire hospital was completely sealed. The enemy couldn't get out, and the outside help couldn't get in. But in fact, the number of enemies who got in was quite limited, so the riot seemed to be suppressed quickly. But the enemy spent so much effort, it was impossible for it to be just this level. Let's go, I'll take you to a safe place. Lin Bin held the azure rose in his hand and motioned Sun Ziteng to follow him. Yes. Sun Ziteng's face was pale, and it seemed that he recalled something terrible, and his pale face was even more frightening. He followed Lin Bin timidly and suddenly said, "Wait, I know a safe place. Miss Zhu arranged for me to stay there. I have been recuperating there for some time. The room is specially designed to withstand all attacks from the enemy. If we hide there, we will definitely be safe." "Well, lead the way." Lin Bin nodded and said, "The enemy's target is us. It is more important for the two of us to hide. Otherwise, once we fall into the hands of the enemy, the consequences will be disastrous. Follow me." Sun Ziteng timidly glanced at the inside of the hospital, where a fierce battle was breaking out, and hurried to another building. But he had just turned around. Behind him, Lin Bin still kept a smile on his face. In his hand, he had taken out a simple shaped hilt. Under the stimulation of his true energy, the hilt, which was originally bladeless, extended two black lights. It was like two black dragons intertwined and extended, forming a sharp black light sword blade. From behind, he stabbed directly into Sun Ziteng's chest. Chapter 118, Being Fooled. Sun Ziteng looked at the lightsaber sticking out of his chest in shock, and said in surprise, What are you doing?" "Nothing, I just think this plan is a bit too crude, so crude that it's as if you deliberately let me see through it." Lin Bin slowly inserted the double dragon magic shadow sword. He said, "Just now I heard the fight on the phone. That person is obviously not a match for Sister Kyan. That means that, even if I appear in the ward, that person probably can't kill me. So what is your purpose in deliberately luring me here? Is that person just a bait? The real murderer behind the scenes is actually someone else. For example, when I was hastily avoiding that person's attack, I was probably not prepared for the conspiracy from behind." Sun Ziteng stared at Lin Bin in disbelief and said intermittently, Just because of this assumption, you killed me." Lin Bin nodded and said, "That's right. Of course not. Since absorbing the Heshibi, Lin Bin has been extremely sensitive to all the life breath around him. But this Sun Ziteng, although his demeanor was no different from that of an ordinary person, when he approached Lin Bin could not even feel the slightest bit of his body temperature. This was not a human being. It was clearly a corpse. Zukan had said before that Sun Ziteng had survived the attack by chance, but now it seemed that Sun Ziteng had long been dead, but someone had used strange means to control his body. I don't know what method was used to hide it from Zukan and others, but unfortunately, for Lin Bin, who had just absorbed the Heshibi, he could easily see through his identity. But of course, such words could not be said to the enemy. It was a stupid thing to take the initiative to explain one's ability. As expected, you are a selfish reincarnation. You can kill people just because of some suspicion. The painful look on Sun Ziteng's face slowly disappeared. He showed a strange smile to Lin Bin, and the originally smooth skin on his face slowly twisted, extending countless granulations. The next moment, the granulations forcibly tore Sun Ziteng's skin into pieces, turning into countless blood arrows and shooting towards Lin Bin. Lin Bin drew his sword and turned around. He glanced at the twin dragon magic shadow sword in his hand, and the next moment he changed it to the triple blade sword. With a flick of the blade, the two flying blades slashed directly at Sun Ziteng, and a huge head flew straight into the sky. He used the blade to block the countless flesh buds. Lin Bin thought that the weapon was too targeted, which was a disadvantage. The twin dragon magic shadow sword was naturally powerful, and it had a curse attribute. Even if the victim did not die, he would definitely lose a layer of skin. But this Sun Ziteng had obviously been turned into a living dead, and as a result, the killing power of the twin dragon magic shadow sword was greatly reduced, and it was not as practical as the triple blade sword. An abandoned bathroom on the 8th floor of the medical technology building. In the women's bathroom, a middle-aged man in his 40s showed a gleam of shrewdness on his face and said in a deep voice, "What a shrewd reincarnation. This Abin is really insidious and cunning. He did not hesitate to attack my puppet because of a little suspicion. The plan failed. He turned his head to look at the handsome and evil young man beside him, and sighed. Alas, I originally wanted to lure this Lin Bin here, and then I would assist you to kill this Lin Bin, but I didn't expect him to be so cunning. He noticed our trap, just because of some clues, and he didn't even fall into it. Mr. Wang, why don't we just forget it? Deng Yang looked a little cold and said, this is originally a personal grudge between the two of us, and I don't want to make such a big fuss. Lin Bin has made me unable to be a man, even if I die with him. No, with the fire Kirin blood that you gave me before, Mr. Wang, I have increased the purity of my blood. Now I have full confidence that I can kill him. Don't be careless. This Abin is not as easy to deal with as you think. If I don't help you, you may not be his opponent. Wan Ling glanced at the scapegoat they had already prepared. He said, this opportunity is rare. Don't worry. I owe Zhu Feng a huge favor. Since he asked me to do you a favor, I will help you deal with them. Thank you, Mr. Wang. Deng Yang touched his mobile phone. After all, he was still hesitant and did not dare to send a text message to Lin Bin to warn him. But he couldn't help but worry in his heart, thinking of the strange power of Mr. Wang he had seen not long ago. I thought to myself, I'm just an undercover, don't really kill Abin this time, right? If that happens, these people will definitely cross the river and destroy the bridge, and even the Samsara Association will not let me go. Then won't I offend both sides? Abin, you have to hold on for a while. At this time, on Lin Bin's side, as Sun Zitem's body was cut into 3 pieces, it seems that a signal has been set off. From the upper floors, countless shadows broke through the windows and rushed out. These people were wearing exactly the same clothes. Were they clothes from the morgue? These people were all corpses. Lin Bin quickly recognized the identities of these people and wondered what kind of strange ability this was. Was it the T-virus? Or the necromancy? Or, watching these corpses fall from the 3rd, 4th, and 5th floors, they fell to the ground like dumplings, their brains bursting, but it did not affect them standing up at all, thinking about Lin Bin and rushing forward. No wonder these people set up a position to assassinate me here. The enemy can use these corpses and can even launch a killing move against me without showing their true bodies. Lin Bin raised the Azuros. The thick muzzle exploded with flames. As the flames sputtered, the corpses that rushed to the front fell to the ground and were motionless. Several bullets were quickly used up, but Lin Bin's blue rose firepower did not weaken at all. The power of the clear energy bullet was not much inferior to that of the bullet. Although it consumed a lot of true energy, as long as it was not a large-scale recharge, with the purity and strength of his current longevity true energy, he could easily make up for the deficit. Although the consumption was a bit high, in a sense, this gun did not have to worry about the lack of bullets. Bang 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 in the dense bombardment like a string of cannons. The 20 or so bodies that rushed out all fell to the ground. 8th floor. In the women's restroom. The middle-aged man who was sitting cross-legged suddenly turned ugly and said angrily, this damn Abin, he actually has a secret prop specifically for me. I'll deal with him. Mr. Wang Ling, you just cover me from behind. Deng Yang seemed to be unable to suppress the anger in his heart anymore and said, this is originally my business. If I'll let this Abin die in the hands of others, I will never forgive myself for the rest of my life. After that, he jumped out. Wan Ling did not stop him. Although he planned to do it himself, he did not intend to leave a trail. If it really didn't work, it would be more appropriate for Deng Yang to do it directly. Deng Yang was too lazy to even walk up the stairs and jumped down directly from the 8th floor. Although he has not yet become an extraordinary reincarnationist, the Strength and Blood clan system has made his combat power far beyond that of ordinary reincarnationists, who would still honestly take the stairs. Falling from the sky, the blood grooves that were cut by hitting the glass recovered at a speed visible to the naked eye. He looked down at Lin Bin who was standing among the corpses downstairs and shouted angrily in a sharp voice, Abin, do you still remember me? Deng Yang. Lin Bin looked up and met Deng Yang's eyes. When enemies meet, they are particularly jealous. Lin Bin soared into the sky without hesitation. He raised the double dragon demon shadow sword. The sword shadow was like ink, and the black light crisscrossed and intertwined to form a complicated sword net, which directly trapped Deng Yang. Lin Bin. Deng Yang only had time to scream. His combat experience was far less than Lin Bin's. In the blink of an eye, he was slashed by him several times, and his body was covered with dark scars. The next moment, he was kicked by Lin Bin into the parallel third floor. Deng Yang, it turns out that everything is your fault. I will never let you go. Lin Bin rushed into the third floor with a sword, and then the two of them fought fiercely for life and death, accompanied by fierce gunshots and the sound of weapons clashing. Ha ha ha, Lin Bin, you didn't expect this day to come, did you? Have you seen these dead souls? They are your lesson. Deng Yang, you dared to disturb the peace of the dead. I want you to atone for these dead souls. The fierce sound of weapons colliding, mixed with the angry shouts and fighting of the two. Wan Ling, who was watching the battle from the perspective of the zombies below, couldn't help but nodded slightly, thinking that they were indeed mortal enemies. As soon as they met, they were fighting for life and death. However, it seemed that even after being strengthened, Deng Yang was far from being the opponent of this Lin Bin. After all, the gap in strength between ordinary reincarnationists and extraordinary reincarnationists is not so easy to make up. And this Lin Bin is indeed a natural reincarnationist, and his qualifications are really much stronger than ordinary reincarnationists. It seems that Deng Yang needs to be given some help, otherwise, he has no chance of winning at all. Wan Ling recited a complicated and tongue-twisting spell. The dark energy spread along, controlling the remaining zombies, to rush back into the corridor, and quickly ran to the place where the conflict broke out between the two people on the third floor. But at this time, the shouting and cursing accompanied by the fierce battle had already rushed to the fifth floor. There was blood and minced meat everywhere. It can be seen that the two people were in a real life and death situation. Chase them. Wan Ling did not hesitate and controlled the zombies to continue chasing up. They caught up to the fifth floor, but at this time, the enemy had already killed to the sixth floor. It can be seen that one of them was fighting and retreating. It should be that Deng Yang was defeated. Continue. Arrived at the sixth floor, but found that the enemy was fighting in full swing on the seventh floor at this time. Damn it, if we continue to fight, won't it be my floor? Don't you know to hide in the original place and wait for my rescue? Wan Ling couldn't help but feel a little worried. But soon, even without the perspective of the zombies, he could hear the fierce battle, accompanied by Lin Bin's wild laughter. There is no doubt that he has gained an absolute upper hand at this moment. It can be heard that Deng Yang almost couldn't hold on. Bang! The door of the women's restroom was directly blown open. A figure stood at the door arrogantly, holding a corpse-like person that was constantly dripping with blood. Wasn't it Lin Bin? At this time, he had a flamboyant smile on his face and sneered. Is this the method you prepared for me? No, son. Dad is very disappointed in you. Yes. I'm sorry, Mr. Wan Ling. I disappoint you. The corpse held in Lin Bin's hand made intermittent sounds. Wasn't it Deng Yang? Obviously, not only did he fail to kill Lin Bin, but he was also severely chopped by Lin Bin. At this time, he looked miserable. If it weren't for the Blood Clan's ability to strengthen himself, I'm afraid he would have died at this moment. Wouldn't it be better to kill him and run away obediently? Do you have to stay and die? Wan Ling slowly stood up. He sneered. Or do you think that you are really invincible as a mere extraordinary reincarnation? Young man, your road may have been long, but now, you are narrow, you know, but your road has come to an end. Lin Bin directly threw Deng Yang and his hand at Wan Ling and rushed towards him with a sword. Wan Ling sneered. He slowly raised his hand, and a ball of dark energy appeared in his palm. It was about to collide with the opponent's weapon. Deng Yang, who was already seriously injured and almost incurable, suddenly straightened up again and blocked the sword stabbing at Wan Ling. He spit out a mouthful of blood. He turned around and shouted, Mr. Wan Ling, hurry, run away. Very good, just hold him like this, I will help you kill him. Wan Ling was overjoyed. Seeing that Lin Bin couldn't get rid of Deng Yang hanging on the sword, he felt a little touched. This guy's actually quite good. If he can survive this battle, then he might as well be used for his own benefit. After killing Lin Bin, he will no longer be tolerated by the Reincarnation Association. He can just help him do some dirty work. He laughed loudly. He took out a long stick and smashed it directly on Lin Bin's head. Seeing that Lin Bin was about to die under the long stick, Wang Ling was shocked to feel a sense of powerlessness in his chest. He looked down and saw that Deng Yang, who was casually hung on the sword by Lin Bin like a rag, was holding a short weapon in his hand, and at this time, the weapon had been directly inserted into his chest until the handle was gone. Deng Yang showed a hideous smile on his face and laughed softly. Ha 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 ha, idiot, you fell into the trap. Do you like this surprise? Lin Bin directly pulled out the Azure Rose, pointed the gun at Wang Ling, and fired the machine gun. There was a loud bang. Wang Ling was hit by two people at the same time and was blown away by the recoil of the huge bullet. At this time, he still had a confused look on his face. He obviously didn't understand how these two mortal enemies who had fought each other with blood splattered all over the place suddenly united their forces. Eliminate all evil. Lin Bin didn't give him a chance to react. While shaking off two flying blades, the three-edged sword pierced his throat. Get out of my way. Intense pain. Anger of betrayal. Wang Ling didn't understand that Deng Yang was acting from the beginning, so he was stupid, being fooled like a fool. He screamed angrily, and the dark energy spread in all directions, like a shockwave, directly blowing Lin Bin and Deng Yang away. Lin Bin flew back 2 steps, and his feet suddenly gained strength on the door, and he rushed towards Wang Ling again. The enemy is at least the strength of a saint-level reincarnation. If he hadn't stabbed the money sword into his body at the beginning, he would only have a chance to escape. This is a golden opportunity. Don't let him go. Deng Yang's injury was not as serious as it looked. The double dragon demon shadow sword was too targeted, and its lethality to creatures of the dark attribute was almost halved. In addition, as a vampire, Deng Yang's recovery ability was extremely strong. It looked scary, but if he really recovered, he could recover to the initial state in 2 or 3 minutes. He was also like a wild beast, with his limbs on the ground to gain leverage, and pounced on Wang Ling. Chapter 119 Can I trust you? Wang Ling was extremely powerful. Lin Bin was called a mere extraordinary reincarnationist, so his strength had obviously already exceeded the category of extraordinary. Even if he was injured, he was not so easy to deal with. With a wave of the long staff in his hand, countless shadows spread on the ground. This is the exclusive hospital for reincarnationists. There are almost countless lives that have died in this hospital, and now, under the urging of Wang Ling's true power, they have turned into hideous ghosts one after another. With the sound of endless ghost cries, they flew towards the two. After Wang Ling successfully cast the spell, he immediately withdrew without hesitation and spit out a mouthful of blood. He looked at the golden sword that was inserted into his body in pain. He wanted to reach out and pull out the sword, but just touching the hilt of the sword, a burst of burning smoke filled the air, as if he was being subjected to a soldering punishment, which made him extremely painful. Lin Bin and Deng Yang were also confused by his move. Deng Yang, be careful. This guy's going the way of strengthening the necromancer. Facing this kind of enemy, Lin Bin's double dragon magic shadow sword was almost half useless, but the Azure Rose in his hand could be said to be the nemesis of these ghosts. One shot, one ghost. At this time, he didn't care what the ghosts came from before. The other party chose this place as the battlefield to consolidate their geographical advantage. Putting away the double dragon magic shadow sword, the 3-bladed sword in one hand was like a sword shadow through flowers. The sword moves were gorgeous and beautiful, and the charged bullets were shot out like free. The immortal key was blessed by the special gun barrel, and it was born with the effect of exterminating demons. Although the power was much weaker than that of real bullets, I remember that in the plot, it took N shots to kill one of the minnows when controlling Nero to use the Azure Rose. But if it is to deal with these ghosts, it is just right. In this way, the battle between the two was very different from a normal battle. Lin Bin held a sword in one hand and a gun in the other. The gun was used to fight against the ghosts who were very close. Instead, the sword blade rang lightly, and the sword energy mixed with the flying blades entangled with Wang Ling in the distance. Never give Wang Ling a chance to draw the golden money sword. Thank you for your gift, Mr. Wang Ling. Outside the battlefield between the two, Deng Yang's face had turned bloody. Those ghosts were scattered by the blue rose. The dark power spread, and Wang Ling was unable to take it back, and was opened by Deng Yang. The surrounding ghosts were immediately sucked into his mouth, and the injurers recovered faster. He jumped towards Wang Ling. Wang Ling roared angrily, "Deng Yang, you dare to betray me, I will never let you go. I will refine you into my corpse puppet and let you watch how I use your bones for the rest of your life. Wait until you can survive today." Deng Yang showed a grim smile on his face. Lin Bin was the mount in front, which attracted a lot of firepower. He approached Wang Ling like a ghost. Wang Ling staggered back. He muttered something. The originally dry environment around him suddenly became extremely dark and eerie. The sound of ghosts crying was endless. The originally empty dark power was too condensed, and it condensed into several giant ghost claws in the air, tearing towards Deng Yang. But in this way, it obviously caused great damage to his body. Wang Ling spit out another mouthful of blood. The golden money sword was like a seal, suppressing the dark power in his body, so that he could not go all out. Otherwise, facing these two new reincarnations. The next moment, Wang Ling's face changed suddenly. Seeing that the dark claw that was originally grabbing Deng Yang suddenly slowed down, as if it was forcibly torn by an invisible true energy. At the side, Lin Bin's face was extremely solemn. He exerted all his strength to exert the heavenly demon force field, restraining the dark claw, and shouted, "Deng Yang, go and kill him." Understood. Deng Yang took the opportunity to break through the tight blockade of the dark claw and rushed straight to Wang Ling. Wang Ling saw that Lin Bin was desperately creating an opportunity for Deng Yang. He cried out in his heart that it was bad, and he did not hold back at all. The wrestling with Lin Bin's heavenly demon force field had already won an absolute victory in just a short moment. The speed of the ghost claw suddenly increased again, and directly caught Deng Yang in it. He breathed a sigh of relief, looking at Deng Yang who was so close to him, and knew in his heart that if he had reacted a little slower just now, he was afraid that this time he would be in danger. Wait. He suddenly came to his senses, but he saw a figure that had already approached very closely. But, he fell into the trap. Deng Yang was just a bait. How could these two people have such a high level of tacit understanding? Aren't they mortal enemies? Wang Ling wanted to retreat, but Lin Bin had already approached him. He easily passed through the layers of souls blocking him. He was in a state of telepathy. Lin Bin was close to the enemy, but his mind was peaceful. The next moment, he activated the divine descent technique and gathered all his strength into one punch. He blasted directly at Wang Ling. Wang Ling couldn't dodge, and a dark shield appeared around him. But Lin Bin attacked one point with his palm, fist, and finger. The exquisiteness of his control moves was simply amazing. He tore a tiny gap in the dark shield and attacked directly on the golden sword inserted in his chest. With a sharp sound, the golden sword that had been deeply embedded in his internal organs was once again stressed and blasted out of his body. Wang Ling screamed in pain. His originally fierce eyes quickly lost their spirit, and he knelt on the ground powerlessly, without any sound. And with his death, those dark dead souls seemed to become headless flies, roaring wildly. But they were exhausted, and finally turned into ashes slowly. Lin Bin exited the telepathic state, picked up the money sword and dodged back. He looked at the money sword in his hand, which looked like a pearl covered with dust. He carefully wiped off the blood stains on it and sighed, "This guy is so strong. If we hadn't severely injured him with the money sword in advance, the two of us might not be his opponents. No matter how strong he is, he will die. Do you really think I'm the kind of brainless person who will not care about anything for revenge? His biggest mistake is to believe me. Sorry, I'm an undercover." Deng Yang smiled gloatingly, and then sat down on the ground powerlessly. If Lin Bin's action was a little slower, or the tacit understanding between the two was a little worse, he would have been torn to pieces by those ghost claws. Deng Yang sighed. "I didn't expect that in the end. It was the two of us who teamed up to kill this man. You owe me a favor." Lin Bin asked, "Who is he?" "I don't know. Zhu Feng was supposed to help me deal with you, but he suddenly appeared out of nowhere. But judging from the tone he usually uses when talking to Zhu Feng, his status should be higher than Zhu Feng. He must be the mastermind behind this." Deng Yang sneered. "Next, as long as I kill this Zhu Feng, I can live openly in the sun, and my parents will be safe. Anyway, thank you, Abin." Lin Bin shook his head and sighed. "In order to deal with me, there was actually such a reincarnationist who is at least at the saint level. If I didn't know that my identity was clean, I almost suspected that I was the time traveler." In just a few breaths, The true energy consumed in his body has been fully restored. Lin Bin glanced at the light curtain above his head and said, wait until the power of the heart mirror dissipates and the support from outside comes in. We will be safe. Sister Khan sighed. Before he finished speaking, the door was slammed open. Speak of the devil, here comes the devil. Zukain rushed into the bathroom. She was panting slightly, with a little blood stain on her fair face. With the pure white beret and pure white cashmere coat, she looked a little more cool and elegant than before. She breathed a sigh of relief to see Lin Bin was safe and asked, Abin, are you okay? I was just held back by those guys. After I killed him, I found that you were missing. Sister Khan, don't worry, I'm fine. Lin Bin stood up and asked, what's the situation? The enemies have all been controlled. They sneaked in with more than a dozen insiders and really caused quite a stir. Fortunately, it's all calmed down. What about Sun Zitong? Lin Bin said, Sun Zitong is dead. The enemy controlled his body and wanted to attack me from behind. I almost fell into his trap. What? Sun Zitong is dead too? So, their goal has been achieved one step further. Zukain sighed, glanced at the long staff. Her eyes suddenly lit up, and she said in surprise, wait, isn't this the lion's grip staff? Sister Khan, do you know the origin of this weapon? I only know that the lion's grip staff came from the secret realm of the Free Federation, and was later auctioned off by people from the Free Federation at a high price at the auction. Zukain took the staff and said, I didn't expect this matter would involve the Free Federation. Abin, you have done a great job. She glanced at the dead body and said seriously, the situation is not stable yet. You should stay here and don't move around. Lilei has gone to unlock the restrictions of the heart mirror. Come with me when the time comes, okay? Lin Bin nodded honestly. The battle just now seemed to be quick and clean. But in fact, if the golden money sword had not been inserted into Wang Ling's body in advance, it would be hard to say who would win. If I meet such an opponent again, I will cry so hard that I don't know why. It's better to lie low. Zukain hurried away to do her work. Half an hour later, with the fall of the light curtain, the previous protective measures slowly disappeared, and the Samsara Association quickly controlled the situation. Deng Yang refused Lin Bin's invitation to go back with him to cooperate with the investigation. I still have some things to deal with here. He patted Lin Bin on the shoulder and said, I always thought you were annoying before, but now I suddenly like you a little bit. When I get rid of the last tail here, you will treat me to a meal and I will treat you to a foot wash. No problem. By the way, lend me this sword. I will make a few wounds on my body to cover up, just in case. Deng Yang was referring to the double dragon demon shadow sword. This sword is powerful, but the damage to him is extremely low. Coupled with his vampire physique, it is perfect for a self-torture plan. 2 hours later, an ordinary 3-bedroom and 1 living room. In the room, Zhu Feng was concentrating on his mobile phone, waiting for the arrival of news at any time. At this time, the sound of the door lock being twisted rang out. A figure covered in blood just rushed in and screamed, no, it's bad, brother Zhu, it's bad. The blood-stained appearance scared Zhu Feng. Seeing that it was Deng Yang, he was surprised and said, how did you come back alive? After Zhu Feng finished speaking, he realized the grammatical error in his words. He hurriedly made amends. No, I mean Zhao Deng, how did you come back? Didn't I tell you? After killing Lin Bin, run away immediately, run as far as you can. We failed. Deng Yang's body was covered with scars, and he looked like he had been tortured to death. He cried in pain. Mr. Wang, he died. I was also seriously injured. In the end, I was fine, but Mr. Wang, he died. Zhu Feng's body shook, and a look of absurdity and disbelief appeared on his face. He said in surprise, but, he is a saint-level reincarnationist. But there are too many enemies. Deng Yang directly opened his clothes, revealing the hideous scar on his chest that almost cut him in half, and said word by word, this wound was blocked by me at the risk of my life for Mr. Wang, but even so, it didn't work. Mr. Wang didn't escape, and was killed by the enemy with a restrained weapon. Brother Zhu, I know you have the ability to distinguish whether others are lying. I didn't lie, you should be able to tell it. He said painfully, "It's all my fault. I killed Mr. Wang. If I didn't take revenge, it would be fine. I killed Mr. Wang with my own hands. You. Zhu Feng was stunned. He looked at the wound on Deng Yang's chest, just as Deng Yang said. His enhanced word spirit did have the ability to discern other people's lies. But because of this, he could tell that Deng Yang's words were really true. "I'm sorry, brother Zhu. It's all my fault." Deng Yang quietly grasped the weapon on his waist. "No, we have to run away quickly," Zhu Feng suddenly shouted. "Don't worry, brother Zhu. I came back very carefully and didn't get exposed. I have already killed Mr. Wang. How could I kill you?" Zhu Feng suddenly turned around, looked at Deng Yang, and asked, "Deng Yang, can I trust you?" Deng Yang, who had just drawn his weapon, put it away calmly and said painfully, "You'd better not trust me. I killed Mr. Wang. I have betrayed your trust. No. If Lord Wangling is dead, then we must escape quickly." Deng Yang asked, "Why?" "Because Lord Wangling and I are from the same organization, and he is one of the decision makers of this organization. Now that he is dead, I'm not sure if these reincarnations can get any information and clues from his body. We may be exposed. It's no longer safe here." Zhu Feng sighed, "Alas, now I won't hide it from you. Xiao Deng, you have gained our trust with your behavior. Follow me and I will take you to join the organization." Deng Yang was stunned. Confused. What organization? How come I don't know? At this moment, he felt an indescribable excitement in his heart. Could it be that I'm an unstable person who is born to pursue excitement and the great pleasure between life and death? Chapter 120, The Right to Open Up a Killing Level Secret Realm. To sum up, I failed to kill Zhu Feng, and the two of us have escaped now. I originally thought that Zhu Feng was the mastermind behind the scenes, but I didn't expect that there was an extremely large organization behind him. If I don't find out this organization, I'm afraid they will find out that Wang Ling's death is related to me, and then they will still be thinking about me. So I decided to go deep into the enemy camp and uproot them. "It seems that you may have to pay me back later for the meal you owe me," Deng Yang said with emotion. "It seems that I have to continue on my road of lurking. It's so strange. You clearly have a regretful tone. Why do I hear excitement in your tone?" Lin Bin asked. "Do they trust you?" "I discovered this by accident before. Zhu Feng has a similar ability to read minds. Of course, he can't read the specific content, but he can tell whether I'm lying or not. So I told half of what I did and kept the other half. I don't tell lies, I just keep some reservations. He naturally trusted me. He told me a lot of secrets. Oh, and there is one more thing. There should have been surveillance in the toilet at that time. You keep the first half of the video of me blocking the sword for Wangling, and delete the second half." Deng Yang said, "I will find a way to let Zhu Feng check this information. It would be a pity not to let these people see such a spectacular scene of me blocking the sword for the 11th Lord. This is a good way for me to get promoted. I think no one should be able to refuse the surrender of a loyal subordinate who can block the sword for him at a critical moment." Lin Bin frowned and said, "11th Lord? This is another secret I plan to tell you." Deng Yang said, "Lin Bin, you have stirred up a hornet's nest. Tell me more about it. This Lord Wangling is not alone. He belongs to an organization." "What organization?" "Apostles." Deng Yang said word by word, "And that Wangling is one of the 11th apostles." Zhu Feng. "Wangling's strength is at least at the saint level. If you hadn't plotted against him before, and the money sword is the nemesis of such evil people, the two of us combined would not be his opponent. How could he be ranked only 11th? Lin Bin said, "It seems that I have to ask Director Lei." Deng Yang sighed. "The money sword is indeed very powerful. At that time, I was just holding the hilt of the sword, and my palm was burned beyond recognition. This sword has a single function, and in a sense, the simpler the prop, the stronger the power. In my opinion, the value of this sword may even be higher than your double dragon demon shadow sword. Do you have any other information? I only know that the 11th apostle died, and there must be new apostles to fill the position. Zhu Feng should also be qualified to participate in the competition, so he would win me over. He should also want to temporarily increase his combat power, especially since I'm still loyal to the 11th apostle. Deng Yang said, next, I will continue to lurk and try to root out this organization. Well, I'll ask Director Lei. Lin Bin talked to Deng Yang in detail for a while and then hung up the call. After thinking about it, he did not contact directly by mobile phone, but went directly to the World Administration. Some things are better to talk face to face. Apostle? When Raymond heard these two words, he stood up suddenly, with a solemn look on his face. Lin Bin asked, Director Lei, have you also heard of this organization? Do you know what apostle means? Without waiting for Lin Bin to answer, Raymond answered directly, it means the messenger of God. The apostle organization was extremely prosperous many years ago. At that time, the reincarnation space had just been established, and many reincarnationists had a sense of superiority. They regarded themselves as gods, and regarded the aliens in the secret realm as natives, thinking that they were superior to others. Not only that, they entered the secret realm, plundered and killed people, and did many things that angered God and people. Lin Bin, is it an old organization? But gradually, the reincarnationists finally discovered that they were not different from others, and they were not the only ones who had the ability to travel through time and space. Those natives could also have their power, and then they suffered backlash. Especially as the rules of the reincarnation space gradually improved, this organization gradually disappeared in the long river of time. Raymond said, basically, this is a wrong product of the development of the times. If you hadn't mentioned it, I would almost think that these apostles who proclaimed themselves as gods no longer existed. He paused and said, did Deng Yang break into this organization? Very good, you contact him and tell him what I said. If he can find out the identities of all the apostles, I can make the decision and reward him with an A-level secret realm item. He can choose any one of them. With what you said, Director Lei, he will definitely be very motivated. Lin Bin paused and asked, Director Lei, there is one thing I don't understand. I want to ask, what is a world-class item? World-class item? This is actually related to the apostles. Raymond took a sip of tea. He explained, each world fragment has a core. When these fragments are destroyed, their core will appear and then exist in the form of parasitic items. Their unique ability is also a world-class item. Of course, you will understand it in another way. S-level items. Although the apostles are an organization that acts too radically, they are notorious because they once had a period of time when their main purpose was to collect world-class items. I see. Lin Bin understood what Raymond meant. The appearance of each S-level item was accompanied by the destruction of a world fragment. How many innocent people would be killed or injured in the process? So, the time traveler has an S-class item in his hand, and this is also the way for him to die. Just thinking about it, the door of the office was suddenly pushed open. Zukain rushed in. She ran to the water dispenser, picked up the cup, and poured water for herself, but after a while, the shallow water flow really did not satisfy her. She simply picked up the pure water bucket and blew it into her mouth. The fashionable girl with a delicate and slender appearance made such a rough action. Not to mention, it was particularly beautiful. I can only say that she is worthy of being a beauty. When doing normal movements, her posture is elegant, and when doing abnormal movements, she is free and unrestrained. She looks good no matter what. She drank for 5 minutes. Most of the whole bucket of water was drunk, but the slender waist did not bulge at all. She heaved a sigh of relief. Seeing Lin Bin, her eyes lit up and she smiled. Abin, you're here too. It's just right. Some things are related to you. By the way, don't worry about assassinations. You're safe. Lin Bin was surprised and said, what? The man you killed was called Wang Ling. He was a Chinese reincarnation from the Free Federation. He was also the leader of an organization called Ghost. The previous attack on the 7 of you was done by this ghost. Now the leader has been killed, and the Ghost organization has been liquidated. We followed the clues and arrested many of them. Although many of them ran away, they can no longer cause any trouble. Zukain said, you can finally rest assured this time. Well, I know. Zukain asked curiously, you don't seem very surprised. Because I'm also interested in that traverser, or I'm interested in the S-level props in his hand. Lin Bin said, 7 people, 3 of them have died so far. If you remove my sister and me, his true identity seems to be about to be revealed. Zukan sighed. If he has a world-class item, then there might be other hidden secrets behind the tragedy. We can't investigate further. Linbin didn't respond. He knew what Zukan meant. If the time traveler really had an S-class item, then there was only one possibility, that the fragments of his previous world were destroyed. Then the attack was probably not caused by the time traveler, but by someone with ulterior motives, to silence the witnesses or to steal treasures. By the way, there is one more thing. Boy, you have made a great contribution. Zukan said, because it was you who killed Wang Ling, the credit should have fallen on you, but now the credit is divided equally between Li Lei and me. Lei Meng replied, you did a good job. This is what Abin promised me before, not to take any credit. Linbin nodded and said, thank you, Sister Kyan. Zukan patted Linbin on the shoulder and smiled. Hey, I hope you can understand your good intentions. Linbin said, what was taken away is not just the credit, but also the grudges. In the future, if the ghost organization wants to take revenge, it will not be my fault. Sister Kyan, don't worry, if they really seek revenge on you, I will never stand idly by. I feel relieved with your words. Zukan smiled and said, don't worry. Although Li Lei is not a good person, he has a good impression of you. We have taken the fame and credit, but the actual reward was given to you. We have returned the lion's grip, and also condemned the Free Federation. The reincarnations of the Free Federation actually dared to enter China and cause trouble. If they can't give a reasonable explanation, I believe that in a few days, there will be more reincarnations from our China causing trouble in the territory of the Free Federation. Linbin was surprised and said, so tough? Reincarnations must report when entering other countries. Entering quietly is almost the same as a provocation. Especially this Wang Ling actually dared to hurt people in our country, which is even more excessive. It's only because he is of Chinese descent that those people have an excuse. Otherwise this may involve diplomacy. Zukan sneered. Do you know what it means to become a saint? That has exceeded the limit of human power. If you really want to cause trouble, you can cause a huge storm. Linbin understood. I thought to myself, this is just like walking around the streets of Kyoto with explosives all over your body. Even if it looks fine, it must be strictly guarded. Otherwise, their sacred toilet will be gone in a minute. Zukan said, wait a few days. If the reward is appropriate, we won't snatch it from you. Linbin nodded. There was also some expectation and relaxation in his heart. Looking forward to the next prize. Relaxed that he didn't have to worry about Linzu's safety anymore. When he was free, he could go to Zhao Minimum and Lulinlin to have a good chat, appealing to their emotions and reasoning. Just like Zukan said, if the time traveler really had a world-class prop, then it is very likely that he was not the murderer at all, but he was also the victim. Although Linbin's parents died in that incident, but Linbin naturally would not have any resentment towards the victim because of this incident. Even if he did, it would be better to be humble now that he needed help. And he didn't wait a few days. The negotiations between the Samsara Space Association and the Kala Free Alliance were also quickly settled. The Free Alliance explained that Wang Ling was of Chinese descent, and many of his actions were not restricted by the Free Alliance, so this was completely his freedom, and the Free Alliance should not bear any responsibility in this regard. The Chinese Samsara Association nodded in agreement, saying that they also had many white people, and they would let these people go uncontrolled at that time. The Free Alliance was already in the wrong. Especially when the other party returned the lion's grip, it was obvious that they looked down on such a mere prop. So, half a month later, the reward came. A brand new killing level secret realm. Zukan said excitedly, the location of this secret realm originally belonged to the Kala Free Alliance, but now, they must give us the first mining rights as compensation. Abin, congratulations, this is a brand new secret realm that has never been cultivated. Abin, aren't you very good at opening up new land? So we specially strived for it here, and it took a lot of effort. Besides, the other party nodded in agreement after knowing that a transcendent level reincarnationist had entered. Linbin frowned and said, is that all? Only enter once. The first time is always extremely important, and it may even affect the relationship between this world fragment and the real world. Raymond said with a stern face, not only are the reincarnationists making judgments on the secret realm, but even the secret realm is judging the reincarnationists. You are not from the Free Federation, so you can act more unscrupulously. You can do whatever you want in it. Even if you are a little radical, it is not a problem to destroy this world and make your own S-level props because they allowed you to enter and they have to swallow their bitterness. Lin Bin's eyes lit up when he heard that. Then he shook his head and smiled bitterly. How can it be that simple? That's a killing level secret realm. With my strength, it's already quite amazing to be able to protect myself in it. What about world-class props and destroying the whole world? My kindness won't allow me to do that. Then try your best to squeeze out the potential of this secret realm. Raymond said coldly, squeeze out the entire world's heritage. And Zukan just reacted and said in surprise, from what Director Lei said, Abin, do you want to solo the killing level secret realm? This kid has set up a reincarnation team. You can take a look at his recruitment conditions. Raymond rolled his eyes rarely and said, I estimate that, even if all the reincarnationists in the entire reincarnation space are brought here, no one will be qualified. Zukan said, how about I accompany you into train, so that we can take care of each other? I just don't know if they will allow saint level reincarnationists to enter. Let's talk about it when the time comes. Lin Bin shook his head and said, the main thing is that I don't know what dangers are in the killing level secret realm. It's better to make sufficient preparations for now. He looked at his waist. The Heshibi was only a piece of jade inlaid with gold, but it was also a symbol of the inheritance of the Tang dynasty. Even if it was only a piece of jade, it was extremely important, so it was preserved very intact. But the evil emperor's relic was still intact. At this moment, he thought of Kankan. It is better to sharpen the spear before the battle. If it is really a killing level secret realm, his current strength is definitely not enough. Maybe it would be more appropriate to let this girl help him sharpen the spear. Chapter 121 This is a scumbag. 3 days later, in a quiet and elegant coffee shop, accompanied by soothing piano music, the doorbell rang. A pretty girl wearing a tank top and short shorts, completely exposing her slender and beautiful figure, walked in with a delicate small bag in her hand and wearing black sunglasses. The girl was extremely beautiful and had fair skin. Although a pair of round-framed pure black sunglasses covered almost 1/3 of her pretty face, people could still glimpse her charming style and beautiful facial features. And her calm and confident look made Lin Bin couldn't help but smile. Should I say that she is indeed worthy of being a young person? If it were Zhuan, her ability to accept these many modern things would definitely not be as fast as the one in front of her. How could the girl in front of her be a time traveler? It was clearly a fashionable girl who grew up in modern society. When she saw Lin Bin, her eyes lit up. Then her mouth bulged. She sat down opposite Lin Bin angrily, snapped her fingers, and said, "Waiter, give me a cappuccino." Lin Bin smiled, watching Kyan Kian's skillful ordering, and joked, "I guess you only know cappuccino, right? Humph, you underestimate me." Kyan Kian raised her white and tender feet. Even in modern society, she was unwilling to let fabrics restrict her personality. She kicked a pair of transparent crystal slippers, and her feet were even more crystal and smooth than the crystal slippers. She said, "Cappuccino, latte, espresso, etc." Kyan Kian reported a series of coffee names. Then she said disdainfully, "This is a key factor in hooking up with rich men. As an outstanding girl, how can you be useless except for your beautiful face?" So after I settled down, the first thing I did was to review the knowledge I needed to learn as a scumbag. By the way, I tried to get a breakfast at a Michelin restaurant yesterday. It was so boring. I wanted to meet more people of the same kind, but I didn't expect that it was a group of poor guys with a glamorous appearance taking pictures there. I just took a bite, but they despised me. I was so angry that I directly ordered a breakfast for each person. They must have come to curry favor with you? No, they hate me even more. Cannon snorted complacently. I ordered for everyone but myself, and then I wanted to sneak away. Who do you think can stop me? So I think they will hate me very much when they pay the bill. Lin Bin said helplessly, "Can you stop always saying it's someone else's? It's so coquettish. I've already told you that this is a way to get rich. Men nowadays just fall for it. I used charm at first, but later on I felt myself stupid. Why would I need it? Just say that I want to be a good thrifty girl. There are a lot of bootlickers who will buy you what you want. Canon sighed. So what worries me most now is finding a reliable second-hand website. I just want one thing, but the bootlickers keep giving me the same thing, so I can only buy it to fill my wallet. Linbin said speechlessly. You're doing very well. Of course. If you don't experience the prosperity of modern society, how would you know how naive and stupid you were before? You were at the most adorable and ignorant age, but you met a scumbag and had your feelings deceived. It's okay for him to lurk around and not give you activity funds, but he also used some defective fakes to deceive my feelings and trick me to come to this place. Cannon looked at Linbin with resentment. What did I lie to you about? This. Cannon slammed a crystal clear diamond necklace on the table and asked, answer me honestly, how much is this necklace? Linbin replied, 1,270,000. Did you say an extra 10,000? Cannon fiddled with the necklace angrily and said, I've already made it clear. The necklace is made of silver and the diamonds are handmade. It's beautiful because it's hand carved, so it must look good. Plus it's handmade. Anything over $100 is a scam. Linbin was shocked and said, so I was scammed. Damn it, I will never go to that store again. $127, right? How dare you talk nonsense? Cannon pursed her lips, thinking of the price she had paid to get this necklace, and said aggrievedly, I got hurt in the chest for several days because of you hitting me for this necklace. Thank you. Although she felt aggrieved, she politely thanked the waiter. You're welcome. The waiter bent down and placed the coffee in front of Xiangxin. He responded to Xiangxin with a sympathetic look and then glared at Linbin fiercely. Before, I thought this young and handsome guy had an extraordinary appearance and a gentle temperament. He simply exuded an aura from the inside out that made people unconsciously want to trust him and get close to him. I was thinking of asking for his phone number. I didn't expect him to be a scumbag. He's still a poor guy. The most important thing is that he's still a poor guy, but he's quite playful. Although this girl looks pretty, it's a pity that she has a problem with her brain. She was deceived into losing her body with a necklace worth more than 100 yuan. Liar, liar, liar. Xiangxin raised her foot to kick Linbin's calf, but every time she kicked, she hit Linbin's slap. After a few kicks, her little foot curled up in pain. Linbin went to get the necklace and said, if you don't want it, you can give it back to me. Don't. You gave it to someone else. They've already paid for it. Wouldn't it be a big loss if I gave it to you? Xiangxin put the thing away angrily and said, this is the evidence of your crime. Although she said she was disgusted, but she still put the thing away carefully. She said, as a little demon girl, it is my job to trample on the hearts of men in the world. But before I even leave the mountain, my pure girlish heart is trampled on by other men. This is my shame. I will keep this thing and place it carefully day and night to remind myself at all times. You don't have to be so cautious. I called you here this time to discuss the funding issue you mentioned before. What are you doing here? Linbin looked up helplessly at the waitress who was staring at this side intently, frowned and said, the two of us are discussing business. Sorry. The waitress apologized hurriedly, turned around and left, but gave Xiangxin an encouraging look before leaving. And Kankan, relying on her woman's instinct, instantly understood what she meant. She demanded compensation harshly and didn't hesitate. She asked calmly, what funding? Didn't you mention the issue of the evil emperor's relic before? Linbin said, after careful consideration, I feel that, although there is a lot of essence in the evil emperor's relic, if I don't take the initiative to find you, you may not have the opportunity to absorb these essences at all. This is too unfair to you. Just like you said, since I asked you to help me, I naturally have to give you activity funds. Can I use the evil emperor's relic instead? Of course, but, if so, won't people have to meet you often? You contact them so diligently, what if they get suspicious? Although Kankan's eyes were shining, she was still shy. In that case, forget it. I will give you 100,000 yuan every month as activity expenses. Wait. I've thought about it carefully, and Jingyuan is more suitable. Well, I like to eat that. Besides, didn't you say that, if I don't help you, you can't make so much by yourself? Wan smiled, and held Linbin's arm intimately. she said. Let's go. Let's find a quiet place to absorb Jingyun. I can't wait. It's not convenient at my home. I have a sister here. Let's go to a hotel. That's not good. What if my companions find out that I have checked in so many times every month and think that I have bad personal ethics? On one side, the ID card is really a good thing. You can check all the itinerary clues, but there is no personal privacy. I really don't know how you can bear this kind of exposure with traces. Wait. I have a way. What is it? Come with me. Half an hour later. Hello, sir. What kind of car do you want to buy? In a 4S store with magnificent decorations, a shopping guide in a suit and leather shoes came up with a smile. Lin Bin said concisely, big size, tall, and most importantly, the back seat can be laid flat so that people can sit upright. One said happily, do you want to buy a car and give it to someone? Lin Bin glanced at her and said, if you want to earn it yourself, this car is for me to use, but when we are together, we can use it together. One snorted, stingy guy. I will shout in the dog licking group this afternoon, and then I will definitely cry and shout to give someone a car, believe it or not. The female shopping guide showed a bit of a strange look on her face and smiled awkwardly. Sir, you are joking. I'm not kidding. Which car has the largest space? For Lin Bin, buying a car is indeed a top priority, and in his current situation, buying a car must also have enough space. After all, Lin Zhu's legs were already inconvenient, and the car was too small to fit a wheelchair. Moreover, the car had good privacy and could be moved at any time, making it the perfect place for him and Kankan to move around. From this point of view, it was a win-win situation. If you're looking for a car with strong power and large space, I would seriously recommend RH9. It has strong power and a wide space, so you can roll around in it as much as you want. Of course, the most important thing is that it's very cheap. The shopping guide led the two of them to a brand new pure white car. Lin Bin took a look and shook his head, saying, this won't work. Why? Lin Bin said disdainfully, the glass is too transparent. You can see everything that happens inside the car from the outside. The shopping guide pursed her lips tightly, puffing herself up like a Siddiq. She forced a smile and said, sir, you are joking. We give you car film for free. If you are willing to pay a little extra, we can apply a completely non-transparent car film on it. Then you can do whatever you want in the car. Xiangxin asked, can the back seat be folded down? Yes. Let me fold it down and experience it for myself. Sure. The shopping guide got into the car and folded down the back seat. Xiangxin kicked off her shoes and climbed in from the back seat. Then he sat up straight, bounced twice vigorously, and exclaimed in surprise, the space of the car is really big. I can't hit my head, even if I kneel down. Come on, brother Bin, you come in too. Let's try together to see if we can move it around. Shopping guide. I don't need it, it's enough. Lin Bin looked at Kankan rolling hard in the car shaking, and frowned. The shock absorption is not very good, but the size is really good. Is there a discount? The current highest configuration is 270,000 yuan, and there is a discount of 20,000 yuan. Okay, that's it. Is that decided? You don't pay attention to other aspects? The shopping guide asked a little helplessly. For example, the power, configuration, and subsequent installation. Why do you still care about these when it's already the highest configuration? But you must not be careless about the film, understand? Understood. The shopping guide blinked, thinking to himself that I have never seen anyone buy a car like this in my life. You only care about privacy and space. Aren't you too blatant? But seeing the happy look of the girl in white, she couldn't help but sigh. Such a beautiful girl should be destined to ride in those luxury cars, right? In the end, she got it with such an H9. And she was so happy. This is true love. It's a pity that she met a bastard who only cared about her body and only cared about sex in the car. She complained in her heart, but her expression did not change. She smiled and said, please come with me to handle the procedures. Okay. An hour later. After paying about 300,000 yuan, Lin Bin drove a brand new H9 with the back seat completely flat, carrying a lying girl out of the 4S store. As soon as he left the 4S store, he parked the car on the side of the road. Lin Bin also got in the back. He touched his waist and took out a capsule and opened the transformation capsule inside. A red spherical crystal appeared beside the two. Kyan Kian's eyes were straight, with an infatuated smile on his face, as saliva was about to drip, and he said, "Holy relics. Let's get started." Lin Bin kicked off his shoes and sat cross-legged. Kankan also sat opposite him. The car was spacious, and the two of them sat opposite each other, with plenty of room to move around. Their palms were facing each other, and Lin Bin held the evil emperor's relics with his other hand. The pure energy in the evil emperor's relics was extracted. Lin Bin couldn't help but sigh in his heart. I remember absorbing the evil emperor's relics with ZHUUIN before, and every part of the body could become a channel for expelling true energy. It was so convenient. Not like this, maintaining the same posture. I'm so tired. He also closed his eyes. He began to work hard with Kankan. Chapter 122, a patch. This time the training lasted a very long time. Except for a phone call to Lenzu in the middle, saying that he had drunk too much with Brother Lei again, and would sleep at Brother Lei's house tonight. Lenzu knew that Brother Lei was actually the younger brother of Lin Bin's immediate superior, so naturally he did not object to the two of them getting too close, but just told Lin Bin to drink less. It was not until the early hours of the morning that the two of them finished their training. In fact, those impure true essences were nothing but waste to Lin Bin. Entering his body would damage the purity of his immortal true energy. Although it could greatly improve his strength in a short period of time, it would do more harm than good in the long run. However, these true essences were cultivated by the evil emperors of all generations, and they were a great tonic for Kyan who practiced the same source of skills. In just one night, the little girl felt that the true energy in her body was surging, which was equivalent to her 2 months of hard practice alone. Indistinctly, she had reached the peak of the 17th level of Heavenly Demon Great Law. If she could come a few more times, maybe I can find a way to break through the 18th level of the Heavenly Demonic Art. Thinking of this, while rubbing her feet that were a little sore from sitting cross-legged for too long, she complained, "Since it is used for cultivation, why don't you buy an RV? There is a bed, isn't it more comfortable to sit on?" Lin Bin drove the car clumsily. According to Li Lei's previous instructions, he drove slowly in first and second gears. Slowly it shifted to the third gear, then he explained, "The RV looks like it has a larger space, but there are too many trivial things and the range of activities is smaller, especially the bed. The two of us may not even be able to straighten our backs in it, and then we can only practice lying down, which is too inconvenient." Kankan was skeptical and said, "Really? Is it because the RV is too expensive?" "No, you can trust my character." Kankan nodded and said, "Stop the car in front. People will get off here. By the way, when is our next time? Wait for me to contact you." "Oh, I'm hungry too. Do you want me to treat you to a meal? Although I'm very poor, I can still afford to treat you to some street burgers or something like that. It can be regarded as a way to repay you for giving me the true essence and the holy relic." Lin Bin rolled his eyes and said, "Forget it. Your thank you is too cheap, isn't it? You want to repay the favor of the evil emperor's relic with a mere hamburger? I can't afford this kind of hamburger. HMPH, forget it if you don't want to eat. When we eat burgers with others, they pay for it. It's a great honor for you to be willing to treat us." The girl waved to Lin Bin. She jumped out of the car and strolled into a high-end burger restaurant next door. Although she was not hungry, she liked this kind of fried junk food very much. She couldn't enjoy it without eating it for a day. Lin Bin watched her go in. He drove away too. In just one night, Kyan Kian's skills improved greatly, and he actually gained more. Essence can't directly improve one's skills, but it can fill one's own spirit, energy, and spirit, making the progress of cultivation faster, the mind more sharp, and the energy more vigorous. Although the absolute improvement in skills is not as good as Kyan Kian's, his is an all-round improvement. The gains are no less than hers. Lin Bin did not go home directly, but drove to the Samsara Association first. First, he contacted Zukayan and asked for Li Lei's number. Then he dialed the phone. A moment later, the other end picked up the phone. "Hello, Brother Lee. This is Abin." "Oh, Abin? The voice on the other end suddenly became louder, and he said with a smile, "You are a rare guest. Do you have something to talk to me about? Do you want to exchange some ideas? Brotherly, are you in the Samsara Association now? I'll be there soon." As he was talking, Linbin saw a man walking hurriedly with a pancake in his hand. Wasn't it Li Lei? He rolled down the window and greeted him. Li Lei's eyes lit up, and he smiled, and got into the car, praising him. "Good vision. The H9 car brand is not well known, and the quality is not strong, but it has full power, and when it is driven at full speed, etc., it smells." The look he gave Linbin suddenly became intriguing. Linbin smiled helplessly and explained, "Brotherly, you think too much. I just gave him a ride. I don't know what you want to say, but I'm 100% sure that you are definitely thinking too much." Li Lei rolled his eyes and opened his mouth to speak, but was directly held down by Linbin. He begged, "My dear brother Lei, please don't say anything. I really have something to talk to you about. If you say a few more words, this chapter will be blocked again. It's not easy for me to type, and it's even more painful to delete. What's more, readers will scold me if I update late. What if I don't update on that day and even my full attendance will be ruined, and I can't afford the loss? I don't understand what you are talking about at all. Tell me, what exactly do you want to talk to me about?" Li Lei patted his chest and said, "In fact, I have known for a long time that you are a fellow traveler. Don't worry, not to mention that you have made such a great contribution to me and made me famous just for our common hobby. Your business is my business, good brother. Tell me what it is." Linbin said embarrassedly, "I came here this time because I really have something to ask of you. Some personal matters may make it difficult for you, brother." Li Lei said, "It's not a matter of asking or not. If you need anything from me, I will definitely do it for you. If I really can't do it, it's useless even if you ask me." Linbin said with satisfaction, "Brother, I feel relieved. What I asked for is not a difficult thing for you." 10 minutes later, the two came to the logistics alarm department of the Samsara Association. "All of you go out. We have some high-end content that needs to be identified. It is not convenient for a third person to see it. Leave it to me next," Li Lei said with a big hand. "Yes." Several staff members did not say much and all turned around and left. Li Lei looked at Linbin and asked, "Brother, is there anything I can do for you?" Linbin said, "Actually, it is about the hospital attack. There is a video. I want to ask you to delete it for me. I heard that you are responsible for this matter, so I found you." Li Lei said, "Oh. Could it be the video where you killed Wang Ling?" Linbin nodded. "You are really smart. Are you afraid that the ghost organization will seek revenge on you?" "Don't worry, this is a very reasonable request. I thought it was a difficult matter, just a small matter." Li Lei smiled and praised. Wang Ling hid in the women's restroom, thinking that there must be no surveillance inside, but he didn't expect that the location of the Samsara hospital is special. Not to mention the women's restroom. Even the men's restroom has extremely secret pin-shaped cameras. It's just that, because it involves privacy, no one is qualified to retrieve it. However, it is an abandoned women's restroom, so there is no problem in retrieving it," he said while operating the keyboard skillfully. Linbin was waiting honestly beside him. Li Lei quickly retrieved the video, and after reading the content inside, his eyes couldn't help but light up. He asked, "Do you want to delete it all?" "No, only delete the second half." "Brother, I like you more and more. How about I make a copy for you? It's perfect for ghosting people." Li Lei already understood what Linbin meant. "No, just completely remove the second half, cut it appropriately, and try not to let people see the broken frames. I just want to be on the safe side. I don't want to trick anyone." "Okay. Thank you, big brother. Why are you being polite to me? Have you eaten? I'll treat you to the most delicious meat buns. Let me tell you, I know the buns from the store next door are white, soft, and big, especially their boss lady. Wow. Watching the buns eat buns, it feels like eating real buns. Come on, I'll take you to broaden your horizons." "Sorry big brother, I have something to do here. I'll treat you to dinner another day." "Oh." Li Lei immediately understood something, and his eyes swept across Linbin's lower body, sighing, "I was negligent. Brother hasn't recovered his fighting power yet, and he probably has no interest. Another day. Let's do it another day. After saying goodbye to Lei, Linbin quickly escaped. It was so tiring to talk to this person. The purpose of his trip was very simple. That Wanling is only one of the 11 apostles, but he is already a reincarnationist at the saint level. The combat power of this organization is definitely beyond imagination. There may be spies planted in the reincarnation space. They certainly could not have thought that these videos would be partially deleted in advance. It would be fine if they did not check, but if they had to check, then they would find out how loyal and brave Deng Yang is. It can be regarded as a patch, and I hope it will never be used. Lin Bin drove to Beishu University in Beishu City. He had already inquired about the details. Now 3 of the 7 people have died, and the 3 dead people are naturally ruled out of suspicion. He and Lin Zhu are not suspected either. Then only Zhao Minimum and Lu Lin are left. Zhao Minimum is training in the reincarnation space and cannot come out for the time being. He can go to find Lu Lin and explore her background. His purpose is only to save people. Lin Zhu's injury must be related to that world-class tool. If he can borrow that world-class tool, even if he doesn't let it go, it will be fine if the other party helps use it. Lin Bin felt that it was still possible to discuss it. Lin Bin had left, and Li Lei did not stay in the editing room. After Li Lei left, the staff returned to their workstations. What did this unreliable guy just do? Who knows? Anyway, he is responsible for this matter. He can do whatever he wants. I'm afraid that, if there is any mistake, if he puts the blame on us, won't we have nowhere to cry? Several people angrily scolded Li Lei for increasing their workload, but he was the leader, and they could do nothing. They could only start to carefully check the surveillance videos they were editing. Unfortunately, since Li Lei was in charge of this matter, he was obviously quite professional in post-production. He blurred the subsequent videos to cover up the problem of frame drops, and then slowly transitioned. It seemed very natural. They didn't notice any problems. They all breathed a sigh of relief. Only one of the staff members named Ding Dan looked at the videos in the surveillance cameras. After careful inspection this time, he really found some problems. His eyes lit up. He carefully glanced at several colleagues around him. Some of them were listening to music, some were watching TV. Anyway, the screen was big enough, so putting a small window would not interfere with their normal work. But this way, his mind was obviously more distracted. Seeing that no one was paying attention, he quietly took out a USB flash drive, took screenshots of several videos in it, and then carefully transferred the screenshots to his own USB flash drive. On that day, he worked normally. At noon, everyone ordered takeout as usual. Then, it was time to get off work. Ding Dan didn't breathe quickly until he got back in his car. He excitedly took his phone and clicked on a few photos he had taken before. In the photo, a young and handsome man was holding a huge revolver, shooting quickly at the dead soul in front of him, and in his left hand, the dark lightsaber was shining, as if it was a black hole that was going to absorb all the light around it. The man was extremely handsome. Even in the photos he took casually, there was no blind spot at all. But what he cared about was not that handsome face, but the weapon in his hand. Whether it was the huge revolver or the lightsaber with a very unique appearance, they were all very recognizable. So Ding Dan remembered at a glance where he had seen this weapon before. He dialed a number, and after the call was connected, he shouted, "Brother Sun, I discovered a big secret. Do you still remember that we drank with young Master Tang before, and young Master Tang boasted to us that he had become a reincarnation and showed us his weapons?" When the other side heard the 3 words young Master Tang, he immediately sneered and said contemptuously, "Bah, what a bullshit young Master Tang. In terms of seniority, that kid should call me cousin, and he doesn't take his elders seriously. Sooner or later, something will happen. It is reasonable for him to die in the secret realm, right? No, he is definitely dead, but I saw his props." "What?" The voice on the other side suddenly became excited. He asked, "Are you sure? We are not reincarnations, and we don't know about the props in the secret realm. Don't make a mistake. It's not wrong. Such a big revolver is rare, especially the lightsaber. How can I recognize the lightsaber wrong? It's black light. It's black light. Just looking at the light, you can tell it's priceless." Ding Dan said excitedly. If we sell this information to the Tang family, we will definitely make a lot of money. It depends on your connections. I think Mrs. Tang should want to find her son's body back. Good idea, I'll go find my cousin now. Sun Dong on the opposite side quickly moved. The Tang family is rich and powerful. If the information they provide is really true, there is no doubt that the reward will be indispensable. If a hair from the Reincarnation family falls on them, it will be a mountain of gold, silver and jewels, and they will have enough to eat and drink for a lifetime. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 123. As long as you look good, your values will follow your facial features. Hengyang City. An extremely luxurious and spacious manor. In the most sunny room, although no one has lived there for a long time, it is still spotlessly clean. It can be seen that someone has devoted a lot of effort to this room. At this time, in front of the huge French window, the sun is bright, and the light that shines through the shade of the trees outside the window has been cut into fragmented and delicate shadows, and sprinkles spots on the slightly swaying rocking chair. At this time, a young woman who looks about 30 years old and has a gentle and moving demeanor is sitting on the rocking chair. This young woman is very beautiful, but her hair at the temples is slightly grey, making it difficult to tell her real age. At this time, she is sitting in the rocking chair, her body swaying gently with the rhythm, and her 10 fingers are flying flexibly, knitting a sweater. To be able to live in a manor, her family must be either rich or noble. But for a young woman, how can the things she gives to her children be measured by money? No matter how luxurious and expensive the clothes are, they can't be as warm as the clothes knitted by her mother. Therefore, she knitted very seriously. Even if the phone rang, she didn't answer it immediately, but stubbornly finished knitting this stitch. Then she put down the sweater, picked up the phone, and saw the name on it. Her delicate eyebrows couldn't help but frowned a little. After thinking about it, she answered the phone. Without giving the other party a chance, she said softly, "Hello, cousin, is there anything? If so, do you need me to call Brother Heo for you? I don't know much about the outside world, you have to discuss it with him." As for this greedy cousin, she understood his character. Every time he came to her, he begged for all kinds of trivial matters. But she didn't want to cause trouble for her husband, so she spoke first and blocked his mouth directly. 01, I'm not looking for you to ask you something, but I found something very important here. The young woman called 01 asked, "What's the matter?" "I saw LA's relics." The voice fell. The young woman was shocked, and the sweater in her hand fell to the ground. Her face turned extremely pale. At this time, Linbin had already driven to Beisha University. Lulinlin, one of the 4 people who are still alive. She was in her 3rd year of high school when she encountered the accident. Now, she is already a 3rd year. Linbin parked the car and stood at the school gate waiting. A young handsome man, with sword eyebrows, star eyes, handsome face, calm temperament. Especially the gentle temperament emanating from the inside out, makes people unconsciously want to believe in this handsome young man in front of them. In a sense, the sword cannon is actually the same as the charm of the Yingui school. It's just that they are more sophisticated. It's not that people think of despicable thoughts like desire, but that people can't bear to violate the lofty and gentle breeze. Before learning the sword cannon, Linbin's face could only score 8 points. But after practicing the sword cannon and taking the Heshibi to temper his bones and marrow, his skin became even whiter and tenderer. Now he can barely get 10.5 points out of a full 10. He stood there. He immediately attracted the attention of many female college students. Some of the more daring ones took the initiative to approach him and asked for his contact information. Linbin smiled and refused. His gentle attitude, even the refusal was so gentle that people could not have the intention to be disgusted. After waiting for more than half an hour, finally, I saw a familiar face. Although it was the first time they met, I had seen the photo countless times. The girl, dressed quite young and beautiful, walked towards the school gate with a brisk pace, her skirt flying. Lin Bin's eyes unconsciously lingered on her long and beautiful legs for a while. It's not that he is a pervert, it's because of Lin Zhu. He pays special attention to the healthy legs of girls. He always looks at the legs first when he sees people, especially the legs of women, which he favors. It's not because of lust. Until Lin Bin's overly hot gaze attracted the girl's attention. The girl turned her head with some displeasure and then saw Lin Bin. Her eyes softened a lot and her anger dissipated. Seeing that the other party noticed her, Lin Bin walked forward with a smile and said, "Miss Lu, right?" The girl asked, "You are. My last name is Lin. You can call me Abin. Like you, I also experienced the disaster of Shea Bridge 3 years ago." "Oh. So does that mean we share the same suffering?" When Lu Linlin heard Lin Bin's self-introduction, her tone immediately became much more intimate. She smiled and said, "To be honest, I haven't been to school for several months because of this. I recently heard that the crisis has been resolved, so I can finally go to school freely. Alas, my university life has been ruined for several months because of this. I'm so annoyed." "Yeah, actually I came here this time to ask for something," Lin Bin said. "I want to ask, have you heard of world-class props?" Lu Linlin widened her eyes in confusion and asked curiously, "What is that?" "Nothing. I just want to ask, if you have a world-class prop, I would like to borrow it. Of course, you don't have to give it to me, you can just take it yourself, and as a thank you, I can give you a B-level prop as compensation for borrowing it." Lu Linlin's face, which was originally happy because of seeing the handsome guy, quickly fell. "You also suspect that I'm that damn time traveler? I actually hope you are," Lin Bin said. "You have gotten rid of the influence of that incident, but I haven't." He described his own affairs in detail. He said, "My sister's leg may still be able to recover. According to my guess, it may be related to that world-class item. So if you are the one, I hope you can lend it to me. I have no ill intentions, and you don't have to hide your identity from me. After all, at this point, hiding is meaningless. My sister and I are definitely not time travelers. It's either you or him. Just borrowing it will get me a B-level item. It shouldn't be a loss, right?" "Sorry, what you said makes sense, but I'm really not." Lu Linlin sighed. "You said your sister and you are definitely not, but in my opinion, I'm definitely not. In fact, the three of you are more suspicious, and as you said, just lending it can get a B-level item. Although I'm not a reincarnation, I know how precious B-level items are. I have no reason to refuse." Lin Bin hesitated and asked, "In fact, I have a wishing candle in my hand. As long as this candle is lit, no one can lie under the candlelight. If you don't mind, can you let me try it? Is there such a magical function?" Lu Linlin looked at Lin Bin's face and nodded. "No problem. Okay. Come with me. It's too windy here, and the candles can't be lit. We need to go in the car. My car is over there." Lin Bin led the way. After being baptized by the Hashibi, his spiritual sense, which was already extremely sensitive, reached out to the back. He naturally didn't have any candles for making wishes. But he said this. If Lu Linlin was really the time traveler, she would either resist or prepare some countermeasures in advance. After all, it was just a C-level prop. The time traveler could hide so deeply, so there must be a way to deal with it. But no matter which possibility it was, as long as she really was, there must be some reaction. And as long as she had even the slightest movement, it would definitely not be hidden from my spiritual sense. After all, I'm afraid no one would have thought that someone could be so sensitive that they could rely on their own senses to become a brand new pair of eyes or a white eye. Lin Bin thought to himself that his steps were brisk and he looked very happy. His heartbeat was a little fast. It was panic. No, it should be excitement. What are you excited about? Use any props you have quickly. In just 5 minutes, Lin Bin scanned Lu Linlin's body for more than a dozen times, but her behavior was really the same as that of an ordinary girl, except that she was a little bit lustful. Well, but sometimes I can't help but want to lick his face when I see it now, so her behavior is normal. I need to get used to it. When they got into the car, Lu Linlin got in the car without any worries, as if she was not afraid of what Lin Bin would do to her. Lin Bin said, "I'll light the candle." "Go ahead." Lin Bin lit the candle, and the warm candle light immediately illuminated the space in the car. and Lu Linlin's behavior was completely in line with the reaction of ordinary people, with some curiosity. She said seriously, ask me. I also want to try what it feels like not to be able to lie, but let's make it clear first. You are not allowed to ask how old you are, whether you wet the bed, your body size, chest circumference, waist circumference, etc. If you really can't control the urge to ask, let's blow out the candles first. Linbin. He blew out the candles helplessly and said, sorry, maybe I really made a mistake. No need to ask, you can go. Lu Linlin was surprised. Is that all? It's all. Linbin concluded that this Lu Linlin was either a drama queen, with superb acting skills and deep into the role, or she was really innocent. Okay, I'm leaving. Lu Linlin paused, then took out her mobile phone and said, add me before you go. Maybe I'm really the time traveler, but I have lost my memory and don't even know my identity. What if I remember it? What if I'm really a time traveler and have superpowers? Linbin, your superpower is to change color, right? What? Nothing. Okay. The other party was so cooperative Linbin couldn't be too cold and ruthless. After adding the number. Goodbye, I'll see you next time. I'll wear stockings then. I tell you, I look especially good in black stockings. Lu Linlin smiled sweetly at Linbin, got out of the car, and ran away quickly. Her skirt fluttered. Although she was 2 years older than Linbin, she felt like a little girl. But this is a normal little girl. Linbin looked at the ordinary candle in his hand. He sighed. I can only wait for that Zhao minimum to come out and try him again. If he is not the one, then I will hug Lu Linlin's thighs and beg her, which should make her reveal her flaws. He started the car. As soon as the wheels started moving, a black stretched car with an unidentifiable brand, and should be specially made, ran directly from the side road to the curb, and blocked his H9. Linbin's driving skills were not good, and he did not give enough accelerator, and the car stalled immediately. He raised his eyebrows in surprise, thinking that this was really looking for him directly. He sneered and touched the blue rose at his waist. The other party came with bad intentions, but he was not afraid. Just kidding. He just killed a reincarnationist who had entered the saint level, and he had just practiced with Kankan for a whole night. He was much more confident now than before. He opened the car window and looked into the car opposite. After the bodyguard opened the door, a gentle young woman wearing an apricot cheongsam and a netted white shirt got out of the car. Seeing Linbin, she couldn't help but pause slightly. Inexplicably, she recalled the handsome and clean face in the sun when she first met her husband. She was in a trance for a moment, then recovered, smiled apologetically at Linbin, and said, I'm really sorry, Mr. Abin. I have the audacity to block you in this way. I was really too anxious and was afraid that I could not catch up with you. If there is any offense, I apologize to you on behalf of the driver. The other party's attitude of forcing the car to stop was unexpectedly overbearing, but the hostess's attitude was unexpectedly kind. Linbin nodded and said, nothing. Is there anything? There are indeed some very important things I want to consult you about. Is it convenient for you to get in the car and talk? Linbin asked back. My car? That's fine. The bodyguard wearing sunglasses beside him whispered, Madam. It doesn't matter. Mr. Abin and I are not enemies. He won't do anything to me. The young woman opened the door of Linbin's car and sat in the passenger seat. She exclaimed, Mr. Abin is so young to become an extraordinary reincarnationist. He must have no shortage of money. He can also support China's domestic products so much. Although he is a little young, he is quite stable. Linbin ignored the other party's rainbow fart and asked, who are you? My surname is Sun, and my name is Sun Zhao. I'm just a full-time housewife. Sun Zhao smiled and said, but my son is called Tang Lei. Like Mr. Abin, he is a reincarnationist, but he has died in the secret realm. When he left, his age was not much different from yours, Mr. Abin. At this point, she showed a bit of loneliness in her eyes. Linbin praised, you are so young, you don't look like someone who has a 19-year-old son. Mr. Abin is really good at talking. Sun Zhao said, Mr. Abin, I won't waste my time talking to you. Let's get straight to the point. Okay, I have something to ask. Sun Zhao asked, I want to ask, did you get 2 secret realm related props in the recent secret realm, a gun and a black lightsaber? Lin Bin's heart skipped a beat when he heard this. He thought to himself that this woman was really quick. I only took action once when dealing with Wang Ling, but someone targeted me, and it was exactly as he expected. When he got these two props, Lin Bin felt that these two props were not simple. The coordination of these two weapons was too seamless, giving people the feeling that they were a specially matched set. And to be able to get such a well-matched weapon as a reincarnation in the extraordinary realm, this reincarnation identity must be not simple. Now it seems I guessed it right. Lin Bin glanced at the long black car outside, nodded and said, yes, when I was training last time, by chance, I got 2B level secret realm items, the double dragon demon shadow sword and the azure rose, and then brought them back to the real world. Sun Xiaoan asked anxiously, can you lend them to me? Lin Bin instinctively wanted to refuse, but seeing the young woman in front of him with moist eyes and her fragile look, as if she was about to cry at any time, he nodded and took out the two weapons. It's them. Sun Xiaoan did not reach out to take them, but burst into tears the moment she saw the weapons. She choked and said, it's them. They are really Xiaolo's weapons. I still remember that he treasured these two items very much, and he would hug them when he went to sleep. Lin Bin handed over a tissue. He sighed and said, please accept my condolences, ma'am. You don't want your son in heaven to see you so sad, do you? I know. Thank you, Mr. Abin. Sun Xiaoan took the tissue, gently wiped the tears from her face, and said, Mr. Abin, I have an unreasonable request. Can I do you? If it's an unreasonable request, why do you ask it? Lin Bin understood the meaning of the request by listening to the music. She said, these two weapons may have belonged to your son, but they are mine now. Since your son is also a reincarnation, you must know some rules. These weapons are not picked up for free. I also paid a lot of money to get them from the secret realm. You want to take these two weapons away just because you love your son. Isn't it inappropriate? Sun Xiaoan begged, of course I won't let you suffer, Mr. Abin. I'm willing to make up for your loss. Please consider that my son has died in a foreign land and we can only use his old clothes to build a cenotaph for him. Sell his beloved things to me and give me a chance to remember him. Lin Bin sighed. I like these two props very much, and I need them very much. Sun Xiaoan burst into tears and said, Mr. Abin. In fact, it's not that the things can't be sold. Lin Bin looked at the sobbing mother in front of him and couldn't help sighing, saying that it depends on what price you can pay, madam. The previous chapter was blocked. I have been trying to apply for an unblocking, but it doesn't seem to be going well at the moment. Please skip it for now. It will definitely be released within 2 days. And by the way, I'm asking for some monthly votes to support it. Chapter 124 I can choose not to take advantage, but I can never suffer a loss. What do I need to pay for? Sun Xiaoan was immediately excited when she heard Lin Bin's offer. She leaned forward slightly and looked at Lin Bin expectantly. Lin Bin said, these two props are of great help to me, and I paid a lot of reincarnation points to bring them back to the world. I'm touched by your love for your child, but being touched is one thing, and it is not appropriate for me to pay for your deep mother-son relationship. I can choose not to take advantage, but I must not suffer a loss. If you really want, I can give you a chance and use something of the same level of value, and you must satisfy me. It's a very reasonable request. Seeing that Lin Bin was so easy to talk to, Sun Xiaoan couldn't help showing her joy, even though she was in tears. She said happily, you are willing to agree, which is already a great favor to us. It is not too much for me to thank you a little extra. How can I let you suffer a loss? With what Mrs. Sun said, I feel relieved. Lin Bin put away the twin dragon demonic sword and the azure rose, took out a note, left his number, and said, when you have considered it, you can contact me at any time, but let me be frank. These two secret realm items are still very useful, so unless I'm satisfied, I will never exchange them, even if you take out something of equal value. I understand what Mr. Lin means. Thank you Mr. Lin for understanding my love for my son. Sun Xiaoan took the note, folded it up seriously, and put it in her pocket. She bowed slightly to Lin Bin, then got out of the car, saluted Lin Bin again, and then got into her own limousine, and quickly made way. Lin Bin looked at the car going away. He couldn't help but Cyan muttered, I knew that the reincarnation who could get such a pair of weapons must have a very complicated background. He took out his mobile phone and called Kian. A moment later. What? Who is the reincarnationist that we tortured to death? Can had just returned to her residence and buried herself in the bathtub. Because of the length of the bathtub, a pair of soft little feet as soft as snow stepped on the edge of the bathtub, and her slender and graceful curves, with a faint glow, looked particularly pitiful. At this time, her two hands kept playing with the bubbles in the water, and from time to time she blew a handful of bubbles in her palms. Listening to the sound of the mobile phone, he was surprised and said, Tang Samshi, why are you asking him? His surname is Tang? What do you know about him? He is a pervert. He acted arrogantly and killed people like crazy after entering the secret realm. In fact, he had already harmed many innocent people before we took action. We tried to seduce him at first, but we didn't expect that he would torture one of our disciples to death in bed. That's why we simply captured him alive. From this point of view, killing him can be regarded as getting rid of harm for the people. Even if Seongjing's knew about it, they would have to issue us a certificate of merit. Wanwan asked, why, Brother Bin, could it be that you suddenly discovered that this Tang Sanchi is your long lost biological son, and you want to avenge your son? If my son is really like this, I would kill him myself, so why would it be your turn to take action? Linbin said, the main thing is that I just met the mother of the victim, and she wants to buy the props in my hand. Ah, you didn't sell him out, did you? If I really sold him out, I wouldn't call you. Linbin sighed and said, I just want to remind you to be careful. If you still have any props related to that tungsten stone, don't show it to the public. This person has an extraordinary background. You have squeezed both him and the master dry. How can there be any props left? Kian was very angry when she mentioned this. She complained, he is so poor that he still holds the heavenly demon twin blades. He doesn't even have the reincarnation points to upgrade his weapons. We are trading equally. You are the ones who are taking advantage. Linbin said, it's good that you don't have any. Remember to keep your mouth shut. It's better to be careful. I understand what you mean. Thank you, Brother Bin. Kian still looked relaxed. Linbin hung up the phone. He muttered, the mother looks so gentle and polite, but the son is such a character. Is it true that a loving mother spoils her son? If I had known earlier, I would not have taken out these two weapons to deal with Wang Ling. Otherwise, I wouldn't have had this trouble. Although he said so, he also knew that this was an unrealistic question. You can hide for a while, but you can't hide forever. It's only a matter of time before they find out. Linbin called Lei Meng again and asked about the details of the Tang family. Tang family? You mean the reincarnation family, right? Linbin asked, what is a reincarnation family? Reincarnators are extremely powerful. To become a high-level reincarnation is almost to transcend the human world. If you become a reincarnation, wouldn't you want to pull your descendants into this team? Lei Meng suddenly sneered and said, now even writers can be inherited, not to mention such a delicious piece of fat meat as a reincarnation. Of course, to become a reincarnation family does not mean that you have many relatives who are reincarnations around you. Every reincarnation family has at least one reincarnation channel in their backs. Reincarnation channel? Linbin suddenly thought of Kian. Said, could it be the reincarnation channel when the travelers came out? Or maybe the new reincarnation space fell into their hands by chance. The tasks issued by the reincarnation space are random, but they can enter a certain secret realm regularly. Although there are also restrictions on the tasks, they are very familiar with this secret realm, which reduces the difficulty of their tasks. They can use this world as their base to develop their strength. Linbin suddenly realized and muttered, so that's the case. So it's no wonder that those travelers have to form their own organizations and take care of each other. If they come to this world, they will become popular. Raymond asked, what organization? It's the Transmigrator Alliance you mentioned before. Linbin remembered that he didn't tell Raymond that Kian had successfully entered the organization of plane walking. But this has nothing to do with the Lei Bureau. It's not good for Kian's safety to say too much. It's better not to say it. He asked, what about the deal proposed by the Tang family? Just treat it normally, give them courtesy, return courtesy, give them force, beat them to death. You are acting in self-defense. Even if you beat them to death, I can protect you. I feel relieved with what Director Lay said. It's true that being a soldier in Director Lay is great. It's true that not leaving the World 20th Bureau was the wisest decision I made in my life. Lin Bing flattered Raymond again. Raymond scolded, "What a bullshit World 20th Bureau. Don't learn bad things from that bitch Bayuki. It's the World Detection Bureau." Lin Bing nodded repeatedly, agreeing verbally, but thinking that you were not right either. After hanging up the phone, Lin Bing felt much more at ease. He drove home directly. He bought a new car. Lin Zhu was the last one to get the news, and she should be happy. And that night, Hengyang City, inside the Tang family manor. What? Lia's weapon was found. When Tang Xianhao, the current head of the Tang family, heard the message from his wife, he also stood up suddenly in shock. He is now 47 years old, in the prime of his life, and can be said to be deep-minded. But even so, it was news of his only biological blood after all, and he still couldn't help but change his expression drastically. His face was solemn, and he asked, "Are you serious?" Sun Xiao nodded and said, "It's true. I have seen those two props from Mr. Abin. They are Xiaolo's weapons." "Then did you ask him which secret realm he got these two weapons from? Has he seen Xiaolo's body? And who exactly killed Xiaolo?" Tang Xianhao was obviously concerned about more points than his wife, and quickly asked the most critical questions. Sun Xiaoan was stunned for a moment after hearing this, then shook her head and said, No, I didn't think so much. I just remembered that Xiaolo has always treasured these two props since he became reincarnation. So when I saw the props, I couldn't help but want to take them back." Did he agree? The other party is very easy to talk to and is willing to exchange them with props of the same level. But he meant that the level and function of the props must not be lower than these two weapons. Sun Xiaoan looked at Tang Xianhao pleadingly and asked, "Xianhao, I know this request may be a bit excessive, but it is our son's relic after all. If possible, if it really doesn't work, forget it. I will still listen to you." Tang Xianhao fell silent after hearing this. After a moment, he slowly said, "Actually, it's not a big problem to exchange the things back with B-level props. After all, these two weapons are the ones we carefully selected for Xiaolo. Both the level and the ability are impeccable. But I know what you are thinking. You think those are Xiaolo's favorite things. You want to put these two things in his cenotaph, which will always make him happy and give you as a mother some comfort." Sun Xiao nodded honestly. She knew that her husband always understood her best. Tang Xianhao sighed and said, "But the problem is that, if we really take those two things back, they will most likely be used as family prizes and rewarded to the younger generations who have made contributions to the family. This is still not what you want. Even if I'm the patriarch, you should know that the elders in the clan have made a lot of efforts for me to be in this position. I can't do these things to comfort my son's spirit in heaven. It will show that I can't distinguish between public and private." Sun Xiaoan said disappointedly, "Really? Then forget it." "I can't forget it. Since Xiaolo had an accident, I have been investigating for a long time, but I don't have the authority and can't find any records about his reincarnation. Now that I have evidence, how can I let it go easily?" Tang Xianhao clenched his fists and said coldly, "Compared to props, it is more important to find a way to recover Xiaolo's body. Also, no matter who hurt my son in the first place, I will make him pay the price." Sun Xiaoan said, "Mr. Abin is very easy to talk to. I know how to deal with this matter. Don't ask. I will give you a satisfactory answer when the time comes." Sun Xiaoan said with guilt, "I'm sorry, I always cause you trouble and can't help it all." "No, you have helped me a lot. If it weren't for you, how could I get this clue?" Tang Xianhao murmured, "Abin, this name has become very famous recently, but I really didn't expect that I would be related to such a junior." He frowned and pondered. He saw the look of loss on his wife's face beside him. Although he said it was unlikely, but in such a high position, he has no children in middle age and has no idea of divorce or fooling around outside to give birth to another bloodline. Tang Xianhao's love for his wife can be imagined. She just wanted a thought. What's wrong with her? At this time, Lin Bin drove Linzu out for more than 4 hours. Since Linzu injured her legs, she has never left Beishu City. Her activities are limited to places that can be reached on foot. Because taxis are always too hurried, no one is willing to take her without extra money for a slow-paced passenger like her. Lin Bin doesn't want her to experience those strange looks, so the two of them walk, no matter what they do. Now that they finally have a car, they naturally want to take her for a good ride, to a farther place. It doesn't matter where, as long as it's a place they can't go to normally. The two siblings drove around for a night. Then they took Linzu to an open-air restaurant by the Wanghe Lake, a tourist attraction 120 kilometers away from home. Knowing that her brother can make money, Linzu didn't save money that day. The two siblings celebrated well. They didn't get home until the early hours of the morning. Until the next morning, Lin Bin was awakened by a phone call, and on the other end of the phone, there was a heavy male voice. "Hello, I'm Sun Zarao's husband Tang Xianhao. I want to talk to you about my son's relics." Lin Bin asked, "Have you prepared the props?" Tang Xianhao said, "I don't know if you have seen the bounty in the forum exchange area. Maybe because it has been a long time, its popularity is not as high as the new posts, but our Tang family once issued a bounty 2 years ago. A bounty of 5,000 reincarnation points was offered for my son's body and relics." Lin Bin raised his eyebrows, and there was a hint of sneer in his tone. "So, you want to exchange 5,000 reincarnation points for these 2B level weapons in the secret realm?" "No, 2B level props, just to bring them back to the real world, will cost 2,000 reincarnation points. I accepted 5,000 because I was using my power to pressure you. Mr. Abin, you misunderstood. In fact, the conditions you proposed have already taken us into consideration. It's just that, even though I'm the head of a family, I have no right to rashly use B-level props, especially for my own private affairs." Tang Xianhao on the other side said, "So I'm willing to double the weight, 10,000 reincarnation points, to take the two weapons in your hands, plus a favor from my Tang family. If you encounter any difficult secret realms in the future, or if you need help when you are promoted to a saint, I promise you as the head of the Tang family, that I can do my best to help you." Hearing this, Lin Bin fell silent. This really doesn't seem to be picking a fight. Tang Xianhao said seriously, 10,000 reincarnation points, buying 2B level props may be taking advantage of you, but this is the greatest sincerity I can show, and you can trust my favor. I won't joke about my reputation." Lin Bin slowly exhaled. He said, "Mr. Tang, I understand your sincerity, but I'm sorry, my next secret realm is a killing level secret realm, which is very difficult. I need B-level weapons to improve my combat power. 10,000 reincarnation points are a lot, but my merits are not enough to support me to buy 2 more B-level items. Do you understand?" He said slowly. "Also, your favor. If it were any other reincarnationist, they might be happy, but for me, you must have investigated me, and should know that I didn't encounter any difficulties in the secret realm. Or, if I really encountered any difficulties, I don't think you can help me, because this is your personal promise after all, not the entire Tang family. So I see your sincerity, but I'm sorry, if you can't take out 2B level items in exchange, please forgive me for refusing." Tang Xianhao sighed and said, "I understand, but I still have a chance, so I propose this deal. It's okay, it's normal to refuse. In that case, I have another deal I want to do with you, okay? Please go ahead." The other party treated him politely. Lin Bin's tone was also much softer. On the other side, Tang Xianhao slowly clenched his fists and asked word by word, "I'm willing to pay 3,000 reincarnation points to buy some information from you. Is that okay?" Sure enough, they came. I knew they would not give up the investigation so easily. Lin Bin shook his head and said, "Sorry, I'm afraid I don't have any useful information to give you. I simply killed 2 aliens and looted these 2 props from them. As for the specific details, I can't answer because it involves some of my privacy." "I understand. It's okay. Sorry to bother you so early in the morning." "You're welcome." The phone was hung up. A hint of ferocity flashed in Tang Xianhao's eyes. He clenched his fists fiercely and sneered. "It's really interesting. You think I won't know if you don't tell me? Or your concealment has exposed everything." He glanced at the information on the table. That was the public information that could be found in the reincarnation community. Reincarnator, Abin, level, extraordinary, qualifications, experience of clearing a killing level secret realm independently x1, rating, A, experience of clearing an adventure level secret realm x3, ratings, S. A hint of coldness appeared in Tang Xianhao's eyes. This Abin is very powerful, and he does not want to be his enemy. But he does not have to. He grew up too fast, which made his resume too short. So it is very simple to check, and there is no need to even ask him. Zio Lei, go without worry, I will find your ashes. He looked at the photo of the family of 3 on the table, and said word by word, then, let the whole world be buried with you. This is the elegy that truly suits my son. Chapter 125 Exchange for new items. Lin Bin, although the transaction failed, he was relieved. Whether it is the Azure Rose or the Twin Dragon Magic Shadow Sword, although they have limitations, there must be strengths and weaknesses. Deng Yang said something very right. The more single-function weapons, the more powerful they may be among the same level. The Twin Dragon Magic Shadow Sword may not be much stronger than those weapons that are not of the same grade in killing Deng Yang. But if it is used against normal people, the lethality is absolutely great, and ordinary B-level weapons cannot easily compare. At that time, he was stared at by a young woman full of pity, and Lin Bin was soft-hearted and offered to take action. But if possible, he actually didn't want to take action. Raymond obviously saw what he meant, so he said that he should do it. No need to be polite, I will be your backer. However, the other party's good talk was beyond Lin Bin's expectation. Originally, Lin Bin thought that according to what Kan said about this Tang Sanshi, since his mother was so easy to talk to, his father might not be a good thing. But now it seems. Lin Bin's expression was relaxed at first, then turned solemn. The more this happened, the more it proved that the other party was not the kind of incompetent and furious person. His son was killed, and he finally got the clue, but he refused it, and he just jumped over it so lightly. I guess even if there is a grudge, it can't be blamed on me. If Tang Xianhao really turned against me because of 2 props, then he is so short-sighted that he probably can't sit on the position of the head of the Tang family, but he will never give up easily. Judge others by yourself. Lin Bin thought to himself that, if my son died, let alone the murderer, I would have to wipe out all his 9 clans, and I would have to dig out the ashes and the ancestral tomb and scatter them for him. He immediately sent another message to Qian, asking her to be careful. Although the enemy is unlikely to find her, just in case, don't be too wasteful. In the message, Lin Bin especially emphasized the details of the man who wanted to spend 3,000 reincarnation points to buy him the secret realm props, but was rejected by him. Selfless act. After receiving the reply from Canon with 3 hearts, he finally put his mind at ease. He had done what he should do. The 2 sides were just cooperating. He really needed the Yinji UI sect to appear in the real world in the future to help him. After all, ZHU Yuan had personally appointed him as the deputy leader of the Yinji UI sect. But it was not worth it for Lin Bin to fight with the Samsara family for the Yinji UI sect. He stopped thinking about it and opened the Samsara Space app. There was still some time before the Samsara training, but because the next secret realm was the land reclamation, according to Zukayan, he might have to enter in advance. His current equipment was actually considered luxurious among the extraordinary reincarnations, and was not inferior to many saint-level reincarnations. But the equipment was too targeted. Among the 3 B-level weapons, the money sword could only target evil things, and had 0 lethality to normal people. The Double Dragon Demon Shadow Sword is better. It can only target normal people, but its lethality to evil things is at least reduced by more than 70%, which is Deng Yang's personal experience. The Azure Rose is lethal to anyone, but firearms can only be used as secondary weapons in high-end games, and are mainly used to deal with those evil things. The only normal 3-blade sword is only a C level weapon. In this era when all reincarnations in the extraordinary realm use C level and D level equipment, Lin Bin suddenly found that he was a little biased. Especially the next one to enter is a killing level secret realm. The reason why Mr. Zombie was able to pass the level so smoothly last time was purely because the plot had not been extended yet. Otherwise, if it was expanded to the underworld, he would not be able to play it, no matter how much foresight he had. This shows that the killing level secret realm is not that simple. Don't be careless. Therefore, it is better to use the merits that were originally intended to be accumulated to exchange for A level equipment. Anyway, as the strength increases, merits are getting easier and easier to obtain. Lin Bin searched in the exchange area of the reincarnation space. He wanted to find a normal equipment that could target all creatures. After selecting for a while, he finally couldn't help but feel disappointed. The exchange area of the reincarnation space was not as rich as Lin Bin expected. It was basically filled with equipment that some reincarnationists handed over to the reincarnation space in exchange for reincarnation points. In other words, these equipment were actually eliminated once. Maybe it was because of the incompatibility of attributes, but if there was a factor of incompatibility of attributes, it can be seen that the level of the equipment was really not that good. Except for those truly powerful reincarnationists, the equipment they eliminated was extremely sophisticated. Unfortunately, most of these equipment would remain in the hands of their descendants. Even if there were some that were lost, they would soon be taken away by those who were squatting. Therefore, it was almost impossible to find a completely suitable one. However, there were also some equipment that were not so suitable, but were quite useful to Lin Bin. Light and Spirited Boots, B+ secret realm item. It can increase the movement speed by 60%, has strong resistance to all binding skills, and can greatly reduce the effect of being controlled. To redeem it, you need 1 B level merit, 1 C level merit, 1 D level merit, and 2000 reincarnation points. Note, do you feel that you are not fast enough? It is not the weapon you imagined. And it is not the best among the boots. But it can attack and defend. Tianzong is good at climbing and long distance raids. If the speed is increased by 60%, Lin Bin thinks that his lightness can become the number one in the entire martial arts plane. Even in the killing level secret realm, facing those powerful and terrifying monsters, it should not be a problem to escape if you can't beat them. I have the double dragon demon shadow sword for attack and the soft hedgehog armor for defense. The biggest problem now is to escape. This boot is just right. Lin Bin liked this boot at first sight. B+ grade? I thought that above B is A, but even if it is not A, the price is still obviously beyond his budget. He currently has only 4 C level merits. Even after synthesis, there is only 1 B level and 1 C level. But the exchange area doesn't allow bargaining. Lin Bin thought about it and looked at the Desert Eagle Shura that had been following him for many days. It was a D level item. If he sold it in the exchange area, he could get a D level merit, especially since it was equipped with a large number of attribute bullets. Although the Desert Eagle Shura was only a D level weapon, the role that a pistol could play in a certain secret realm might be better than that of a B level weapon. Just like in the martial arts plane, this was simply the legendary Thunder. If he was really hit, even Ning Daoki would die. Therefore, even if Lin Bin put up a D level merit and a high price of 1500 reincarnation points, it was still just put up here, and it was directly bought over there. Lin Bin got the D level merit and spent all his merits without hesitation to buy the light spirit boots. At this point, the merits that he had accumulated for several secret realms were directly cleared. The reincarnation points also dropped to 2000 points. But these 2000 reincarnation points can no longer be spent. You must keep enough reincarnation points in case of a failed guarantee. 3 days later, a tall and good-looking customer service representative of the reincarnation space came to give away the item. Hello, Mr. Abin. This is the light and spirited boots you bought. Please inspect it. Okay. Lin Bin simply inspected it and made sure that the boots were 95% new. Obviously they had been specially treated. He nodded with satisfaction and then handed the Desert Eagle Shura and the remaining more than 180 special bullets to the customer service. Thank you, Mr. Lin Bin. The female customer service carefully checked the weapon and made sure that the attributes were the same as the description, then said goodbye to Lin Bin with a smile. He got on the special car and returned to the Reincarnation Space Association. Then he opened his next task, which was to distribute this Desert Eagle Shura weapon. Wait. The female customer service looked at the customer's order information and gradually revealed an absurd expression on her face, saying speechlessly, "What are you doing? Are you kidding me?" At this time, Lin Bin had already put the shoes on his feet. The light boots were silver and white in color, and with the wings on the back, they looked quite fashionable, like casual shoes, and were very suitable for both modern and ancient costumes. And when the shoes were put on, Lin Bin felt his feet suddenly lighten, as if there was a faint breeze lingering between his feet. He exerted a little force on his feet. The next moment, the wind whistled past, and the decorations in the living room were blown off and fell to the ground, and Lin Bin had already rushed to the huge French window on the balcony. If there was no window to block him, he would have rushed out directly. During the whole process, Lin Bin could only see the after image. Fast, too fast. It seems that I need to spend some time to get familiar with this pair of boots. The speed increased by 60%, which is not a simple numerical increase. The consumption of true energy has increased a lot, but it is nothing for the eternal life secret. Lin Bin smiled with satisfaction. The speed increased sharply, and even the talented masters of King Gai Bat King and Chu Liu Xiang could not catch up with him. So, the next day, he rushed to the World Administration Bureau early to apply for a training ground. Raymond saw that the second salary thief of the World Administration Bureau after Zukan had come to work again strangely, and asked, "Did you exchange for new props again?" Well, after all, the next secret realm is a killing level secret realm, so it's always right to make more preparations. You still have 15 days. Raymond said, "Get familiar with it as soon as possible. After 15 days, I will send you abroad. The entrance to this secret realm is on the side of the Free Federation. Remember to be careful when you get there. Don't lose face for our China. Director Lei, don't worry." Lin Bin thought to himself, "It's so fast, there are only 15 days left. Calculating the time, it should be enough for me and Kyan Kian to practice dual cultivation 4 more times. No, 5 times. In addition to the previous effect of the Heshi Bee's bone tempering and marrow cutting. By then, my strength should be able to fight with Fan King Hu for thousands of moves without losing. This is not even counting the gains of the God's Descent technique. However, since practicing the sword cannon, the combination of the telepathic state of mind and the God's Descent technique has greatly reduced the lethality of the God's Descent technique, but the duration has been greatly extended. It seems that in the future, we can find a way to integrate the God's Descent technique into the telepathic state of mind and turn it into a passive skill. In this way, the strength will definitely be greatly improved. The reincarnations in the extraordinary realm are not ranked 2 directly, but even if they are evaluated according to the extraordinary level, that is not officially recognized. Lin Bin feels that he will have enough hope to impact the 9th level of the extraordinary realm. That is the peak of the strength of the extraordinary realm. Remember, safety first. If you are really unsure of yourself, you can recruit a few reliable teammates. No, I can do it myself. You know it yourself. I won't say much. Go to training. Yes. Lin Bin nodded and then went to work happily. Slacking off at work, or 1,000 a day, who doesn't like it? While Lin Bin was working hard to strengthen and improve his own strength. Hengyang City. Tang family. Tang Xianhao was looking at the report in his hand. Opposite him, a young man who was a dozen years younger than him was reporting on his gains over the past few days. "Master, we have found out what you want." According to the young master's strength level, he is not qualified to enter the killing level secret realm, so the place where he died must be an adventure level secret realm. We had no way to verify it before, but now, because of the intersection with Lin Bin, the scope has been greatly narrowed. Lin Bin's personal information is actually very simple. He rose too fast, so he has very few reincarnation spaces to train. 1 killing level secret realm can be ruled out. One of the 3 adventure level secret realms is in a state of development, so it can also be ruled out. Then one of the other two secret realms must be the place where the young master died. Which two secret realms? We checked all the posts related to Abin in the forum during this period of time and found a lot of clues. After deduction, we found that the two secret realms are Secret Realm B185, codenamed Tang Dynasty, and Secret Realm B147, codenamed Iron Blood. Tang Xianhao asked, which one is the most likely? Tang Dynasty Secret Realm B185. Tang Renji, his right-hand man, said, because the Iron Blood Secret Realm was a secret realm that Abin and several teammates had worked together in that state, even if he got 2B level weapons, it was unlikely that he would have taken them all for himself. On the other hand, the Datang Secret Realm was entered by him alone, so it was more likely that he could have gotten 2 pieces of equipment alone. Datang Secret Realm. Tang Xianhao closed his eyes. After a moment, he opened them again, and his eyes were calm. He said, send someone to inform the elders that they have found the secret realm where Xiaolei died. Xiaolei's corpse is not important, but the 2B level items he lost are extremely important treasures even in our Tang family. They must be recovered. Let them find a way to send people into this Tang Dynasty secret realm and search for Xiaolei's whereabouts. But head of the family, aren't these 2 items already? Tang Xianhao didn't give Tang Renji a chance to finish his words. He interrupted him and said, you know what to do. After all, I'm the head of the family, don't I? They are the elders and we have to respect them, but precisely because they are elders, we don't have to compete with them. We can just take advantage of their momentum. Anyway, after we outlast them in the future, won't everything they have still be ours? Tang Renji lowered his head when he heard this and said respectfully, yes, I will erase all the information about Lin Bin's possession of these 2 items, unless he uses these 2 items openly in the real world in the future. It doesn't matter. I have found reliable information that Abin will soon enter the secret realm. We don't know when he will come out. Even if he is exposed by then, what does it matter? Our goal has already been achieved. Tang Xianhao said, I'm not lying. This plane is indeed a good place for Xiaolei to be buried, isn't it? Yes, the head of the family is wise. Well, go ahead. Understood. Tang Renji turned around and left quickly. 118 is released. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.